same. But before I go to bring the panel and panelists here this morning, let me quickly recognize some of our colleagues that have worked tirelessly to make this happen. The marketing department, headed by Honorable Archibald Gordon. It's a very small team, but I don't know how they do it. Between Wednesday last week and yesterday, 3 events, all successfully executed. Halfway Tree, main campus, and yesterday. Could the team please stand for us and let them be recognized? Thank you very much, team. The planning committee, majority of them are outside. And the months of hard work, sleepless nights, brought us into this. I also want to thank them for the job they've been doing. We will recognize them more when we give the vote of thanks later this evening. Our sponsors that have made this possible: Cycle Bank, Jamaica, Guardian Group, Freight Handlers Limited. Mrs. Linfat is not here as yet. She has been supporting the university conference since 2015. The Shipping Association of Jamaica, Tropical Shipping out of Florida, Jamaica Tourist Board. Let me give you a little hint. Not everybody will be able to participate. Tomorrow, we're heading to Ocho Rios, especially for our international visitors. We want to give them a taste of Jamaica, just a little taste of Jamaica. We want to get them on the catamaran, and then we will sail to Dunn's River Falls. We give them 1.5 hours to climb the falls and to do some shopping at the craft market. It was said yesterday. And then we will party back, disembark, and then come back to Kingston. There we depart Saturday. And this is made possible by Jamaica Tourist Board. The Maritime Authority of Jamaica. Will you believe that your regulator is sponsoring your conference? It means they believe so much in us. Thank you, Maritime Authority of Jamaica. Universal Service Fund, Dr. Marlin Smith out of Florida. I wouldn't tell you how much this man gave us as a single individual. I think he made the largest cash donation. Integrated Chemicals Limited, they have their booth out there, monographic printers, and the Rotary Club of Legany Plain. Please help me appreciate these sponsors. We continue the exercise this morning, and our first panel will be looking at the role of policy and international collaboration in maritime sustainability. I stand on, thank you very much. I stand on the remarks made by my president yesterday. I won't be speaking much. I'm going to invite the panel to join me, but let me quickly introduce the moderator. Mr. Ramon Foster, please come up for me. Mr. Ramon Foster is the manager of the Office of Legal Services at the Caribbean Maritime University, where he oversees the provision of legal advice, representation, and policy guidance across the institution. He is an experienced attorney at law with a decade of diverse legal experience spanning banking, conveyancing, criminal law, corporate and commercial law, employment law, and maritime law. He has represented clients in complex and high-profile matters, appearing before courts at all levels of jurisdiction in Jamaica, including the Court of Appeal. His legal career is distinguished by a strong record of advocacy, strategic problem solving, and the ability to navigate multifaceted legal issues in both domestic and international contexts. In his role at the university, he is committed to ensuring that institutional decisions and operations are grounded in sound legal principles and aligned with regulatory requirements while supporting the university's strategic goals. Please help me welcome Mr. Ramon Foster. Joining Mr. Foster is Mr. Ainsley Brown, Senior Director, Jamaica Special Economic Zone. Mr. Jermaine Reid, Senior Lecturer at the Caribbean Maritime University. Henry Valentine, Marine Surveyor, Maritime Authority of Jamaica. And I must say also that Mr. Valentine is a past student of the Caribbean Maritime University. Prince Oriade Adebawo, who is a special assistant to the governor of Ondo State in Nigeria, is unable to make it here, but he will be joining with us online, possibly. Ladies and gentlemen, Ramon Foster.
Good morning, everyone. So thank you guys, distinguished guests, everyone, for joining us on a discussion on the role of policy and international collaboration in maritime sustainability. You know, as an attorney, I usually love to ask questions. Usually, it is to pick apart the answers. But rest assured, I won't be litigating your answers today. In other words, I come in peace. And so, with me, these experts in regulations, in policy development, in academia, will guide us today on the various policies that can ensure sustainability, not only in the Caribbean, but way beyond. And so I will begin with Mr. Brown. Let's begin with you. From the perspective of special economic zones, how can structured mentorship programs be built into port development plans to cultivate the next generation of leaders in sustainable port operations and shipping management?
All right. Morning, everyone. I think the first thing we have to acknowledge is that human capital is important, and it must be treated with as equal importance as the physical infrastructure. So you have the berths, the cranes, all of that. We have to treat it the exact same way. So with that, you can't see human capital development as a cost center. You have to view it as an investment, which you'll get multiple returns from. Now, in terms of looking at it from a mentorship and then layering special economic zones on top of that, whenever you speak about special economic zones, there's always some fiscal incentive or tax break. So one of the things that is possible to integrate is that you can structure your zone regime in a way that incentivizes such things, and rewards it. So right now in Jamaica, for example, we have an employment tax credit that zones can use to further lower their tax commitments that they have. And mentorship can be layered into that and be acknowledged as part of that education. So that is one of those ways that's possible.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Brown. That point about mentorship, and you also mentioned education, and that brings me to Mr. Reid. Mr. Reid, as an educator, how can tertiary institutions redesign maritime curricula to weave sustainability principles into those modules, and so that students can be taught not only about the technical things, but everything as it relates to sustainability?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So really, I realize as an educator, what I try to do with my teaching style is I also weave what I would have been taught as an attorney in law school. So how we are taught also in law school is practical. So you have case law, and you also have your traditional learning. So using case law, I use in terms of the courtroom setting. What I try to do is I try to have my students understand the work, not only by just giving them the theory, but the practical. And the practical side of it is the cases, because facts tell, stories sell. So it's the same way with the case law. And that case law now assists in terms of them understanding and the critical thinking, which I find is missing in this era now. So for me to try and get the critical thinking out of the students, I try to weave it in terms of giving them cases and scenarios that make them have to think. Things that it's not, the answer is not there in the book, clear cut. Things that they have to sit down and they have to analyze. That is how I find that we have to weave it in. Because we have competing interests nowadays. You're competing with all social media platforms and all of these things. And yes, it is good. However, you have to encourage the students to also use the social media in terms of a positive way. There are positive things that they can follow to assist with their education, and I try to also weave that in. So I will even incorporate things from TikTok, things that are said. I'm saying you don't follow X person, they speak on maritime, and those kind of things. Example, I have a YouTube channel, so I try to also push them to look from that angle as well.
Thank you for that. Very interesting. Mr. Valentine, from your frontline regulatory perspective, yes, you see firsthand the realities of the maritime workforce. My question to you is, what are the most urgent skills and competency gaps that training programs must address to support both safety and sustainability?
Thank you. Morning, everyone. So I will start with a report from the International Chamber of Shipping that points out that we have a gap of 90,000 officers that are needed for the shipping industry. So my simple answer is to train more seafarers. It's an area that we find that even though it's been pushed and several persons will try to market it and stuff, I don't think as a nation we truly appreciate the benefits that can be derived from the industry on a whole. So simple answer, train more seafarers. There's 90,000 spaces available for young Jamaicans out there.
Very well. And to follow up on that, you told me earlier that you're a seafarer by heart. My question to you is, does that experience help you in a way to be able to impart your experience to others?
Well, absolutely. And I think that is something that even the training institution can benefit from as well. If you have persons that are currently active in the industry, currently sailing, their knowledge will be current. Their understanding of what is required from a training perspective is going to be a lot more beneficial to the student population. So absolutely, I think that will be quite beneficial.
Great. So this is a question for all three of you. And at the CMU, for example, there's a lot of inclusion. Partly, we see a lot of female students, a lot of students from various backgrounds. And so on this theme of inclusion, how does inclusion in the area of sustainability guide us in how we should approach it? Each of you.
Take that one first. I think you can't have one without the other. If you look at the UN Sustainable Development Goals, it interweaves inclusion throughout several of the SDGs. Having the most diverse, the most inclusive workforce, university, education, university experience can only bode well for the country.
Very well. Sorry?
Yes, so the way I hope, once again, try to include sustainability in the teaching. So it is a heavily, the thing is you can't escape it. I teach law courses, and you can't escape it. It's heavily a lot of reading. But you make sure that you highlight things such as, once again, the Sustainability Development Goals and all other sustainable practices of doing things in the teaching, which, once again, it's just having to impart it to them.
Mr. Valentine?
Yeah. So I would want to say that I'm very happy to see the direction that we're going as it relates to inclusion, primarily as it involves women within the maritime sector. I had and I see the president of WEMAT clapping. I had the opportunity of interacting with a female seafarer just last week and on board a vessel in Kingston. And I took the opportunity to ask her a couple of questions about her experience on board and stuff. And she was quite happy with how she felt protected on board. She felt that the maritime industry was, looking out for women. She never felt as if she wasn't being underpaid. She was being paid exactly what her rank required. And so I'm very, very happy to see the direction that we're going, primarily being pushed by the International Maritime Organization. So, yeah, it's absolutely important.
Very well. All right, let's talk a little about innovation and technology, particularly in the context of sustainability. I'll go to you, Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, beyond content, right, in the classroom, curricula, and all of that, and delivering materials to students, what innovative methods can be incorporated to engage more students in the idea of sustainability? Well,
we're living in the digital age, so once again, social media. So whether it be that we give them things to post, a skit to do, that's what I'm a heavy user of social media. I enjoy it, and I also try to get my students, once again, to use it in the positive light. So that is how I try to really incorporate and weave it in, because really, as I'm saying, it's really a social world we're in now, and we need to make sure that students fully appreciate and understand the maritime content and have a maritime understanding of everything in a holistic manner, in my opinion.
Very well. Mr. Valentine, to you, this focus on technology, particularly in the context of shipping, particularly in the context of sustainability, my question to you is, what methods can be used to enhance the ability of people to understand sustainability in this technology-driven society?
Well, and Mr. Reed touched on it briefly. Education. I think we just need to find a way to get the message out, primarily from a maritime perspective, so that people can understand what the industry has to offer, the importance of the industry to Jamaica. We depend heavily on the maritime sector. But very few of us are aware of the maritime sector. I think probably everybody on the stage, everything that we are wearing is probably imported, yeah? And so the technologies associated with the industry is somewhat lost on us because of the lack of awareness of the industry and the importance of the industry to the Jamaican economy.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, as a consultant for the SEZ, you deal a lot with shipping and ports and the innovations there. So in terms of that, from the lens of economic zones, what policy incentives are currently driving the adoption of sustainability, such as green shipping practices, for example?
Well, it's like anything, you have the carrot and the stick. You try not to use the stick, but it's there, and from time to time, it has to be used. But you also have the carrot, which is the incentive, and that's the part that everybody likes to talk about, and it gets better traction, and it's attract investors to our shores and other places. Now, when it comes to using or leveraging either one, we know what we want and we know what we don't want. So incentivize what we want. So you want to see more green, more sustainable things happening, more use of solar, wind, etc., wave technology. You also, on the negative side, you don't want to see marine pollution, air pollution, and all of these different things. The IMO has its net zero mandate coming at us very fast, and there are different fuels, for example, hydrogen being one of them, methanol, there are different fuels. Right now, speaking for Jamaica, the special economic zones are set up in a way that the incentives are there to be able to facilitate the build out of facilities that can store, onshore facilities that can store those fuels to facilitate bunkering, for example. But we need to see more things happening. And in addition, knowing some of the technologies that are coming out in China, for example, they're piloting on the ship storing of greenhouse gases, liquefying it, and then either ship to shore or ship to ship, taking it off the ship, and then taking that CO2 and using it into other industrial processes. The economic zones are there that can facilitate that. The technology is still being proven, but we have to be keeping our eyes open to ensure that we know that these things are happening and how can we actually participate in them.
Very well. Still with innovation and technology, my question is, do you see any challenges at the moment for the Caribbean in incorporating these technologies into the way that we approach sustainability? What are the challenges? One each.
Funding, let's start with that. So Mr. Brown mentioned the new fuel types that are being proposed by the IMO to achieve net zero by 2050. That involves possibly investing in shore power from green source of energy. The investment in that would be quite significant and will require the input of not just the government, but also private sector. So I would say investment, significant investment.
Very much.
And piggyback on the significant investment, also we have to remember that the IMO is churning out conventions quicker than I think we can even implement or anything like that. So on top of that, we also have to be dealing with ensuring that we are compliant with all these new conventions that they're bringing out and that we may have to have ratified. So once again, funding is a major issue, and then the educational aspect of it, having people understand why it needs to be implemented, and getting, of course, our leaders to also understand why this needs to be put front and center in terms of having these, example, our shore power, in terms of having it here in the country. Why is it important? Why do we need to do it? Why do we need to spend money on this when our country is just starting to make some money and we're now sending it over here? So that has to be understood as well. So education plays a major role, and not an education at a high level to persons who actually have access now, or the ones, we should say, write the paycheck that can disperse this money.
I would just add to that two things. One is legislation. You spoke to some of them not being there. I would prefer that to be the case than what we have now. Old, antiquated, ancient, use any adjective you want. Legislation that actually impedes many of the things that we need to do, not even want to do, we need to do So that legislative reform. And the second one I would add is the lack of cooperation. So, and you know, you may say, oh, the little rivalries between the different islands. I'm not even reaching that level. I'm just talking about what happens in Jamaica alone, right? Between different agencies and the different siloed mindsets and mentality. Information and data has to be shared, and platforms have to speak to each other in this, not even people anymore with AI. The platforms need to be speaking and analyzing and doing all of that while we are all asleep. And that is currently not happening, and it needs to happen.
Very well. Any of you gentlemen wants to add to Mr. Brown's comment?
I will fully support his position on legislation. There are many IMO instruments that Jamaica would have ratified over the years. There are many provisions within those instruments that we would have said as a nation that we are going to fulfill, but the legislations are still lacking. So we're just not able to do that which we have said we would do as a nation because of lack of legislation. Without the legislation, then you don't have designated agencies to carry out the functions. Without the designated agencies, then you can't have a budget for the respective functions. You don't have policies, you don't have procedures, you don't have personnel to carry out the responsibilities. So it's a big issue, and it's something that needs to be addressed urgently.
And in addressing, we have to remember that the whole thing is, a major thing in our maritime industry now is digitalization. We have the FAL Convention, all of these that speak to having our things digital. And of course, now with this maritime single window and ensuring that the information is passed seamlessly amongst the various government agencies and that it is also protected. Once again, this legislation in place, but it's ensuring that we have it protected and financed properly, that people's information is not compromised, and all of these different things. So it's a whole set of issues that we need to address, and we have to look into it urgently.
Thank you. I think recognizing the problems and the challenges is the first half of the battle. But I will register these complaints in my mental Rolodex and register them to the proper individuals. Mr. Valentine, let's go to you and let's talk a little bit about policy in general and collaboration and all of that. So we are seeing increasing reliance on artificial intelligence. We had a wonderful discussion yesterday with the president and everyone about artificial intelligence. And we talk about this in terms of shipping, big analysis and all of that. What ethical frameworks and regulatory guidance or guidelines should be developed to ensure their transparent and accountable use of artificial intelligence?
Well, so disclaimer, I am not a policymaker. I may contribute towards the development of policies, but I'm not a policymaker. Artificial intelligence. At the moment, as an industry, we tend to look to the IMO to push out the various conventions, which we will adopt and implement within state. There is, at the moment, nothing coming out of IMO from a convention perspective. There are discussions on many things. For example, the development in maritime autonomous surface ships, that is, a big thing on the agenda. At the moment, we just have the development of guidelines, but nothing as it relates to conventions or anything that can be implemented. And since we look towards the IMO for the direction on these things, at the moment, there's nothing coming to us for that.
But in terms of those guidelines, who develops them? And in developing them, are they thinking about these sustainability issues?
Yeah, so we have to remember that we operate in a international industry. So we can't just develop something in Jamaica, let's say implement it on a Jamaican ship, and that ship turns up in a port facility somewhere else in the world, and it's going to be a problem. So whatever we implement has to be done from the perspective of the IMO that would develop these conventions and push them out for adoption by all the member states. So really, it's the member states that makes up the IMO that would put these guidelines in place, develop these conventions, which includes Jamaica. We have a seat at the table to help to develop these various guidelines and conventions that are implemented.
Very well. Mr. Reed, from an education perspective, speaking about policies and regulations, do you think that it is important to incorporate these in the learning? I see you're smiling.
It's more than important. It is vital. They need to know. I think they need to know as many conventions as possible. I try to, of course, major ones, such as Maritime Labour Convention, because some of them, as has been alluded to by Captain, there's a lot of spaces on ships. And I make my students know there's a probability you may end up working on a ship. If you don't remember anything else I teach, remember the MLC, the Maritime Labour Convention. This speaks to what happens on board, how you are to be treated. So things like that, certain conventions, in my opinion, they have to be known, and I try my best to impart those over onto them. So it is of importance. There's no getting away from it. They need to know it.
And Mr. Brown, as a consultant, you often see policies in action, and you often see them being implemented at various levels, the national, the regional. How do you think that the current policies are truly pushing the sustainability issues?
We're not doing too bad, but I think you can always better your best. You know, we talk about Vision 2030, and it's just a tagline. And Vision 2030 is actually Jamaica's national development plan, right? It's not just a fancy tagline, you know, to live and all of that business. We need far more education, far more understanding that sustainability is the way forward. Sustainability is how we have to function, particularly as small island developing states. We are the canary in the coal mine when it comes to climate change, right? I over the past, I guess, over the summer alone, you know, the level of heat, I don't ever recall this level of heat growing up in Jamaica. I remember it being hot, but not like this, right? So you're seeing it. You're seeing climate change. So if you're seeing it and feeling it, what are you doing as an individual? What are we doing as academics or industry to do something about it? Of course, Jamaica is a small dot compared to other countries, but that doesn't mean we don't have a responsibility to do something about it.
Very well. Speaking of the Caribbean, very small but very big in context, and we play a significant role in various economic zones. We play a significant role in crafting policies that oftentimes guide other regions of the world. Do you think that we, as small islands, are oftentimes overlooked in the context of this sustainability issue? Oftentimes we're the ones that are affected, but it appears as if we might not be taken seriously in the global context of sustainability. A question for all of you.
Well, as it relates to Jamaica, yes, we are small, but however, we do have a seat at the IMO, and at the IMO, not just Jamaica, but the other islands are there who are also in the same predicament. We have islands I know like Tuvalu. They're also quite vocal as well because they're suffering even more than anybody else with the rising sea levels when I speak to colleagues who are there. So I see that we do, yes, we are, I wouldn't say we are drowned out because the importance is there. Yes, we do have some leaders who are of the view that it is not important, but I think their voice, yes, they may be of strong economic standing. However, as a region, we have a strong voice, and not just the Caribbean region. When you go and look at the Pacific and other islands, when we come together as small island developing states, we do have a strong voice together when we go to somewhere like the IMO and other such international fora.
Yeah, so I will agree with that. In addition, we don't just, while we have a seat at the table, we kind of have to take the seat. So we have to write papers, make interventions. We can't do it by ourselves. We have to lobby the bigger states, the powerful states. We have to somehow use diplomacy and see how best we can get the support of these states that we may consider, to be the powerful states in order to achieve these objectives.
So, Brown.
Yeah, I have a mixed view. I think in some fora, well, in basically all fora, we're punching well above our weight. But, right, as soon as you do something called label us as LAC, Latin America and the Caribbean, that just means Latin America. Brazil, Argentina, that's what that means. We don't have no say. Sorry to say it that way, but it's true. When they think LAC, that it's those countries, not us. It's unfortunate. We're still punching above our weight, But if you're a flyweight fighting a heavyweight,
Very well. Let's talk a little about coastal communities, because, of course, we know that the Caribbean is made up of various small islands, and oftentimes we rely heavily on coastal communities for the entire sustainability of the islands. How can we create policies that ensure that these coastal communities are able to thrive in this technology-driven world and also in this focus on sustainability? Mr. Brown.
First thing I would say is, and it was alluded to earlier, we have to acknowledge that we are in the blue economy. We function in a blue economy. Oftentimes you hear this talk about the blue economy as something to come. It exists already. All of those fishing villages, and they're doing those economic activities. So if they are already doing it, what needs to happen now is further integration into other aspects and elevation upwards in terms of adding more value, etc., etc. They are on the front lines. They see and feel coastal erosion right there. They live right there, so they know they can speak to us and become our surveillance system. We have the matter of what's the seaweed? Sargassum. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Very smelly. When it's often raised, it's raised in terms of tourism, again, part of our blue economy. But why is it that we can't intercept it at sea? Why we can't use the fisher folk that are there and arrange a scheme that they go not just fishing, but fishing for sargassum and bring. And there are different applications for sargassum, from turning it into fertilizer to cosmetics. There are wide range of industrial uses for it. So there are ways that we can literally think, I don't want to say think outside the box, rethink the box altogether.
Yes, still on this issue of coastal communities, Mr. Valentine, what are your thoughts on that?
Right. So I involve the communities in the discussion, give them a seat at the table. It doesn't really work well when you make policies from the top and you just, put it down there and say, listen, this is what it is, comply with it, kind of thing. But if you incorporate them in the process, they have their own inputs and stuff, then they become a part of the process. They start to now own the process. And sometimes some of the solutions that we're looking for may reside with these communities. We are not on the front line in the communities like these persons are. So involve them in the process, give them a seat at the table and get their input into the policies that we're developing for them.
Mr. Reid.
Yes, so we have the Beach Control Act. From as far back as 1956, this act came into place. And this act gives everything you need to deal with a problem like this. So the Beach Control Act not only just speaks to how the beach that must be kept clean, but it also speaks to engaging the community. It speaks to the minister and the various other entities that have control over the beach and how they are to ensure that the beach is administered, and also, as we say, stakeholder engagement. We look at something such as ghost gear, which is the discarded fishing material that when fisher folk are finished with it, a lot of times it's either just left in the water or it's left by the shoreline and then ends up in the water. This causes a major problem for the marine life. They get entangled in it, or even to passing ships, where it gets entangled in the propeller, and we all know once that happens, the ship stops working, demurrage fees, and all these other knock-on effects, and happens to the maritime industry. Now, the Beach Control Act, that can be modified as well to include things such as ghost gear, because it's not included in the act, but the act itself can be modified by stakeholder engagement, having the seafarers understand the importance and those kind of things. So once again, it's basically coming from the grassroots up and talking to them. It's a stakeholder engagement, as Captain alluded to as well.
So I heard you said just now that we need to amend the legislation, which is a good step. But Mr. Brown, are there any other challenges that you will foresee in us incorporating these coastal communities into this sustainability issue?
Funding is going to be a major issue. However, we're seeing the DBJ, for example, roll out some blue and green bonds that will, allow access. But many of these communities may not be able to access that type of funding. Education is going to be a major will play a role no matter what. We hear about the ghost gear, educating the fisher folk about the devastating impacts of that, amongst other things. But I don't want to say, loom and gloom and it's impossible. I don't think it's impossible. I think if we were serious about it and put the resources where they need to go, we can make a significant impact and create more resilience there in terms of the coastal communities.
And Mr. Valentine, as a marine surveyor, how do you view the challenges by these coastal communities in navigating the various issues that affects them specifically?
Right. So as I mentioned before, when I interact with some of the fisher folks, what they keep telling us is that they feel as if the policies are being made for them without their input at all. They have ideas on how things are supposed to be done. They have ideas on where they think anchorage areas should be and where they shouldn't be. They sometimes feel that where the ships are anchoring or on prime fishing grounds. I go back to what I said before, incorporate them in the process, because the feedback from them is that they are not being consulted when policies are being developed or when decisions are being made that has an impact on them and their livelihood.
Great. I see what you're saying, and what you said just now brings me to our final topic, which is collaboration. And in order for sustainability to be effective, there has to be collaboration between the shipping industry itself, academia, education, and also government, right? And all three of you, each section, can deal with that. But in terms of collaboration, how do you see, and this is a question for all three of you, how do you see collaboration being the key aspect of overcoming the challenges of, to attain sustainability in the Caribbean?
I would say people need to be speaking to each other. Systems need to be speaking to each other. The only way that will be possible is if there's some sort of collaborative framework in place, whether it is in Jamaica itself or Jamaica to the other the Caribbean islands. Without that, there's nothing, nothing we really can do. We just pack up our bags and go home. But the different types of institutions that are there, whether it be government, whether it be academia or industry, all three need to be speaking to each other. The industry requires certain things. The government requires certain things, and the educational institutions also require certain things. So how is it that we have a conversation together and let each others know what the needs are, and then what are the commonalities, and then let's work with what we can work with.
Very well, Mr. Reed.
So collaboration is the golden thread running through the maritime industry and through laws in general. The laws, as I said earlier, speak to collaboration. So already we know we are to collaborate and we have to talk to one another. The various stakeholders have to meet because, once again, the law is developed for the people. So the people have to have a say. You have to talk with them to know where things should be go. And if it's not put in a particular place, you explain to them whether it is as the marine surveyor, it can't go there because even though you've had it here, it's causing this problem. So they understand why it is no longer in this place. So collaboration is of vital importance, and the law allows for it.
Very much. Mr. Valentine.
Yes, so I'll take it from a perspective of the IMO. So let's say we have an issue relating to let's say, greenhouse gas that is being debated at IMO. Jamaica, as a state, has one vote. But if we were to collaborate with the rest of the region, CARICOM, then we have in excess of 20 votes. That's the importance of collaboration. So we need to be speaking with each other as not just regionally, but also in country. One of the challenges we have in Jamaica from a maritime perspective, there are many times that issues arise and we start to have the discussion, but it's only when we sit around the table we realize that a number of agencies are missing. Maybe we needed to be talking to the Fisheries Authority about a particular issue to do with search and rescue, or maybe we need to be talking to Civil Aviation Authority, various things. So the collaboration is absolutely vital in everything that we do.
Indeed. And so before we go to the audience, I like to ask each of you the same question as a final reflection. If you could recommend one policy priority for CARICOM, because we're not only Jamaica, we are the entire Caribbean, for CARICOM's maritime sustainability agenda, what would it be? I'll start with you, Mr. Brown.
Wow. One policy, electrification of the ports, particularly cruise ports, right across. So you're moving from one port to another in terms of destination. Once you leave Jamaica and say end up in St. Vincent and the Grenadines as the next destination, you should be able to plug in, and there shouldn't be an issue there in terms of it being also from green sources as well. So some collaboration between CARICOM to ensure that the ports, be they for commercial purposes or for cruise or mixed use, are electrified. We are the #1 cruising destination in the world, and we need to let our voice be heard in that regard.
Yeah, so I would want to see maritime legislations be a priority, not just for Jamaica, but across the region. When I have discussions with my colleagues across the region, it's a common theme: lack of maritime legislation. So if you have the legislations in place, then you will get the policies, then you will get the funding to drive the very thing that Mr. Brown is talking about, which is making our ports green. So making maritime legislation priority across the region.
And Mr. Reid?
So I agree, maritime legislation in terms of having to have about sustainability, because once again, the carbon intensity indicator, CII, has been a major issue throughout the region, and I know it's being discussed actively at conferences around the region, and as such, our implementation of it needs to be ramped up, but of course funding is the major issue, because shore power from the hinterlands and all of that, so we need to see how can we do it in a sustainable way that we can actually afford it, because it's going to be very expensive on our country if the port has to provide power to the ship, because IMO of course has set down the CII and all of those different regulations, sulfur caps, so we need to see how can we all collaborate to ensure that this can be a reality and not be too financially onerous on Caribbean states.
Very well. All excellent recommendations. And now I turn to my dear audience that we've held captive for almost an hour. I would like to hear from you and for you to ask questions as it relates to sustainability to our panel.
I think we have a question on the far right.
Good morning. Another excellent panel. I'd like to ask a question to the panel, being a bit controversial. We have the elephant in the policy room, which is the United States. And the United States has changed its position on sustainability under the Trump administration. Do you believe there's any justification in the arguments being presented by the United States?
That's everyone? I'll just randomly select Mr. Valentine.
I don't know. I think we should defer that question to another panel. I'm not sure this is a competent panel to answer that question. Yeah?
Jesus. Go ahead, ma'am.
Oh, I just resent being called an elephant. I'm going to respond a little bit to what you just said. I think we're all aware of what the Trump administration's goal is, and it's distressing to me as an American, especially as an MEPA and Carib MEPA. And I'm also distressed about some of the rhetoric that is emanating from the United States that supports the administration's rhetoric. But I want to remind all of you, your vote as Jamaica is just as valid as the United States. And I also want to remind you, as the author of 0.4, which is the percentage of international cargo shipping that the United States flag represents, that we may be the second largest trading power, but at the IMO, we've got one vote. You all, each nation has their own votes. And I'm just hoping, last week I was at IMO, and I asked the question, are 175 nation states going to allow one to bully them? And I hope the answer is no. So, but that's not why I asked for the microphone. I just didn't like being called an elephant. I want to commend the discussion about women in maritime as a proud member of both WISTA and WEMAC. I am so pleased at the number of women that are involved in this industry in the Caribbean. It's less than 2% of mariners are sailing today. And just anecdotally, last May we had New York Maritime High School at an event in Washington, and a young woman who was a senior was offered a place at SUNY Maritime College, and she declined it when she found out that SUNY only had 9% women in their admissions. So she said, I don't want to do that. So we have to do better at getting more women into the industry. Another anecdote, yesterday, a graduate of SUNY Maritime, a woman, shipped out on her first commercial ship. And I said, how did it go? And she said, it's great. They've been very kind. And all of the officers are under 35. So don't want to go from gender discrimination to ageism, but the attitudes are changing and need to continue to change. We need to access 50% of our global population to come into our industry. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Mr. Brown, Mr. Reid could possibly weigh in on this. Do you think having a stronger delegation representing all sectors, maritime sector within Jamaica needs to be at the IMO in order to collaborate, coordinate with effectively with the international partners and bringing that back to collaborate and coordinate nationally? Do you think that is, would be a positive?
I agree with you 110%. We definitely need to have more being said. We need to, especially in terms of writing and presentations being made, so it is understood the problems being faced by the small island developing states, as we are the ones who have to face all the, when I say all, let me use correct words, all the policies that will now come from them. So if the policies are going to be coming from them, we need to ensure that we are there to help craft what the narrative that we're going to be dictated, that will be dictated to us. So it's better we write the script than somebody else write it for us. So yes, I agree with you. That's a delegation, getting maritime lawyers and maritime engineers, all those persons to go to help to make a presentation from the region would definitely help.
Thank you. Another question?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to first commend the panel this morning for ably dealing with the issues related to maritime legislation and ensuring sustainability, even in small states. My concern has always been that while small states like Jamaica, Guyana, and the rest of the Caribbean have been able to ratify key international maritime instruments, the ability or lack of political will to have the requisite subsidiary legislation in place to enable the effective implementation of these conventions in a way has affected Caribbean states. I think maritime transport, now we're talking about the blue economy, has been on the back burner for too long. It has not gotten the attention of, say, aviation, notwithstanding the fact that the perpetuation of international trade is dependent a lot on maritime transportation. The issue of sustainability, to my mind, becomes a serious issue. And you said we need to reflect best practices as adumbrated by the developed world, and so that we can be aligned. I think the Caribbean is an important region that should have a collective approach based on a regional policy to enhance not only our delivery within the maritime context, but to become competitive. I have here a note or a moot that maybe you can react to. And it says that issues of sustainability as purported by the developed world work to the economic disadvantage of small developing states. And I like the comment coming from our big neighbor, the US, that says that the US has only one vote, and we collectively as a region can lobby. We need to work through CARICOM to have a greater political will at the level of the member states. I'm not saying that CARICOM will control member states because they're serving sovereign states, but essentially as a bloc, we can, because we have the Caribbean Sea is a protected area because of our tourism and other interests. But I'm very concerned that, and I was part of the process when we developed the Caribbean Initiative. Why the Caribbean Initiative? On ship-generated waste. What has been done at the national level throughout the Caribbean, given the sensitivities with regard to the Caribbean Sea and the Atlantic, because I am from Guyana. What has been done to advance this in terms of putting in place the mechanisms to deal with the MARPOL Convention? I think there needs to not only be rhetoric, but a general awareness campaign at all levels of the society, since we're going to talk about ship-generated waste. I'd leave it here. I want to talk to something else, but I'll probably come back, because you're talking also about collaboration. What collaboration are we talking about? There needs to be effective coastal zone management systems in every state in the region, because you have to address multiple sea use conflict, which is a matter, not only consulting with the people in the community, and more often than not, the voice of the community is stultified because of political directives that are dictatorial. I'd leave it there, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. It's safe to say that you would have been a great addition to our panel. So as I'll allow one more question.
Good morning, everyone. All right, my question is directed to Mr. Valentine. How can digital twins of ports and vessels be leveraged not just for operations, but within training environments to enhance strategic decision-making and system thinking for surveyors and officers?
Right. So I was having a discussion this morning with a colleague about how he goes about, lecturing and stuff. One of the things we discussed was getting our trainees to participate in activities on the port. Viewing how things are actually being done on the port, and that will give them a better idea of what to expect if and when they join the industry. So if we were able to somehow modify our training to incorporate practical aspects that involve the port facilities, so coordinating with the port facilities and allow trainees to participate in the process, then I think that will enhance what we're trying to achieve.
Thank you. One final?
Yes, thank you. Good discussion, and just a quick comment on policy. And I know that I am in the shadow of Mr. English, who has written so much. But I know Wayne Michael will agree with me on this. It's one thing to have policy, but it's another thing for the individual states to ratify policy with legislation, learned counsel, and to police it. So I'm asking you, Kenry, to police something that we do not have any legislation on. And until we continue with these things, it's hypocrisy. We have things like IMO 2020. We are 5 years away from 2030. Where in Jamaica do we have legislation about our sulfur cap, and who is policing it? So the MAJ has some, we don't even have enough surveyors to go out there to see what is happening. We have to be action-oriented. I go to meeting after meeting, and then I have to be dealing with the gender gap when I go. But here we are, where do we? So last time Wayne and I met, we were talking about the ratio, that there must be 2 males to 1 female. But the female who needs to come on a survey has not been identified, has not been trained, does not exist. So the policy is a farce. We have to back it by action. And I think what Mr. English is saying is very important, that possibly we are not doing well even with the cricket team, but possibly if we could agree to how the policy should look across the Caribbean, we can model it. Antigua is always one step ahead or in pace with Jamaica and the things that we're doing. If we can agree that the best practices should belong to all of us, then we are farther down the wickets than other developing spaces, and we have to start acting and doing less talking.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Gentlemen, my captive audience, we're now at an end. But I hope we all benefited greatly from the industry of these gentlemen. And if there is one takeaway, we all know that sustainability ought to be embedded into maritime policy frameworks in the Caribbean and beyond. Thank you so much.
You will all agree with me that the moderators and our panelists were carefully selected. And the audience as well. Professor Paloma was unable to join with us yesterday, but she called me last week when she knew that she would not be able to be here with us, and nominated 2 persons to represent her. And one of them is Dr. English, who spoke a while ago, and Mr. Calvin Bernard. Welcome again, Dr. English, to the Caribbean Maritime University. You have been part of this for many years. In the interest of time, I will not recap from what was presented earlier on, but that was a wonderful moderator and wonderful panel. Our next segment will look at innovation in maritime education and training for a sustainable future. And our moderator is Mrs. Tamara Nelson, who is Chief Technical Director, Jamaica Productivity Center, Minister of Labor and Social Security. Our partner, Minister of Labor and Social Security. Ms. Nelson is Chief Technical Director of the Jamaica Productivity Center with over 25 years of global experience in productivity, improvement, and business process optimization. She holds degrees in industrial engineering from UWI and RIT, and is a certified Lean Six Sigma Sensi professional engineer, ISO Senior Lead Auditor, and Certified Energy Manager. We didn't know that you have a certification in ISO. We would have visited with you. She has led interventions across more than 300 entities locally and internationally, with expertise spanning the bauxite sector, logistics, and strategic planning. Trained in Japan through JICA, she continues to advance productivity policy, training, and leadership development across the Caribbean. When, unfortunately, one of our moderators could not make it to this event, she jumped in. Please help me make her welcome. To join with Ms. Nelson is Dr. Patrice. Thank you very much. She's taking that responsibility from me. So she's going to introduce the panel.
Thank you, Prof. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I'm pleased to be here exploring a topic that is very dear to my heart. It covers all the areas, actually: innovation, education, training, and sustainability. And these are not just buzzwords, but these are building blocks, not just for productivity, but human capital in general. We're talking about competitiveness, resilience, in the maritime sector and our economy. So this is a very, very important topic. And as was said, I am Tamara Nelson. I'll be your moderator this morning, and on this very important conversation. So I have a very esteemed panel to join in this conversation. And it's not just a panel, it's really a call to action. And I want you to join in the conversation, to listen in, and to write down your questions, so when we get to the segment, we can dialogue some more. So at this time, I want you to please join me in welcoming our panelists, right? So to introduce them and ask you to give them a round of applause as they join me here on the stage. First up is Ms. Natola Meredith. Natola is the director of towing operations at Ocean J Trolling Limited, where she has led efficient and high-quality service delivery since 2018. She previously served as Registrar of Ships at the Maritime Authority of Jamaica, and she holds her master's in logistics and supply chain management. She's passionate about advancing Jamaica's shipping port, yes. And a fun fact about Natola, she's a gym junkie, right? So she's not coffee for her, it's gym, right? So, where did you get, CMU? All right. Give her a round of applause. Next up is none other than Captain Devron S. Newman, a master mariner with over 30 years of shipboard safety and academic leadership experience. He is currently the Dean of the Faculty of Marine and Nautical Studies. And if you were here yesterday, you would have seen some of his work on display when those students came in with the flags during the ceremony. He is very passionate about research, policy, and safety standards with extensive international experience. And a fun fact about Captain Newman, which you probably don't know, is that he's a child musical prodigy. So he was playing the piano, keyboard, and organ from the age of 10 for... Right, so now you know. Yes, for church, devotion, and funerals, yes. So now you know. Right. Next up, we have Dr. Patrice Miranda. All right. She has a fan club. Academic head of department at CMU and a researcher focusing on program evaluation, maritime education, and technology integration. Right? She, as you can see, she has it down pat. Right? A fun fact about Dr. Miranda is that she is the second born of twins. Oh, see, you didn't know that either. Well, I'll leave you to ask her about that. I know the story, but you'll have to ask her, right? So that's over lunch. And next up, we have Professor Oleyemi Akinwumi, Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Lokoja in Nigeria, a distinguished professor of history. He's a fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Letters, the author of over 70 publications, and has spoken in more than 30 countries worldwide, and now it's 31. Welcome him virtually to Jamaica, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
All right, so there we have our panel here today. And our objective is to discuss educational innovations to drive maritime sustainability, explore capacity building and for even or underrepresented groups, and propose policy recommendations that will align with global sustainability goals. Right? This is a very important topic for the Caribbean maritime area because, you know, the land area is the marine area actually is 4 times larger than the land mass, and it really accounts for about 70% of the population that depends on this for the sea for income. So it's not just a CMU thing or a Jamaica thing, it's a very important topic for the region. So we are going to get right into some of our interesting conversations. And you know, whether we are talking about productivity or we're talking about education, people are at the core, right? In the marine sector, skilled and sustainability-minded workforce is going to be the foundation for efficiency and competitiveness. Dr. Miranda, how can maritime education institutions embed sustainability principles and ethical reasoning into general studies programs to prepare students for the future of the blue economy?
All right, thank you for that question. Morning, everyone. So there are several strategies that maritime institutions can use to embed sustainability and ethical reasoning, but I'll tell you some of what the Caribbean Maritime University is doing. So we have moved away from offering mere technical subjects, and what we've done is to embed or weave sustainability and ethics across our curricula. So ethics and sustainability, it's no longer taught as a standalone subject, right? So for example, our logistics and supply chain management subjects, what we have done is that we have incorporated ethics and sustainability where students are challenged to think about the environmental impact of carbon emissions on the wider environment. So we're treating emission data as critical operating costs. So they have to think about that. It's going to be a line item on companies' balance sheet eventually. We have also what I dub our carbon-conscious curricula. So with this, we ensure that students are exposed to think about the economic efficiency, the environmental impact, and of course, their own social corporate responsibility as it relates to decarbonization and sustainability within the sector.
Thank you, Doc. Yes. So that really sets the foundation, you know, the mindset and the ethics for the next generation, right? Sustainability gains are often unlocked when these regulations and standards are also in place, but not only in place, but leveraged. So my next question goes to Captain Newman. How are maritime conventions, and you know, in the discussions, a few came up, STCW and MARPOL, you know, adapting to support the blue economy goals. And I remember, you know, even the panel saying, well, that's a bit technical, but I know you'll break it down for us, right? How should nautical science programs adjust to meet these challenges and lead the way?
Okay, thank you for that introduction and question. Well, apparently STCW means Standards of Training and Certification for Watchkeepers, and we normally refer to MARPOL as MARPOL. What we are doing is relying on the industry to conduct a series of reviews in terms of the STCW and also MARPOL. These will include topics like environmental awareness, climate change, and also fuel efficiency. In terms of human element, in terms of the mindset of our seafarers on board, their mental health, that is also a very big topic today. We find is that seafarers, because they're so isolated so often on board and the work schedules are so extensive in terms of hours in a day, we find that seafarers are suffering immensely from mental health. So that's a very big topic for us. So we hope to see those reviews coming out to the METs that we can implement those changes in our curricula. Also for MARPOL, we're looking at or expecting information to come to us about greenhouse gases, emissions, the use of alternative fuels in terms of LNGs and also ammonia, and vibration and noise from the movement of ships as they go through the oceans and the waters that create some kind of confusion for the marine animals. And so these are information that we expect to receive from the Maritime Authority of Jamaica that will impact our curricula so that we can implement those and share that information and develop our officers to be ready for the industry.
Awesome, thank you, Captain. Right, and I hear a round of applause here, so we have, consensus where that is concerned. Great. So, continuing the conversation, persons who are on the front line or on the ground, so to speak, they are the ones that will translate the training and the policy into real-world performance, right? So we are over now to Natola. From an operator's perspective, which, with all the greening that is happening, are we transitioning to alternative fuel options, and which look most promising for a company like yours and the region, and what new skills would we need in place in terms of the crews, etc., to handle this? It's a heavy one.
Yes, indeed. Morning again, everyone, and thank you, my esteemed moderator. So just to backtrack a little about what I do, we operate 3 tugboats in the Port of Kingston, and these tugboats dock and undock ships, handle the shifting. So from that perspective, in terms of alternative fuel and what we're looking at, of course, just to backtrack a little, the company is a subsidiary of Group Ocean, which is a Canadian company. So in Canada, they have already started adopting biofuel, which is hydrotreated vegetable oil. That is the one that offers is most promising in terms of the output. So it does not require much change in terms of the blending with the fossil diesel. So it blends quite well. Captain had mentioned earlier about other fuel sources like ammonia, for example. Now, ammonia is not a good option because, of course, it is highly toxic. So in terms of storage, would not be a good option. So for the hydrotreated vegetable oil, it is something that will give the most benefit because, of course, it burns similar to the regular diesel, and of course does not give off the same kind of emission that these fossil diesels will give off. In terms of training, because it can be integrated in the system seamlessly, so to speak. So in terms of training for seafarers or operators, not much would be required just for them to be familiar with the properties of the product. It stores just the same, so there is not much that you would have to do in terms of training and retrofitting your engines or your system to integrate that kind of fuel source.
Okay, so the opportunities are there for us to make changes where that is concerned.
Indeed.
But we have systems in place, which is good to know.
Yes.
Thank you, Natola. All right, so we have heard about the fuels, and now we'll turn to our Professor Akinwumi, finding out more about a topic that I think permeated most of the panel discussions that we have had so far, and that's on the matter of collaboration and partnerships, in terms of to multiplying the gains that we can make as a country, as a region. Professor Akinwumi, how can universities in SIDS and developing nations strategically tap into international networks and partnerships to drive curriculum development and research from maritime ecosystem resilience?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Madam Moderator, good afternoon from Nigeria. As many people will notice, I am not Professor Olayemi Akinwumi. Yes. Professor Olayemi Akinwumi is my Vice Chancellor. I'm the humble servant who has been drafted to make his presentation on his behalf. Tunde Bewaji is my name. I'm Professor Emeritus of the University of the West Indies and a part of the CMU family for many years. Well, to answer the question posed, my Vice Chancellor is of the view that small island countries and developing countries have minimum role in terms of investment capacity or resources or technology to be in the hardware sector. But through proper understanding of the historic nature of seafaring, of ocean navigation, of which Africa was a global pioneer, visiting the Americas long before Europeans ever ventured out of their enclave. The first thing that needs to be done, according to my Vice Chancellor, is to bring together our universities in small island societies and developing nations, especially in Africa, the Caribbean, and other places, to collaborate in training, because this is the area in which, with proper skills development, proper curriculum development, they can provide the human power, that is the labor resources. And this is what CMU has been a leader in. CMU is recognized, and many universities in Nigeria, going into some kinds of partnership with CMU to do this. And with the development of BRICS, which provides alternative systems, coming together, we can begin a futuristic development of the curriculum to encourage our youth to position themselves as the ones who would help in the navigation and sustainable development of various elements of shipping and logistics. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm not sure I got the name, but I think you're Professor Akinwumi's double.
No, Tunde Bewaji is my name.
Bewaji. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Bewaji. All right, and thank you for coming and standing in. Yeah. So we will continue with the conversation, deepening it a bit, still on the matter of the impact on the environment. Decarbonization is not just an environmental goal or an environmental goal, but is a strategy that we're going to need if we want future sustainability. there was a study done by UNCTAD recently that said in 2024, gas emissions rose by 5%, and only 8% of the world's fleet's tonnage were equipped to use alternative fuels. The question to Dr. Miranda, as global decarbonization policies take effect, how will they reshape the competitive landscape for Caribbean trade, and how should this be reflected in the logistics curricula?
Okay, thank you for that. So the region, we're characterized by small cargo volumes. We face high freight rates, and we are very import dependent. So we have to think about those three things when we're going to address competitiveness. However, decarbonization, it's a team sport. It cannot occur in isolation. So as a region, we have to come together and ensure that we are coordinated across the entire ecosystem, from the financial institutions to government to the private sector. Everyone has to be involved if we're going to ensure that this is done in a sustainable way. From the logistics, how do we go about incorporating it into the curriculum? We have to teach students about the maritime value chain. So we have three pillars as far as that is concerned. We have the maritime fuel, and that is dealing with the new types of fuel that my panelists made mention to, the ammonia, the hydrogen, and all of that. We also have to think about the shipbuilding side, because we need to put the technology in place, and ships are where it's going to start. And of course, we have to think about the maritime operational side, which is the logistics, and the port side. So at the center of these three pillars, we have the ports. So we have to retrofit our ports to accommodate these new vessels, which means maritime education institutions, they're going to have to upskill and retrain students to ensure that we have graduates that are industry ready. We also have to bear in mind, as it relates to the education side, how do we ensure that this is passed on to our students in a manner that will be acceptable, right?
Because now we have different generations and different learning styles, so we have to shift as the environment shifts. And I like what you said, you know, it's a team sport. It's not a spectator sport, guys. So we all are involved in this as it relates to global decarbonization. Thank you, Doc. All right, so another thing that would have come up in the discussions, and we're touching on a number of things in a very short time, was AI. And I think our Minister Charles spoke on this yesterday, and simulation also came up as in one of the panel discussions. Both are game changers in terms of learning, teaching, and experiencing education on a whole. They will allow us to build competencies faster, lower costs, fewer risks, real-world risks, and boost overall training productivity. So how can AI and simulation technologies be leveraged to create advanced training environments for emerging fuel systems, for example, and even efficient voyage planning, Captain Newman?
Well, you touch on the most important word in terms of simulation and the use of AI. And the IMO, in its review of the STCW and also MARPOL, will include further details in terms of how we go about implementing these simulation exercises. Now, what we have to do, simulators are extremely expensive, and I had a conversation with a colleague this morning in terms of how do we manage all of this, because it's fine for IMO to publish all of this information and give us the guidance, but if we are not able to facilitate the process of educating our cadets to become officers, how are we going to manage? It's costing about $100,000 US minimum for a complete simulation system for navigators. And you haven't spoken about the engine room simulator. So we're talking about money that is in.
Discussing a little bit, you were mentioning one of the instruments that the students have never seen before, and that you had to shift your whole...
They had never seen it before, and when I started to explain to them what's the use of the sextant is an instrument that we used for celestial observations, and they were very fascinated. I told them we can use the sextant to observe the sun, the moon, stars, planets, and we can determine our position at sea when necessary using the sextant. So they were quite fascinated. So that's another form of simulation that I would have to expose them to. So when they get on board, they would be ready to use this.
So you still have the class to teach, because you didn't teach that.
I'm going to continue.
It's a different kind of, you didn't cover what you had on paper, but I'm sure they benefited immensely from the practical experiences. And we need more of that. We need, I was telling you, we need to see, observatories and such for, in our region as well, to expose young ones to these possibilities. Right. Thank you for that. So, continuing with our discussion, and again, that this would have touched on a bit. We are in that age of unprecedented disruptions. Risk management is the heart of sustainability, right? It helps us to reduce downtime, prevent accidents, keep our operations running smoothly. For Meredith, Natola Meredith, what liability and insurance challenges do you see emerging from new technologies, and how should risk management training evolve now to address these?
Yes, thank you for that question. And if you're familiar with the maritime sector or even shipping, risk management, safety plays an important role. It's something that you can't just casually think about. It has to be in your everyday practice. What I find these days, and in particular, as we look at different fuel types and alternative energy, of course, the training has to be paramount in all of that. For example, you're looking at, say, methanol, for example. Methanol burns an invisible flame and can also mix with water. So if you're not trained in how to deal with these risk factors, then it can be devastating for you, for your crew on board as well. So of course, training is something that is very important whenever you're looking to implement new strategies or put in different fuel options. Another example as well is, for example, the hybrid alternative for fuel and these batteries that you would use. How do you care for these batteries? What kind of storage facilities you need for them? So training is something that has to be paramount. For insurers, what I find that a lot of these insurers are looking for and are expecting from companies such as mine is that we have to present a comprehensive document on crew training, what risk management strategies we'll have in place in the event of what the type of fuel that we will be using, and of course, these mitigation strategies. What do we do in those events? And if that is not comprehensive enough, then of course that will impact the premium that we would be given. So of course, for you to get a favorable premium or an insurance, then you have to be able to fully document and capture how you will manage and mitigate against risk and what sort of training you'd have in place for your crew to mitigate against these.
Okay. Yes,
Sorry,
please.
just to add to the risk assessment, it's very important for shipboard operations. It surfaces in a lot of things that we do on board. Just to give one or two examples, if there's a particular welding activity that should take place on deck, there has to be a risk assessment, must be completed before the job is done, before you start. Another activity could be if we're loading fuel. Let's say we're bunkering. A risk assessment has to be done. It has to be checked to make sure that everything, all the safety measures that are required are in place. Whatever it is, emergency response system, communications, all the required documentation, those must be in place before the loading can commence. And that helps a lot just in case something should go wrong. So risk assessment is very big on board ships. It's very, very big, and it's very important. And it's there for a good reason, because it helps us to catch something that we may have overlooked in preparing for the activity.
Right, it costs less to prevent it.
Right.
Definitely, right? So thank you both for that. Very comprehensively covered. And so moving online to Prof, I won't mess up your last name. What is the role of academia in ensuring that the Caribbean and the West Africa's specific needs are represented in global decarbonization talks?
Thank you so much. I would like to first piggyback on Captain Newman's submission there about the role of simulation and so on.
Sure.
Technologies help to perfect intuitive human capabilities. In other words, observation of celestial bodies and the predictions of their movement and the alien, so-called alien bodies were not new to African communities. That was how the observatory in the Congo was able to provide us with a calendar that is way superior to what we currently use. What I'm saying here is that our tertiary institutions must come together to lead in the global decarbonization process. And what does that entail? Now, currently, it is counterintuitive, most of the things we are doing, simply because we are dependent on the global north to generate the knowledge and to lead in the way, forgetting that those of us who reside in the tropics, especially, and who have an abundance of solar, wind, sea currents, and thermal sources, our universities need to help to become first self-sufficient. In other words, take themselves off the national grids and help in the process of harnessing most of the resources that we have in an eco-friendly manner. And how would they do this? It is through sharing of knowledge. It is through research and development that we are able to propel a new thinking, which will empower our communities to do this. Incidentally, just last week, it was shown that the Egyptians were able to build the hydraulics, to use hydraulic to construct the pyramids. Many people marveled at how they were able to build the pyramids with such huge stones and boulders, which they were able to lift up. In other words, what this means is that our universities need to think inward, to look within their environment to see how they can use the resources in their environment, rather than depending on the fossil fuels and various other things which are harmful. And as such, they would then be able to help reduce their society's dependence on carbon utilization, and therefore, that will help them also to bargain Because in any case, the energy that we consume is so minuscule compared with what the global north and currently China uses daily. And apart from that, my professor, my vice chancellor is a historian. I'm a humanities person. We find that there is so much waste, too much waste in the energy utilization that we currently have. And our universities should lead. Our academic institutions need to lead in the process of ensuring that we minimize waste. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And you're speaking my language there, minimizing waste and utilizing the resources that you have more efficiently. And that's where we start. That's where we start. Captain?
Thank you, Tamara. I just wanted to comment also that the IMO is considering the establishment or creation of a new officer position on board called the Green Officer. So that person would be the officer on board who is very much in touch and would be aware of all of this blue economy and climate resilience and all of those new buzzwords that we're using today. So that's a consideration. The other option is a sustainability manager. So those are two new ideas on the table.
All right, so we're hearing the ideas coming through. Thank you, Prof, and thank you, Captain, for that. And, you know, we're still on the matter of sustainability, but we are talking now about economic literacy, right? So from an educational standpoint, Dr. Miranda, how can we teach students effectively about major economic risks associated with delaying sustainability in maritime sectors?
All right, thank you for that question. All right, so the debate as it relates to economic development and ecological preservation, it has been a contentious one for years. So back in the Industrial Revolution, the thought process was get rich now and fix the environment later. That mindset has become obsolete. Today's generation are very environmentally conscious, and we are more aware in terms of our carbon footprint and what we can do in place, put in place rather, to reduce those carbon footprints. So we have to think about the marginal abatement cost that is going to come with this whole talk about decarbonization and sustainability. And it could be very high for our region, so we have to be conscious of that. As students, or as a lecturer, how do I impart that to the student? We need to ensure that we can use case-based or scenarios so that they think about the ethical implication. How do we go about, or do we have, what's the word I'm looking for? Do we have, let's think about deep sea mining for argument's sake. Do we put that first in terms of development, but not think about the impact it's going to have on the marine environment? Those are things, or the coastal environment, those are things we have to think about. From an economic standpoint, ship owners will be forced. So in April of this year, IMO, we know, went ahead and they have a framework in place as it relates to net zero emission and greenhouse gas pricing that has been put in place. So ship owners will now be forced to retrofit their vessels or to send in new orders to the shipbuilding yard to put in that order book. No, it's not all doom and gloom for the region. We can focus on having a first mover advantage. So we can put in green corridors. We can build out our green hubs as it relates to fuel. We've seen where Maersk has taken advantage of this first mover. So they have launched their first vessel that is carbon friendly, and they have 17 more on the order books. Now, for Maersk, such a large company, in the grand scheme of things, when you think about this particular company having 700+ plus vessels in their fleet. 17 or 19 vessels doesn't seem like a lot, but it is a start, right? So this morning I ran into a colleague and he was saying, if I remembered him from CMU back in the days, and I was like, I had no idea. And he was like, okay, it was only 20. It's only 20 of us that were on campus compared to today. So the objective is to start somewhere, and over time, you'll
build on it. But don't wait, right? I love that. Thank you. Let's start. So, as it relates to improvement, even small tweaks, can yield great gains, save fuel costs, reducing fuel emissions. My question to Captain Newman, how can training for future deck and engineering officers include practices like better voyage planning and better hull maintenance? How can we improve on that?
It's quite simple in terms of, although it's going to be expensive, is to use simulation exercises again. That's not something you could get the opportunity to practice on board. You'd experience it as an activity. In terms of voyage planning and efficiency, they have softwares that you're able to use to put in all the variables and allow the cadets to be able to see what's the outcome based on what you'd have put in the system. And for hull maintenance and that sort of activities, you would be able to use a simulator to do that. So when you get that kind of activity, would be done mainly in the shipyard. So the point is we're relying on simulations all the time. Right. We can also have another advantage because we have the Jamaica ship prepared German ship prepared Jamaica outfit in Harborview. And we have a partnership with them, and we have some of our cadets that are actually working at the shipyard. And we had a meeting with them up to last week, and we hope to get more of our cadets to go and spend some time at the shipyard to gain hands-on experience that will enhance them, mostly for our engine cadets. Wow. And we have also some graduates that have significant positions already in the shipyard.
Excellent.
So it's
Congrats
amazing.
to the CMU and to those students as well. Yeah. Doing a great job. Right. And those simulations, etc., Captain Newman, will help to reduce the demurrage that the current panel was talking about, no doubt, right? Mm-hmm. Those costs would also go down.
Yes, it's going to be expensive. So we still, our colleagues would have spoken about support, financial support, which is a significant challenge for us. So we have to find the funding somewhere from the government, from donor agencies, and so on. And it's quite a challenge.
Thank you. Yes, it is. And just continuing on the matter of financing, but this time is financing for fuel innovation, because we want to scale our training and research and infrastructure in the area. My question to Natola is which economic incentives or tax credits or grants would help to accelerate the adoption of decarbonization technologies for operators like tugboat, like tug or tow companies like yourself?
Thank you for that one.
I look like I'm hitting her with a lot of hard questions this morning.
I think a lot of times we talk a lot and we have ideas and how we need to implement and what we need to do. But if the will is not there, then it will just amount to just a talk, or, oh, we have these grand ideas and it sounds good and it looks good on paper, but then nothing happens if the framework is not created for us to implement and make an impact. And I say that because, of course, implementing green fuel or reducing carbon emissions is something that is costly. So it's not just a talk or something that sounds good. It is something that will cost. And of course, if government, private sector if the framework is not created, then of course it will amount to nothing. So for us, because we are looking at the hydrotreated vegetable oil, we're looking at also a kind of hybrid type system in our towing operations. It is something that will come at a cost. So for us, what we believe would work better for us is tax credits, and capital incentive, because in some of these setup, for example, the hybrid model, it will require some amount of capital investment to retrofit your system to facilitate this kind of new approach.
Right.
So of course, what we would require, and of course we're open to having that conversation, whether from the government or other private sector companies, is to ensure that we're having those discussions and at least can start small.
Yes.
And making that impact. What could also happen as well is that from a standpoint of port development, for example, ships that, and Doc mentioned about MRS, so ships that are have started to retrofit their vessels to emit zero or have zero emissions, then of course there could be an incentive for them where the port fees or taxes, whether could be waived or some consideration given for at least that step that they're taking. So I think from that standpoint, where efforts are being made, then there must be some spin-off or something that will start the conversation to get it moving rather than us just talking.
Right, so it's a team sport. You have to get your hands dirty. You have to be in the game, not just sitting on the sidelines and watching or talking about it. So we have to be in it to win it.
Yes.
Thank you for that. And to Prof. Online, in terms of still continuing on the conversation of financing, which innovative finances tools hold the most promise for funding research, development, and training initiatives in maritime education?
Yes, thank you so much. In terms of innovative funding tools, the challenge is that itself locks you into a model of thinking which creates indebtedness and conditionalities, which determine what you can invest in. And some of these points were mentioned by some of our speakers about how expensive resources can be, especially those which can help in research and development. So for our educational institutions, in order for us to have better, smarter maritime education that promotes decarbonization, inward-looking is the way to go. And what this means is that there is nothing saying that a ship on the high seas cannot generate all its energy requirements and use the waste that it also generates to create additional energy. In other words, you have a system of zero waste, vertical integration, and in this kind of situation, you harvest the waste and utilize the waste to generate additional energy. Now, what this means, and which is what my university here is advocating, is developing a set of protocols for what we now describe as environmental humanities impact assessment. Most of the development projects don't do that. They do what they call environmental impact assessment. That is how this impacts on the society, on the ecology, on the flora, the fauna, the animals, and so on and so forth. But none actually looks at how it impacts the humanity of our people. So our universities must lead in developing what can be regarded as microgrids, which vertically integrate all aspects of its existence, from fissile, urea, dung, rain, heat, and all those things, harvesting them and utilizing them. The reason for this is that, unlike Europe and America, that we are able to colonize, to enslave and pillage other societies, Africa and the small island countries have nowhere to go and steal from. Consequently, we have to look inward, and our universities must lead in how to live and act smart. Thank you.
Thank you too. And thank you. Can you give my panelists a round of applause, please? Thank you. I think there are very, excellent comments, feedback, and actions that we can implement. At this time, I'll now hand over to you, the audience, to ask a few questions of this panel. Are there any questions you have? And I see one hand over to the left. Can we get a microphone to him? To my left, actually.
This question is particularly directed towards our professor in Nigeria. You spoke about lighting and renewable energy in general. And I have been accepted to give a presentation in Ghana at the Africa in Transition Conference, which goes from the 8th to the 11th. And I wanted to know, and my talk will be about sustainable renewable energy based on bioluminescence. And my question to you is, will the Nigerian university that you represent be attending that conference? And how do you see these sorts of energy solutions, sustainable renewable energy solution, impacting on Africa and Nigeria in general?
Prof, you heard the question?
Not really. I didn't quite get it. Can you help me? It wasn't audible here.
Could you repeat the question?
Yes, I was saying to you that I'm going to be giving a talk in Ghana, Accra, Ghana, at the Africa in Transition Conference from the 8th to... Still not hearing.
The mic is not picking anything.
I am hearing, okay. Tell me are you hearing me now?
A little better.
That's quite loud. Okay, I was saying I'm giving a talk at the Africa in Transition Conference in Ghana from the 8th to 11th. And you were speaking about sustainable energy and lighting in Nigeria. I wanted to know if the Nigerian university that you represent will be attending that conference in Accra, Ghana next week, and if you see the alternative energy solution that I'm proposing being applicable in your country and the rest of Africa.
Other agencies, what we have here, which will be commissioned, I believe, next week, is a solar, probably in global Africa and probably very new in Europe and America. It is called International Center of Excellence in Environmental Humanities. And the basic reason for that is because the ways in which things have been done so far, and especially in the global south, has not been very favorable to our people. We have been living on the terms of other people, and our humanity needs to be considered. So I'm not sure that, my Vice Chancellor will have to confirm whether Federal University Lokoja will be represented in Ghana, but the university here is leading the way in using renewable, sustainable energy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your response, Prof. Do we have another? Yes, please go right ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. It's not afternoon yet.
No.
This question goes to Patrice, and I made note of a statement she made. 8% of new ship builds have implemented green tech. Now, is there an inherent urgency in the shipping industry for them to go green? And noting that all shipping companies, whether cruise or cargo, are set up to make a profit, is there any incentives on their part to go this way, seeing that these new retrofitting or new builds are going to impact their profit, their bottom line?
Is there any urgency? It wouldn't appear so when you read the literature. However, we know that it is coming. It's something we have to embrace. But I think the real conversation should be about not just maritime decarbonization. We need to have end-to-end decarbonization across the entire supply chain. It can't just be focused on what's happening in the maritime industry. We need to think about the manufacturing processes and, of course, the other modes of transportation. So it is a start as it relates to maritime decarbonization, but we need to look broader as it relates to what's happening in the industry. Are there any incentives? Eventually there will be, because you're looking to reduce carbon taxes, which is something that the IMO is planning to implement very soon. And of course, the reputation of your company. So today's consumers, our consignees, we are very mindful about our carbon footprint, and we are willing to back it with our pockets, with our wallets. So there are persons out there, if you're not producing or transporting cargo in a sustainable way, they just will not buy your products. So we have to be mindful of that. So yes, there is some amount of reward. Is it at the scale where we would want it to be? No, but it is a start. I hope I answered your question, Donovan.
All right, thank you. I think we are, okay, we have one, this is final one because I'm looking at my timer. Oh. Please go ahead.
Hi, morning. Thank you so much. How can training for port infrastructure resilience incorporate climate risk modeling, scenario planning, and adaptation best practice? Okay. Now, right. I don't know which of you would like.
That's a lot of...
Ms. Meredith?
You want to go ahead?
I can. So in terms of, and let me just be sure that I understand the question that you're asking. So for example, what would first come to mind is about the simulation that CAP had mentioned earlier, simulation training. Just to add that recently, one of my captains participated in a simulation training that took place overseas with some marine pilots. So they wanted to simulate the type of conditions in the Kingston Harbor at certain points. What we're seeing now is that somewhere around March to October, the winds get really high. And when you talk about 40 knots and trying to dock a ship in those kinds of conditions, so there was a simulation training to just simulate these different conditions. And there are some that you would look at and say, okay, this is a no-go, because the risk that is involved would say to you, no, this is not worth it. So just as even Cap mentioned earlier, where you make the mistakes in the simulator. You don't want to make the mistakes when you have $1 million cargo or ports that you can collide in. So I believe that in terms of simulation training and simulation exercises, that will add to the resilience that we need to put forward for port operators.
Okay, thank you. Captain, you want to?
Just to add, it's very interesting and it's very important. So while the simulators are very expensive, the experience that the students or the trainees are going to gain, it's invaluable because you can input any kind of condition you want. You can I've done training in Canada for ice navigation. I've never navigated in ice, but I've done it in the simulator. So you can put whatever strength winds you want, whatever wave heights, a current, and so on. So that's the beauty of the simulator. And maybe to counter me what I said earlier, that's why the simulators are so expensive. So, but you get the advantage of making all the mistakes, learning all you can in the simulator. So by the time you can do modeling of ships also, particular ship types, to get the feel of the ship, how does it handle, how does it behave in varying conditions. So it's better to get that experience in the simulator, so when you get on board, you are ready.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you to my panelists. Another round of applause for my panelists. So what we have heard today is that innovation in curricula, technology, and operations and financing is essential, not optional, if we want to build not only a productive and resilient, but a sustainable maritime sector. And I noticed that we have some students in the room here with us. Love to see the students. And I have a rapid fire question for my panel so that the students can benefit. I didn't prompt Prof online, but for those here, if you were to go back to your days in university, what's one course that you didn't know that you wish you did? Starting with Doc.
Okay, I'm going to speak to the two that the first question you asked me, sustainability and ethics. A lot of time we are challenged with our moral dilemma, and we're not sure should we choose X or Y, and what are the possible outcomes. So I wish I had done those two.
Oh, that's a brilliant
It's a
one.
big buzzword now, but 25 years ago, it wasn't.
It wasn't.
And I think I just aged myself.
Still look like 16, Doc. And for you, Captain?
I know that we do offer cultural diversity as a course in our program, but I consider that to be very, very important from the seagoing aspect of our training, because there's so much variety when you get on board. But more so, to strengthen that, I'd like to see maybe more activities in terms of, while we're at school, more interpersonal activities. We have a lot of international students coming to the university from time to time.
Yes.
How can they come together? How can they learn more about each other and understand the behavior of the human being? Because it's very, very important.
Very important.
You get very isolated on board at times because of the differences in the culture and so on. So I would add that.
Yes, the soft skills are now the hard skills. Right. And Natola?
I would want to learn French. Why I choose French, I'm working with a French-Canadian company. And of course, there are times when the conversation just goes in a different direction. So of course, now I'm trying to learn. It's a lot different compared to Spanish. If I could choose, I would choose French instead of Spanish.
Okay.
But
or
yes,
both,
that's
why not?
Why not?
We teach French at CMU.
All right, so you can go back to CMU, all right? There you go, and Spanish.
Yes.
Prof, I don't know if you heard the question and if you can chime in.
Well, the curriculum that most of us go through more or less rigid, traditional, and in most instances, we all need, as we grow up, we all need to unlearn a lot of the things we have been taught.
True.
So that we can get ourselves to function properly in the new environments in which we find ourselves. For example, I never, we were never taught much about blacks in the diaspora, or the various differences and outlooks and all those things. And then you suddenly find yourself in a global village. And people say certain things, and you find that you interpret it differently. So I do believe that, as the captain mentioned, a lot of the diversity training and those things should be included in the curriculum. But even more importantly, most of us go through school, we are not exposed to project, to research, grant writing, project development, and so on and so forth. Sure. Only for us to have to be learning by hit or miss, trial and error. I wish this could be part of what we train our young people for, right from the very beginning when they're in the tertiary institutions, which will help to eliminate a lot of the wastes that we keep talking about. Wastes in man hours, waste in resource management. Many of us don't really see the waste, but if you review it in hindsight, then you will see it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. Those were excellent points to wrap up our session. And, as we leave here today, let's not, let's be ready to take action, not in our classrooms, in our ships, in our rooms, policy rooms, to prepare the next generation for the future of the blue economy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you.
You hearing me now? Okay, great. I said what an excellent question to end the conversation. Innovation in maritime education and training for a sustainable future. Please put your hands together again. Tamara Nelson, Chief Technical Director, Jamaica Productivity Center, Minister of Labor and Social Security. Dr. Patrice Miranda, Head of Department, General Studies, Caribbean Maritime University, a graduate of CMU. Devron Newman, Dean Marine and Nautical Studies, a graduate of CMU. Natula Meredith, Director Towing Operations, a graduate of CMU. And Professor Tunde Bewaji, Director, Center for Environmental Humanities. Thank you very much. A friend of CMU. Thank you very much, Archie. Wonderful. Yeah, we're going to break for, let me say, 5 to 10 minutes. And I will call it a health break instead of coffee break. Just find a way out, use the bathroom, and come back, and we will continue our conversation. Thank you very much.
Ah, Jamaica. It has beaches. It has mountains. It's lively. It's laid back. It roars. It tickles. It's sweet. It's spicy. It's hot. It's luxurious. It's adventurous. It's aged. It's brand new. It's mysterious. It's obvious. It's daring. It's relaxing. It's world famous. But it's down to earth too. That's Jamaica. It's a vibe. It's a vacation. Come and see for yourself.
The first sound they make is to simply let the world know they're here. And then it's our duty to help them show the world why they're here in the first place.
Give them every advantage with the Guardian Achiever, a plan that provides for their educational dreams and protects their health and life in the process. For more information, call 888-4LIFE to speak to an advisor or visit myguardiangroup.com.
Since 1980, CMU has been more than a university. It has been at home for students with big dreams.
From a small institute to a global leader in maritime education, our journey has been defined by vision and resilience.
We have pioneered innovations, creating solutions that shape industries across the Caribbean and beyond.
For 45 years, we have charted a course of excellence, transforming challenges into opportunities and students into leaders.
As we look ahead, one thing is clear. The best of CMU is still to come.
CMU, powerful. CMU, global.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are moving into our next segment. I advise that you quickly get your coffee and get back to your seat. And I want to say thank you for being a wonderful audience from morning. We are approaching lunchtime. I will not take too much of your time going to lunch. This segment, termed Economic Implications of Sustainability in the Maritime Industry, is going to be moderated by Dr. Branson Bell, Executive Director, Center of Excellence for Oceanography and the Blue Economy, University of West Indies, 5-Island Campus in Antigua. Dr. Bell is the Executive Director of the newly established Center of Excellence of Oceanography and the Blue Economy at the University of the West Indies 5 Islands campus in Antigua and Barbuda. And prior to this role, Dr. Bell was a senior scientist at Stimfer in Oslo, Norway, in the Department of Sustainable Energy Technology. Dr. Bell has also worked as Director, Research and Technology Insourcing at ENSOG, a global leader in printed electronics and battery technology. He was a previous research associate of the Nobel Prize-winning research group at the University of Manchester, where he also co-founded and was director of 2D Tech Limited, a University of Manchester spin-out. Dr. Bell has acted as scientific advisor for several companies. He holds a Master of Engineering and PhD from the University of Manchester in the UK. His research focuses on the development of environmental and aquatic sensors and novel coatings, so to say. Dr. Bell has over 35 peer-reviewed publications, including several in Nature and a patent related to the production of novel nanomaterials. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Bell. On the panel are Mr. Donovan Wigner, CEO, Maytrans International Logistics Limited, Jamaica, also a graduate of CMU. Dr. Kirkland Anderson, Senior Lecturer, Caribbean Maritime University. Eton Shin, Vice President and University Treasurer, CMU. Nicola Allison, Director, Internal Audit, CMU. And to join us online also is Kevin Hope, Director, Development Specialist and Economist. Ladies and gentlemen, please let them feel welcome again. Thank you. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Just about good morning. We have 5 minutes until midday. I would like to welcome you to this session, entitled Economic Implications of Sustainability in the Maritime Industry. We have an excellent panel here to unpack some of the issues around the economic implications of sustainability. And in this session, we hope to discuss the economic viability of alternative fuels, green technology options for Caribbean ports. We hope to unpack the socio-economic impacts and risks of decarbonization methods and the effects on goods affordability, livelihoods, trade, competitiveness. After all, consumers like myself and you, we have to bear the brunt in terms of increased or savings of goods. And we hope to evaluate a strategic framework for mobilizing investments, incentives, and multi-stakeholder partnerships to finance sustainable maritime infrastructure and capacity building across SIDS. And so our panel has already been introduced. However, I would like everybody to perhaps give one or two personal hobbies in relation to the blue economy that they like to do. Sort of personal touch to introduce yourself to the audience. So I'll begin. I like to sail, I like to fish, I like to catch wahoo, and so that's me. Over to you, Mr. Wignall.
Oh, so personal hobby.
Yes.
Well, my personal hobby, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, not 12 noon yet. Personally, I do cycling. I'm a hobby cyclist, but as far as the industry is concerned, I consider myself a hobbyist ecologist, meaning that I like to go around certain environments and see what living creatures are inside, especially the marine environment and the interland aquatic environment. Look at the types of fishes, the type of, crustaceans, etc. And basically, try to find a way, one, that I could probably have some of them as pets if I'm allowed, but basically try to study how you can make their natural environment more sustainable for them. So try to look at invasive species, etc.
So you like to eat lionfish then?
Absolutely.
Okay, Dr. Anderson.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really a lover of the sea. I love fishing and I'm sailing as you are. If I should do it again, I would have loved to be a scientist specializing in the sea and the lives in the sea.
Thank you. Mr. Chin?
Good morning, everyone. I enjoy the outdoors, so I like to get out and to see the beautiful bounty that Jamaica has to offer in terms of attractions and natural habitats.
Okay, and Miss Allison?
Good morning, everyone. I am a lover of the sea also. Just being on the beach, enjoying the calmness. It calms me, and that's one of my most endearing features, so thank you.
Very good. And joining us all the way from Sugar City in St. Kitts, Mr. Hope?
Thank you. Good day. For me, I'm originally from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So I enjoy sailing the Grenadines and equally spending time with the fisher folk, understanding the issues and challenges they face in providing for their families.
Thank you. Okay, so now we will get straight into the matter at hand. First question to Mr. Wignall. Given the logistics of cruise tourism, what practical expectations should we set for cruise operators to invest in cleaner systems, and how might this impact port fees and service costs for companies like yours?
All right, so let me be clear. I'm more leaning to the logistics cargo side. But cruise, of course, they have the same idiosyncrasies. So as far as expectation is concerned, we have to manage our expectations. I think, and I'll quote Dr. Patrice Miranda, 8% of new ship builds they would have implemented green tech. Ships live very long, and we need to set realistic milestones. As far as the fueling is concerned, most ships that are in fleet now use heavy fuel oil, and they do emit a lot of carbon. So exhaust cleaning systems, etc., all this which have to be implemented costs a lot of money. Port infrastructure. I remember we just implemented an LNG facility in Old Harbor for Jamaica, and it was a huge political discussion, and it was a very expensive venture. Now, if we're going to implement LNG refueling facilities at a port, then a lot of things has to be considered. One of them is that, is there a demand for such a facility? And if that facility is implemented, it's going to come at a cost. And any cost to the port, I'm sure Professor Shirley, if he's going to implement such a facility, he want to know what would be the return on my investment if I implement such a facility for ships coming into the port, whether cargo ships or cruise ships. So if it's implemented, there's going to be an impact on the cost to operate the port because they have to recoup whatever they invested. Port fees are going to go up to compensate. And of course, every kind of fee, so it's not a situation where it's going to be a pass-through, it's going to be at a profit. So definitely it will impact the costs of operating in the port. It will, the ships that are calling at that port will have to pay more. And of course, all costs at the end of the day will be passed on to the people who use the services. One, if you're a cruise passenger, it's going to cost you more. If you are a cargo, a person importing and exporting cargo, it's going to cost you more for handling. The impact of that, for example, on a small island state, for example, where the population of that particular state is so small, that impact, cost impacts, for example, like port operation, does impact inflation in those countries. So definitely those are things to consider. So I would say we just have to look at the situation, look at the demand for it, manage our expectations, and of course, look at how we implement, whether on a phase basis. I think I'll quote Dr. Miranda again. I mean, we can start early. We don't have to go the full, whole hog. We can start early, start taking baby steps, and by the time we get up to the point where the cruise lines or the cargo ships start demanding that we put in these facilities, would have been way down the road already.
Thank you so much. Okay, over to Dr. Anderson. How are major maritime conventions evolving to include blue economy goals, and where do we still face the most significant legal and regulatory gaps that hinder economic development?
Thank you very much. There are indeed about 7 such conventions that have been, shifted in the direction to develop or assist in the development of the blue economy. There is a IC Diversity Convention, which is a UN High Sea Treaty, which actually fills a long-standing gap beyond the national jurisdiction. This convention creates, area-based management, and it also consists of a benefit sharing, for maritime genetics resources. The essence of this convention really is to really, address governance gaps that have been plaguing the ocean, so that a clearer guidelines as to, how to conserve the biodiversity in the ice seas can be achieved. You also have the agreement on fisheries subsidies, which is a WTO convention. And in fact, this is the first multilateral trade deal centered on ocean sustainability. In fact, it curbs subsidies linked to illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. And what it does really is that it actually tackles the distortion that undermine coastal economies and small-scale fisheries. There's also the Port State Measures Agreement. Again, this is an enforcement designed to ensure that there is no port for illegal fishing. In fact, what it does is that it aligns inspection and data sharing so that illegal catch will not be able to be landed. This, in fact, results in the preservation of the fish stock, and of course, the revenue that is vital to coastal communities also enhances that. There are other that we could talk about, the shipping decarbonization, which in fact is an IMO convention, and you have the circular ships life cycle. All of these, ladies and gentlemen, are designed to ensure that the ocean itself, the ocean ecosystem, is taken care of, And in fact, revenue generated will be increased for all that are, at play here. In terms of the second part of the question, there are indeed a number of legal regulatory gaps that is actually preventing these conventions from fully be, to be actually, effective, fully effective. We have, for example, like the high sea implementation gap. This, of course, my brothers, ladies and gentlemen, areas beyond national jurisdiction, the ABNJ, which, of course, consists of 64% of the ocean. These areas actually facing increasing threats from unsustainable human activities. And this, of course, include pollution. You're also looking at destructive fishing practices and, unfortunately, also irresponsible scientific research practices. Of course, the existing AB&G management framework is also largely sectoral and over the years has been implemented by different global and regional institutions. Recently, though, we have had the Global Ocean Forum that recognizes the weaknesses in this gap and have been taking steps to make sure that they plug the holes in the gap. We also have the deep sea mining rules, and this, of course, is incomplete. The International Seabed Authority has not adopted a mining code. Therefore, there is no clear enforcement, environmental mining standards. And of course, this results in both biodiversity protection and any prospective seabed mining supply chain being illegally risky. We also have the fragmented, the carbon rules for shipping, which is actually also fragmented. We have the fisheries subsidies, which only phase 1 has been completed. Phase 2 is still in the process. We have the plastic treaty, which is unresolved. Again, the last one that I'll look at is the IUU enforcement capacity gap. And this, of course, is a PSMA work where inspection and intel sharing and case management are funded. Many of our small island developing states port lack the capacity, the sustained capacity. And again, as a result of this, there are indeed soft spots that enable, that undermine the compliant fleets and coastal livelihood. I'll just stop there.
Okay, thank you so much. So yesterday we had quite a robust discussion at the end of the day with my home port manager, Mr. Telemark. So the question to you, Mr. Chen, is how can governments and ports attract foreign and domestic capital for sustainable port upgrades? What financial structures make these projects attractive to investors? And how can we not fall into the trap of selling our ports off to the highest bidder?
Thank you for that question. When we talk about attracting foreign and local investors, those investors are looking for certain certainties. And it is very important that we have a strong institutional framework. That strong institutional framework should cover the transportation, legal, regulatory, and financial structures. Just before he demitted office, former Minister Nigel Clark had introduced initiative for establishing a green fund in Jamaica to support the investment in such initiatives. And quite recently, he delivered the William Demas Memorial Lecture at the CDB's 55th Annual General Meeting. And he again emphasized the need for the region, and particularly in Jamaica, the need to adopt public partnerships, public-private partnerships, but in a mode not as a single triple P, but as a parallel, multiple triple Ps. in order to benefit from scale and using the various resources. The other factors that are needed to be considered to attract foreign and domestic investors would be the government's commitment and vision to ensure that the players are aligned. We tend to see this sort of thing happening, for example, in the Singapore side of the business. Alongside the other factors would be issues such as risk allocation. So we do have the CCRIF to assist in spreading out the investment risks and insurance risks. It is critical to leverage multilateral support, which means that the government and the key players have to interact with the multilaterals like CDB, IDB, and those of the ilk. These require submission of project proposals, and these are usually quite complex proposals. And so capacity building in terms of being able to construct those submissions to garner the support is a critical factor. If you were lucky as Guyana was with its newfound oil wealth, a lot of the financing matters would be secondary. So we have seen recent news of the Guyanese making ventures into modernizing and upgrading their port facilities. So there's plans afoot for US $285 million investment in a deep water port in Berbice, and this was recently announced just September gone by Minister Indar, Minister of Public Utilities and Aviation. He reiterated the government's commitment to this initiative and also emphasized the fact that this would allow them to bridge a land connection to Brazil as well. So amongst the green bonds, which would be used for initiatives such as renewable energy installations, that would support our onshore power kind of initiatives, energy efficiency improvements, and emission monitoring. We've had cases, examples that we can look at outside of our region, such as, I believe it was in 2016, 2019, the Port of Los Angeles established a US $35 million green bond for energy reduction projects and air pollution. The Rhode Island and Connecticut and Massachusetts tri-states in 2024 launched an offshore energy windmill project that was in excess, I think, of 2.8 thousand megawatts. Closely aligned to green bonds would be sustainability-linked loans, where these are linked to achieving sustainability milestones. And achieving those means that you're not necessarily tied to a specific project, but collectively you're able to demonstrate to the donors achievement of sustainability improvements. PSA International has done that closer to home. CDB has engaged in such facilities with Grenada. Purchase power agreements in the rest of the world, because of their regulatory environment, get facilitated. I'm not quite aware as to how those regulatory electricity distribution frameworks work in other islands, but certainly in Jamaica. Recently, the government has made it known that it will be trying to liberalize the distribution network, which is currently a monopoly by the Jamaica Public Service. But power purchase agreements allow for long-term contracts. And so outside of our domain, again, Port of Oakland in the States would have entered into long-term contracts to purchase renewable energy from the grids. The triple Ps would be, I think, one of the better mechanisms for Jamaica, certainly, to engage in making port upgrades.
Thank you so much. Okay, so Ms. Allison, we heard about several investment tools that we can use for upgrades, but what liability and insurance challenges emerge from adopting new green technologies, and how must risk management frameworks evolve to account for them?
Thank you for that question. I'm sure we all are aware of what is green technology. So what is a liability? A liability will exist based on some past action that we would have incurred, but the end result of it will have to result in some future economic resources going out to settle that obligation. Now, the adoption of any new green tech will always be positive if the end result has some corrective measures for our carbon footprint. Liabilities will exist in particular because of the lack of history or the novelty of implementing green technologies. Because of the uncertainties or the complexities of some of these actions that we would have to perform, it's going to result in elevated risks. And elevated risks will also have to be accounted for. How do we account for that? The question that we need to ask ourselves is, with all that have been mentioned before, what is the end result and what is the impact on the financial statements? And it is critical because financial statements are designed to account. It is designed to be an overall reflection of all our activities. And if our disclosures are not accurate, then it means that we have not performed accounting requirements based on the regulations. One of the mitigating factors that we can look at is to avoid risk or to insure it. Sadly, right now, we can't avoid risks like these, so our next best option is to insure risk. And some of the problems that we're having from insurance companies will result primarily because we have not ensured that all the ESG factors are accounted for. Some of insurance companies' termed policies are very specific and unique. And if we have not incorporated all the ESG factors in those terms of the policies, then it simply means we're not adequately covered. We might also under-insure due to the specificities of risk from some of these traditional termed policies. Some of the risk management framework, one of which I would say is be proactive. In anything that we're doing, be proactive. I must say early adoption will identify some of the teething pains that exist. I am proud to be a part of a body that is the Association of Certified Chartered Accountants, who have implemented an IFRS, and that's a standard which dictates, and it is a regulation that has already been implemented, and it was up for early adoption January 2024. And this financial standards has broken down sustainability requirements into 4 sectors: governance, strategy, risk management, metrics, and targets. When we look at governance, we look at the process used to control, reverse, and manage sustainability risk and opportunities. Strategy is how the business model appropriately aligns with those sustainability requirements. Risk management, how we identify, assess, manage sustainability risk. And our metrics and targets is the metrics and targets that we use to monitor and measure sustainability requirements. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Hope, over to you. How can SIDS effectively tap into international networks and partnerships to drive economic growth while boosting marine ecosystem resilience?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bell. I think it's important just to speak about context. When we assess that our economic livelihood and stability in the region relies critically on the health of the marine environment for tourism, trade, connectivity, and coupled with that, we do have structural vulnerabilities in terms of our exposure to increased frequency and intensity of natural hazards and sea level rise, then you could appreciate that any solution going forward would require urgent green and blue investments. So for starters, the Caribbean Maritime University and UE5 Island Center of Excellence in the blue economy, this is clear evidence of initiatives that we have to continue supporting and investing in to provide a sort of evidence-based policy advice, capacity building, and knowledge transfers if we really want to build out the capacity to really support and attract the type of resources in the region. Of importance, other panelists spoke about it in terms of accessing multilateral climate finance and innovative financing mechanisms. So of interest, we do have the Green Climate Fund, the World Bank ProBlue program that's already operationalized in the region, and equally the Global Environmental Facility. So we have to think of how do we marry both green and blue financing and also these agencies to provide the type of support that we need to invest and roll out programs and projects that can build the climate resilience within our maritime industry. Permit me just to share a few initiatives that are ongoing and that may be of importance for us to track. So we have at the Caribbean Development Bank side, that platform that they're leading with respect to catalyzing climate action, which they're attracting up to, or seeking to attract up to $750 million from other sources, including the Green Climate Fund, specifically to target resilient transportation infrastructure, clean energy project, and climate adaptation measures that are linked to the maritime sector. Similarly, we have ongoing work being done in the blue space in terms of debt for climate or debt for nature swaps and exchanges, and even the introduction of blue bonds by Belize on one hand, and equally Barbados within recent time, pioneering the $73 million blue bond for ocean conservation. So how could the type of savings and funding that are attracted through these mediums could also take into account building up the resilience for the maritime industry? Of interest, we also have on the energy side of things, in the island of Nevis and Kitts and Nevis, we have catalytic financing being raised via CDB and other entities to build out their geothermal potential, while at the same time they're working on a transformation, energy transformation strategy that would take into account investments and initiatives like shore power. I think one of the panelists spoke about public-private partnerships, and this would be key. So I know you prefaced, Dr. Bell, obviously the investments by a number of agencies and entities in our region, but again, we have to collaborate. The financing need and the capital expenditure are so great. So when we think of Carnival Corporation investments in Mexico or even in Roatan, where the solar-powered cruise ports are reducing their energy needs, their energy demand by 60 to 70%. How can we equally mirror that in a number of our cruise ports? We see the investments being made in Nassau cruise ports also in terms of their 60 megawatt LNG powered shore power system. And these are the type of initiatives, I think, as a region that we would need to continue to collaborate and mobilize resources from whether the green side or the blue side to really make some of those upfront capital investments. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so back to you, Mr. Wignall. We heard about the potential for increased cost to operationalize some of these new technologies. So in your opinion, what social and economic impacts might these higher shipping costs have on your clients' supply chains, particularly for essential goods, food security, and overall affordability. As you know, we're a small island developing states. We have high import bills. So what are the social and economic impacts of these higher shipping costs?
All right, it can be severe, or it can be negligible, depending on the size of the population. For example, I think a country like Bermuda with a population of 64,000, a country like Barbados with a population of, I think, under a million, probably 800,000 people. Jamaica with 2.4 million going up to 3 million. The economies of scale in those economies would determine the spread as far as the expenses are concerned. If you remember during COVID, when we had a reduction in tonnage across the world, well, no cruise shipping, of course, because of the virus, but the shipping cost went up considerably. Just imagine a small island state having to import its supplies, its goods, its medicine, fuel, all these things become very price sensitive. And at the end of the day, if you don't have the population if you don't have the population spread the cost around, then it becomes very, very impactful. Decarbonization isn't free. Cleaner fuels like biofuels, methanol, carbon, and other carbon pricing mechanism will drive up the cost of general goods and services, medicines, and everything that we consume. So that on the cargo side, on the cruise side, definitely all the supplies that goes into the running of the ship definitely will be impacted by the cost of operation. So rising costs does threaten food security. And for the most vulnerable in the society, especially for small businesses, I advocate for the small business sector, definitely costs for those businesses will go. Bigger companies and larger countries have the ability to absorb some of these costs. But for smaller businesses, smaller countries, smaller jurisdictions, definitely it will have serious cost implications depending on the level of movement in the prices. The inflation of those countries will go up significantly. I remember during COVID, again, I have to draw back to that, where the inflation during the time of COVID was through the roof because shipping costs went up, sometimes in some cases 300, 400%. So everything across the board that shipping touched, and for a country like Jamaica that imports majority of what it does, our import bill is huge. We don't really manufacture a lot here. Similar thing with other small island states, then definitely the cost to implement anything having to do with port facilities, etc., will impact the cost greatly. So if you look at, for example, if a vessel should demand, or if shipping companies, shipping lines should demand that you have to implement carbon-friendly or green energy-friendly solutions at your port to facilitate my vessel, then that port would have to make a serious decision. So for example, in the generation of energy, so for example, if a vessel wanted to come into the port and say, okay, I'm going to shut off my engine and you must provide power to power my vessel while I'm at berth, then that port would have to look at how it implements that particular solution, the cost to implement it, how would they finance it, and would the Port Authority of Jamaica finance most of its projects? I don't know if it includes public-private partnerships. I don't think so, but other ports might. But they probably would have to look at generating energy for the vessels, and when the vessels are not in port, they put the energy, the excess energy that they would have, the excess capacity, to the grid to assist the power company to boost its energy supply. The cost of energy in Jamaica at 43 cents per kilowatt hour already is very expensive. The cost to implement any kind of energy system to support any kind of operation in the port is going to be expensive and impactful. So yes, the risks are great as far as the implications are concerned for the vulnerable in the society, and vulnerable includes small businesses and of course the individuals who use the services that are provided by the cruise vessels. So not cruise, cargo and cruise vessels. So at the end of the day, the spread across the region would be disproportionate according to the population of those countries.
Okay, thank you so much. And Dr. Dr. Anderson, are there any proven economic models or decision support systems that Caribbean SIDS can customize to optimize maritime resource management and infrastructure investments?
Thank you so much. Yes, there is indeed a strong list of economic models and, of course, decision support system that small island developing states have utilized or can customize to optimize the resource management and, of course, port infrastructure investment. A few examples that we could look at is the maritime spatial planning tool chain. This, of course, is widely used in the OECS islands, and of course, an example of a project that it has been used on is one that is called CROP, C-R-O-P, and of course, it stands for Caribbean Regional Oceanscape Project. Embedded in this particular economic model is a platform called the C-Sketch, which in fact is important for stakeholder mapping. It is also very friendly to participatory processes across islands with limited geographic information system. We also could look at the coastal vulnerability and coastal protection model. This utilizes the geophysical and natural habitat characteristics of coastal landscapes to compare the exposure to erosion and flooding in severe weather. It also, ladies and gentlemen, identify the human face that are facing higher risk as a result of damages from waves and storm waves and sea surge. We also would like to make mention of the Management Strategy Evaluation, MSE, which of course is a gold standard for testing rules before they are implemented. Currently, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration has deployed this model. We also have the World Bank Port Reform model, which was updated recently. It's a practical modules for governance model. I repeat that, it's a practical modules for government models. It aimed to provide policymakers, or it aimed to provide to policymakers and practitioners with effective decision support in undertaking sustainable and well-considered reform public institutions that provide, that direct and regulate port service in developing countries. The last one I would want to look at is called the Blue Economy Finance Toolkit. And this, of course, is the world's first global guiding framework for banks, insurers, and investors to finance sustainable economy. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Chin, you previously mentioned some of the innovative financial tools, some of the climate funds and bonds that can be used to finance some of these decarbonization technologies. But what are the main access barriers, in your opinion, that still limit implementation?
Thank you for that question. In terms of the barriers that limit the adoption of those innovative financing facilities like blue bonds and green bonds and blended finance, is the size of our economies. We're small, and so we also operate in a limited fiscal space. Ideally, if it were possible, one would want to advocate for the rapid sovereign wealth being acquired by Guyana to be invested in initiatives within the rest of the Caribbean. This then becomes a legacy Guyana has already been known for its green rainforests, and that carbon capture over many decades are set to offset some of the fossil fuel that they are currently engaging in. But the limited capacity to navigate complex financial instruments like the blue bonds and the green bonds does require capacity building. And I think this is where some of the multilaterals can come in, where the government can come in by ensuring that we have the capacity to construct those project proposals and to move forward. Certainly, I believe we've already mentioned where countries like Belize would have engaged in blue bonds, exchanging national debt for achieving certain specific milestones. Seychelles would have done similar to that as well. So I think with some amount of creativity, we should be able to hurdle the barriers. But it also requires industry and the port authorities to also work harmoniously together on common problems for the mutual benefit of all the parties.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that insightful response. So, Ms. Allison, over to you. If I might just jump ahead and ask you, what are the major economic risks? What major economic risks do we incur if the maritime sector delays embracing sustainability? And how can they be mitigated?
Thank you for that question. So, if the maritime sector delays embracing sustainability changes, we can face risks such as significant penalties. I know that the IMF has implemented a 2050 time frame for compliance with this global tightening of regulations. There might be penalties for high carbon emissions. With that target set for full compliance, then delaying the transition too can be costly for companies. Reputational damages. Reputational damages can be as significant as financial losses. A lot of persons aren't aware of that, but it can be so significant because companies who fail to commit to sustainability, right, they will be left behind, and they can also face transitional costs. Stakeholders can exhibit lack of trust in some of these companies when they don't fail to commit to the changes. Lack of verifiable data that are required or significant for the changes to be enacted. There can also be loss of capital from financial institutions. Financial institutions are currently implementing and enforcing the ESG requirements into some of the investment decisions that they make. So when companies come to them wanting loans and such, if they're not sustainable or they haven't adapted to sustainability requirements, then they won't have access to such financial loans. There can be decrease in competitiveness, because when you're left behind or you don't proactively get on board, then you're not privy to some of the benefits that you would have experienced from being proactive. Early adopters, they benefit from competitive advantage, and the late ones will just face higher retrofit costs. The last question was, I remember my president yesterday speaking about collaboration, and it is so important, because if we are intending to mitigate any amount of economic impact, we have to collaborate. We have to collaborate with the persons at the beginning of the process to the persons at the end of the process. Unfortunately, a lot of times, accountants and auditors are the ones who have to ensure that compliance are seen in the financial statements. And it is mind-blowing when I think about the vegetable fuel that was mentioned earlier. And I'm saying, how do we account for that? How do we ensure that that is appropriately shown in the financial statement? It is a thought process. My mind went to maybe Mars. It has not come back as yet. Because it is something really and truly to think about. We can align sustainability requirements with strategic initiatives. We can make them mandatory. So when we set objectives, just align them with some amount of mandatory requirements. If we include sustainability assessments in some of our accounting or audit plans at the beginning, sometimes we can bounce those off the board and let them know, okay, this is the way that we're going, and insist that companies align these strategic objectives. There can be financial and strategic audit controls. Auditors and accountants can go in and review capital expenditure projects that the company intends to operate or to take place, right? And when auditors review management long-term plans, then they can ensure alignment with sustainability requirements. Finally, performing operational or compliance audits, we can assess if companies are actively complying. And with IMO requirements, we just need to get on board. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Hope, over to you. If I might ask, how can the Caribbean ensure its specific needs? And given our unique situation here in the Caribbean, how can we ensure that our needs are represented in global decarbonization talks to ensure the region benefits economically from the green transition?
Okay, so thank you. For example, I think our voices are already being heard within AOSIS. CARICOM is also providing a lot of support and leadership with respect to coordinating our common positions in negotiations with IMO. The OECS within the sub-region, in terms of the Eastern Caribbean sub-region, has also been able to provide a lot of leadership, mobilize different stakeholders and partners, so that there's also a common voice when it comes to advocating and strengthening our bargaining power and visibility. So it's really, how do we ensure that these agencies get the adequate human resource and financial resource to represent our interests? I think to a large extent at times you may have a number of parallel discussions going on and not sufficient focus on how do we coordinate and maximize the resources that are available to us. There is also a great need for us to focus a lot more on data-driven evidence in terms of supporting our negotiations. One of the challenges, well, for me as a consultant and working with regional agencies and government, oftentimes we're at risk of throwing our hands up in the air and speaking about the absence or sparsity of data when we do have a number of administrative data that exists. I'll give an example. Look, for example, at the port or even at the customs level, there's so much rich data within the forms and documentations that they transact each day. Are we dedicating sufficient time to really mine that information, at least with respect to transportation costs and other opportunities? At times also there are parallel discussions, as I say, because when I work with ministries of finance, we're looking at investment needs and public investment, but we're not necessarily coordinating all of the financial players or donors or contributors to really be able to assist the ports, the cruise industry, etc. So that would be of importance, especially we are committing, and this is where I see CMU, UV5 Islands, and other entities coming in to support that sort of data-driven, evidence-based decision-making and to facilitate negotiation. There is a need for continued investment, and I think Mr. Wignell and Chin also spoke about it in terms of the shortcomings and pitfalls. But in terms of how do we also ensure that we build up these national and regional institutions, that we could coordinate and build up the capacity building. And I think, Dr. Bell, I know you sit and lead an agency, UE5 Islands, in terms of that center of excellence for the blue economy. So how could we adequately resource both entities, CMU and UE5 Isle, to build up the capabilities and the shortcomings you identify when we map the needs within the maritime industry?
Okay, thank you so much. So we have had a very rich discussion. We don't want to get fined for our overrate, and so we will now turn our attention to the audience, and we open the floor for questions. So please, when you ask a question, your name, organization, and fire ahead.
Thank you again for another excellent panel. I'm trying not to be controversial again, but I can't help it. This question is for Mr. Chin and Mr. Hope. The traditional approach in terms of logistics financing has been one where there's financing available for ports. You know, you can get 200 million to build a new port in Guyana or Jamaica. You can get 300 million to build a new container ship. But these investments tend to be, they have very thin margins, they have long returns on investment, sometimes decades. But on the other side, the need for creating digital assets, like digital twins that replicate a particular logistics corridor, can yield tremendous results in terms of improving the logistics efficiency on that corridor. We were talking about cruise shipping, and the problems that happen, in the trade from Miami to the Caribbean. If a company or some students from CMU wanted to create a digital twin of that corridor, which would take a fraction of the cost that it would take to build a new cruise port or to build a cruise ship, but it could map that corridor and allow it to be analyzed more efficiently and lead to savings. What funding is available for those sort of investments in terms of creating digital assets that can map these things? The reason I bring this up is because when you look at shipping today, or you look at logistics today, companies like Alibaba, Amazon, even Walmart, they might be viewed as physical logistics movements, but they are half of their revenues actually come from the flow of data and how they manipulate digital assets. So what funding is available to support the creation of digital twins and digital assets, which tends to be much smaller than what is needed for physical?
Well, thank you for that question, and I believe Kevin might have alluded to the fact that we don't exploit a lot of the data that we have within our systems. But perhaps one of the avenues that you are alluding to would reside in blockchain technology being applied to our domain. And no doubt that will filter over to Nicola's side in terms of artificial intelligence and auditing all of those things. But to the specific question as to what financing facilities exist for such innovative applications, I must confess I'm not immediately aware of those. But what it comes back down to is building, I think, a strong project proposal for engaging in that digital route that you described. If you were able to construct a winning proposal, I don't think you'd find any difficulty in persons with the necessary financing capacity to come in, as long as there was a measurable return on that investment. whether that return is in terms of sustainability achievements or just the profit motive.
Mr. Hope, you wanted to add to it?
From my side, thank you for the question, and I agree with respect to the need to actually build in utilizing digitalization to build in efficiency, savings, and also to be more effective. So to answer your question directly, in our current modality in terms of how financing is raised or attracted, oftentimes you need a sponsor. So the ministry or agency who's championing this type of digital asset, digital twin, to really mine that data, the logistics data, to really be able to present that case, would probably be most times than not your Ministry of Finance. So a number of our multilateral development banks in the region, the Inter-American Development Bank, the Caribbean Development Bank, Bank of Latin America, the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, which is CAP, which is recent in this space, they provide funding. They also provide a number of grant funding to governments, to academic institutions and others. But to a large extent, who sits on the board at these institutions are your ministers of finance and or your financial secretaries. So when an earlier panelist spoke about Dr. Clark, Dr. Nigel Clark, in terms of how his ability to mobilize resources and get things done, it was by sheer right also that he sat in that seat and he led, right? So how could we make that business case, as Mr. Chin say, in our project proposals or case or our business case to say this is how transformational that this digital corridor can, and obviously, as I said in my introduction, making the case that our entire maritime industry is our spine in the region, but it facilitates tourism, trade, and connectivity. So it's really to get our sponsors, being the Ministry of Finance, to make that request on behalf of whether it be CMU, the private sector collaboration, academia, etc.
Thank you so much. I saw a question over here, Mr. Telemark.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Bell. Very, very interesting discussions. I think that group could be a good think tank for where, though, because that's always the issue. Developed countries have designed industries that are guided by think tanks. We don't have those in our region because when we provide this very valuable data or information, it doesn't really feed into one space. It can be interpreted by different groups, different interests from one country to the next, so we don't really get the value of it. So I think there is a need to do that. I think that listening to this, there is a role for greater integration of this CMU maritime entity to create that think tank that is represented throughout all of the countries in the Caribbean that's trying to solve this major maritime transition, because we need to get to where we have a voice that speaks to a regional movement. Kevin spoke of the role of CARICOM for a common position. We don't have a common position. Going to London next week, we have positions, and we'll find out what some of those are based on what countries decide to do. What is informing those conversations, though, still remains a question. It could be a group within a country, it could be a group outside of the country, but we don't have one that can speak to that. So I think that is something we need to look at, how we design that. Maritime needs it because it is the most critical component for our survival in the region, because that's what drives us. So I wanted to make that one point. The other clarity I want to bring is LNG is not an option. The IMO is not allowing LNG to move forward as a fuel. It is a transition fuel that they will use up until a particular moment, then it goes away. Investing into millions of dollars of LNG is probably not something that we should look at quite aggressively, because that's not going to survive. That's one thing we learned in April when the LNG was ruled out, because it is not what is considered well to wake. Now, if you're a student at CMU, you could research this. There are two classifications. One is whether the fuel meets the well to wake standard, which means it starts off as clean and green, it goes into the tank as clean and green, that's acceptable. The other one is, tank to wake, which is where LNG comes from, and even the net zero classification of fuels was unacceptable by the IMO because it is tank to wake. It is cleaned through the process mechanically. They're not accepting that. The Japanese developed the capacity to clean the carbon fuels on a ship and emit zero carbon. That's eliminated as an option because what the standards are, and the lady spoke to that very well, as to how we design those standards, it has to start with a green, clean process and substance to be accepted. And I'll speak to that a little bit more this afternoon. But specifically because I heard Kevin speak of the Bahamas option where the LNG plant is there, you spoke of Jamaica looking at that. In this conversation at the CMU conference, there should be that awareness, but there's also no CMU at the IMO. There is the World Maritime University, there is other UCL, University of Central London, there's university of all over the world. We don't have one. We need Jermaine to be at IMO next week, bringing back to CMU the outputs so that you can sit and analyze it, so that there is that regional voice that transcends the questions that we have, because we have a lot. And, well, this afternoon we'll talk a little bit more about that.
Thank you so much. Yes?
May I say, just to continue the conversation a little, our president had actually started a conversation yesterday about the need for integration. It was mentioned that CARICOM is going off to London, right? Did I hear correctly? And I would love that, our tertiary institutions are integral in, government decisions. As a matter of fact, I would have loved for our tertiary institution to be a part, or again, to be integral in the policy making of our government, so that when CARICOM goes to, the London or wherever, repeat that for me. I thought that's what you said. No, nations, yes. Yes, the English language. Yes, that's right, the English language. Yeah, CARICOM nations, right. Yes, so in essence, what I'm actually saying is that it would be good for us as tertiary institutions to, get involved in that process. So at least, there will be an integrated policy decision that just about all the CARICOM nations will sign on to.
Okay, we had one last quick question. Did you still want to ask a question? Yes, in the back table.
Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
This question is for Dr. Anderson. So, even though we know CMU, in their courses, they do have sustainable practices. Every year, we learn something new. However, my question is, how do you believe that maritime education and training institutes can adopt their curriculum and even maybe leverage AI to prepare a workforce that is fully skilled for the emerging blue economy sector?
Thank you so much. Of course, we need to understand, ladies and gentlemen, that the blue economy is expanding very, very rapidly. And it has been expanding in areas like offshore wind, green shipping, automation, uncrewed system, marine biotech, coastal resilience, and many other areas that they have been expanded into. How I would approach that question, or how would I answer that question, is to, and I think Captain Newman made mention of it, to have a baseline course I think it is the STCW, that's the Convention on Standards of Training Certification and Keeping for Seafarers. Use this as the compliance baseline and then add modules or courses or even credentials so that persons who wish to go into a particular niche area can actually tap into these training courses so as to be marketable. For example, you have areas like the ocean wind operation. That's a module that perhaps we could focus on. Again, you know, persons who perhaps do that course or module, whichever we want to call it, would be able to would be competent in areas like crew transfer vessels, service vessels, installation of turbines. We also have the marine biotechnology and aquaculture, which of course, you know, is sustainable fishing farming. In this case, we could use sensors, robots, and of course, AI for feeding optimization. I would also want to look at smart ports, a module in smart ports and logistics. Here you could perhaps study or look into how you can use automation, AI-driven scheduling, emission monitoring at terminals. I think basically these are some of the modules that perhaps could be added to our baseline. And the essence of this, ladies and gentlemen, is it's really that it allows our students to be able to focus, to be able to be marketable in certain niche areas that are in high demand at this point. And if they're not demanding now, we can see that as we go in the future, these are areas that are also going to be heavily in demand. So again, to summarize what I've been saying, what I'm trying to say is that we could treat these courses like how we treat the majors and electives at our universities. Again, we have our baseline course, and for persons who are interested in certain area can, of course, select these modules to be able to meet these niche, high-demanding jobs that are available or will soon be available. Thank you so much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our session. We heard quite a bit about some of the financial instruments that are available. We heard about the need for capacity building. We heard about the need for collaboration and building partnerships. And so with that, we would like to thank you for participating in the discussion. Please give our panelists a round of applause. And again, to Mr. Hope joining virtually from St. Kitts, thank you so much. Thank you for this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists. Dr. Bell, Mr. Wigner, Dr. Anderson, Mr. Sheen, Ms. Allison, Kevin Hope. The last time I met with Kevin Hope was in Martinique, 2023, and we kept the contact going. And when I made a call to him, he said, Ibrahim, I will surely be in Jamaica. Unfortunately, he's unable to come to us, but he's able to join with us online. Thank you very much. We're moving into our next session before the excitement of launch. Sustainable shipping, opportunities, and obligation. This section will be moderated by Dr. Ruth Potopson, Technical Advisor, Environmental Solutions Limited. A good friend of mine, we met on the PhD program some years back, and we have kept that connection going. Dr. Potopson is a distinguished expert in sustainable development with over 30 years of experience in energy and environmental planning. She is presently the Technical Advisor for Environmental Solutions Limited. She is an accomplished academic with a PhD and an EMBA. Her career has significantly shaped Jamaica's energy sector as she pioneered commercial-scale wind and solar PV development, introduced cleaner transport fuels, and spearheaded international organizations driven by a mission to influence equitable intergenerational policy. She formerly heads the Sustainable Energy and Innovation Institute at the University of Technology, Jamaica, where she launched a pioneering master's degree and continues to champion sustainability research and entrepreneurship. Please help me welcome Dr. Potofsky. To join Dr. Potofsky is Radcliffe Spence, our own lecturer, shipping and logistics, and also a graduate of the Caribbean Maritime University. Ms. Valerie Campbell, Director, Logistics and Customer Service, Campari Group, Jamaica. Devant Maharaj, Director of Professional Services, Eco Canada. There is something that excites me about Devant. I said it in Halifax 3 weeks ago, and I'm going to repeat it. This gentleman was a minister of government in Trinidad and Tobago. And he's the only person in my lifetime that have seen being a minister of government leave office and go to another jurisdiction to take on a new role. Please help me welcome her. And then the controversial man, Dr. Eric Deans.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our discussion on sustainable shipping, opportunities and obligations. Global shipping is a lifeline of international trade, carrying approximately 80% of the world's goods by volume. Underpinning supply chains, connecting markets, and supporting millions of jobs worldwide, shipping is truly the engine of global commerce. The industry, however, is now at a turning point as the issue of sustainable development practice is at the forefront as issues of climate change linked to global greenhouse gas emissions is placing growing pressure to decarbonize while ensuring safe, efficient, and resilient trade flows. Guided by the IMO, the sector has committed to reaching net zero emissions by 2050, with immediate milestones in 2030 and 2040. The challenges ahead are immense, but so too are the opportunities. From cleaner fuels and smarter technologies to greater resilience in the face of climate and geopolitical disruptions, global shipping is not just moving goods, it is about moving towards a sustainable future. To discuss these opportunities and obligations is another very distinguished and dynamic group of experts. Our discussants have been introduced briefly by Prof, but I'll just remind you of who our discussants are. At my far right is Mr. Radcliffe Spence, Lecturer, Shipping and Logistics, CMU. Mr. Spence is recognized for his outstanding leadership in logistics training in the shipping industry. Beside him, we have We have Professor or Dr. Eric Deans, Managing Partner, DeepSight Maritime Intelligence Corporation. Dr. Deans is a special economic zone and logistics strategist. He's the creator of the Logistics Maximization Strategy Framework and the Global LMS Corridor Competitiveness Index, which are trademarked tools that help governments, investors, and corporations capture value from logistics networks. In the middle of us all is Miss Valerie Campbell, Logistics and Customer Service, Campari Group, Jamaica, a multi-million international operation across 44 countries. She has an outstanding career in the industry. I just want to point out that in 2024, Ms. Campbell was named the Outstanding Woman in the Port and Maritime sectors in the Americas by the OAS Inter-American Committee and for Ports, recognizing her exceptional leadership and impact. Good for our gender equity. Give her another round of applause. And sitting next to me is Dr. Devant Maraj, Director of Professional Services, ECO Canada. As Professor said, he is a former Minister of Transport in the government of Trinidad and Tobago. He's also a graduate with his PhD in marketing and entrepreneurship, and obviously has working knowledge of policy, multilateral agreements and how they work and how they impact countries in the small island developing states. So please welcome with me once more this exquisite panel of discussants. My first question goes to Mr. Spence. Mr. Spence, what role should national governments and the IMO policy play in encouraging sustainable shipping? And from a regulatory perspective, are current international regulations strong enough to drive real and lasting change?
Thank you very much for that question. Good afternoon, everyone. Now, Jamaica's position in the Caribbean, proximity to the Panama Canal, places us in a unique position. Vessels entering, cargo laden, coming out of the canal will undoubtedly be on the shores of Jamaica within a few hours. Jamaica, while we do not, while vessels fly our flag, we are not so much the owners of large commercial cargo carrying vessels. We may be operating as flags of convenience, FOCs. The point we want to make here is that whatever vessel call our shore, whether to unload cargo or simply passing by and need refueling, we have positioned ourselves that we should respond to this demand, yes, in keeping the supply chain management and issues and supplies, and able to service these vessels. Now, our capacity to do so, yes, requires government policies. Government policies are, in a lot of ways, influenced by especially the IMO, where maritime services is demanded. Now, as members of the IMO and signatures to many conventions, we tend to adopt, as we ought to, conventions that were agreed at the IMO and implement them by way of, without amendment, into our laws to make them the law of the land. These conventions does provide opportunities for local investors to take advantage of these opportunities that are created. Hence, Government policies, therefore, encourages private sector investment in the industry. And as such, we should benefit from such going forward.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Dr. Maraj, what policy reforms do you think are necessary to align port management and shipping practices with these rigorous global environmental standards and certification systems without sacrificing economic viability?
I want to take your question from a totally different perspective, because a lot of what I've heard between yesterday and today tends to, in my mind, respectfully, repeat itself, just using different words. 800 years ago, Leif Erikson came to the New World. 500 years ago, Columbus landed in this part of the world. 75 years ago, we had the independence movement building up to now. We had countries like Haiti being penalized for independence up to very recently. We had, by the French government, we had the United Kingdom paying off its last slave owners up to 2015 from Jamaica, right? We have countries in the Caribbean today that still are colonies of European colonial powers. With Martinique and Guadeloupe, we have the United States having the territory of Puerto Rico. And as a result of this, we lack cohesion as CARICOM. CARICOM moved in different parts, in separate entities, and as a result of that, that affects us fundamentally in terms of our policies for coherency across the region. Because do you think the French government would take a position same as CARICOM if it's inimical to France? And Guadeloupe and Martinique would be forced to go along because they are their colonial masters. So we need to have that cohesion politically with political will rather than parroting something that sounds good on a policy paper.
Thank you very much. That's an exciting segue into asking Ms. Campbell, you know, being in the shipping business and with a multinational company, as a major customer of shipping lines, how does your company juggle immediate cost-cutting pressures with the desire or requirement to choose carriers that invest in cleaner technologies?
Thank you so much for that question. Good afternoon, everyone. So Campare's legal entity in Jamaica is Jerry and Nephew, and we have a large manufacturing footprint, which results in us importing a lot of product, raw material and packaging into the country that is fed into the manufacturing process, and subsequently we export a lot. So we are a significant player in the logistics space where Jamaica is concerned, and as mentioned before, we ship from Jamaica to 44 countries, some of them in the Caribbean, Central America, and globally to all of the other Campari plants. So I think because of our economies of scale, we do have the ability to influence in some way the cost. And we, from an ESG standpoint, that is an area that our business has been doing very well from as far back as 2021 with a significant framework in place. And since 2018, they have started to communicate on an annual basis when publicizing the annual report, an ESG scorecard. So one of the panelists earlier mentioned the risk that some businesses face if they don't comply. For our company, as part of our procurement, it is required that the vendors who we source from for shipping services, for raw material, for packaging, any service or product that is provided to our business, we ensure that the suppliers meet requisite ESG standard, the same ones that we comply to.
Okay, thank you. And this is a good example for other companies, especially local companies who have not gone onto the ESG environment, social governance framework, because it's not just a sustainability action, but it makes good business, because when you want to register on any stock exchange or for the Gen Z, they are the ones who are buying into companies that are environmentally conscious and operating. That leads me to asking Dr. Deans, in what ways can ports embed circular economy principles, such as waste to energy, water reuse, nutrient recycling, into their infrastructure plans to create new value streams?
Thank you, moderator, and good afternoon, esteemed audience. Now, when you look at recycling, there are many ways that ports can do this, but it starts with planning, master planning those ports to put in place those various technologies and so on. So when we look at, the circular economy, ships are coming in, they have waste. Those wastes can be used in terms of waste to energy, recycling, and other things. There are a range of activities that can be employed in a port to incorporate these circular economy principles. But I have to control myself and be controversial. Now, these ports are part of sovereign nations, and we're here in an industry conference put on by CMU. When we look at the Caribbean basin, we have tremendous power in terms of our weight in terms of global shipping. Within the Caribbean basin, we control 20% of global shipping. Let that sink in a bit. The Caribbean basin controls 20% of global shipping. When you look at the flags in that basin, Panama, Antigua, St. Vincent, Bahamas, even though we're flags of convenience, we are the sovereign nations for those vessels. So we set the rules regarding how those vessels carry out sustainable practices. So I think we need to stop looking at ourselves as being small and insignificant. We control 20% of global shipping. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going back to Mr. Ratcliffe. Which policy frameworks do you think that we need to have to engage more stakeholders from a theoretical and practical standpoint to ensure transparency and long-term sustainability in the port infrastructure management? And as Dr. Deans has said, we are the ones who own these ports.
Thank you for that question. In Jamaica's case, while the government owned the port and operate and managed through the Port Authority of Jamaica through legislation, much of our ports are outsourced to concessionaires. Let's look at the Kingston Freeport Terminal. We went into that arrangement contract. Nowhere in that contract was it written about anything about sustainability in terms of their compliance or to ensure. They're in there to make profit, and the arrangement is a profit-sharing arrangement. Private sector companies are, unless they must, they will not voluntarily take on, they will go for maximizing profit. And as such, sustainability is something that they will pay less than what is required attention to. Now, while that is being said, we can go forward into different arrangements where sustainability is part and parcel of the contract going forward. We can look at other ports, what are happening in other ports. Let's, for example, look at Barbados, which is at the other end of the Caribbean. Barbados, their terminal operating equipment are not from biofuel. They are from renewable sources or battery. Yes? However, while they continue to expand their port infrastructure, they still rely on the electricity grid for the gantry cranes that they do have. Now they have now 4. So they are looking to go green on the port. So at some point they will be bringing that. Antigua expanding its port. They have the capacity to put further solar panels on their port and generate renewable electricity for their port activity. That be the case. So little by little this is taking place, but is it all by government policies? That is another matter. Why other ports in Jamaica are not doing that? Therefore, lack of policy may be the reason why the directive is not there and for they to go as the other ports are going. So that's my point.
So here we see an opportunity really for the adoption of more sustainable practices in our local area. So Dr. Devant Mirage, should port performance metrics evolve to include sustainability indicators? And how can we develop standardized, verifiable metrics to avoid greenwashing?
Of course, we should adopt standard metrics. And one of the things we have done at EcoCanada is develop the national occupational standards so we could be comparable across the board in terms of that. But we tend, in the discussion, we're talking about sustainability. What is causing it to be not sustainable? We are not looking at the problems. In fact, we're looking at seeing how we could solve the result of the problems and put a plaster on it, so to speak. So we talked about the wider Caribbean region accounting some 20% of the shipping. Of that, the cruise ship industry, this area is the busiest area in the world for the cruise ship industry. Out of that, on a weekly basis, 795,000 tons of raw sewage is dumped in our ocean. 8 tons of raw garbage is thrown in our sea, right? Some 85% of untreated sewage from these cruise liners are released in our ocean. The highest amount of black soot and sulfur come from the cruise line industry. There's a result of degradation of corals, what's called the stony coral living tissue disease, amounting in some areas between 30 and 60% destruction of the coral industry. Yet still, each island in CARICOM caught cruise ships to come to their port. And then we look to solve the problems caused by the cruise ships. So when you go for your sea bath next time, think about the 795 tons of raw sewage in the water that you could be enjoying when you take your bath.
That's very stark, Dr. Mirage. And the question is, from any of the panel of our discussants, what can we do about it? Isn't there a role for corporate social responsibility? What's the role of the IMO? What is the role of our local environmental planning agencies? Because in fact, if your behavior is a certain way, then it affects your bottom line. It affects your image. And of course, in marketing, image is a lot.
Let me answer your question there. In 2012, I introduced the ballast water regulation in Trinidad. It was adopted and promoted by the IMO up to 2017. Right. Today, only a handful of countries have adopted that IMO convention. Jamaica, Barbados, St. Kitts and Nevis, Trinidad and Tobago. Where's the rest of CARICOM? And ballast water contributes to invasive species coming in, pathogens coming in, and so on. We act as silos in the Caribbean and don't unite as one front. We adopt conventions from the IMO, but we don't give the rest of the world conventions to adopt coming here. This area here was designated as a nuclear-free zone because nuclear waste was passing up and down. It's designated as a peace zone, but the US bombed 3 boats out of Venezuela recently. Exxon Valdez, when that boat had the oil spill in 1989, the victims, the fisher folks, the coastal regions, did not get compensation until 20 years afterwards, 2009. If it was an American being affected by an American company, they would have been compensated long time. We have put on steroids our bureaucracy in the CARICOM that hinder our own development.
So we see clear reasons for us to take a serious look at these environmental issues and include them in the whole matter of sustainability, because it's about environment, it's about economics, it's about the social impacts. And we are hearing from this that there are opportunities, there are obligations. So we are here as this discussion to bring about and some suggestions about the opportunities. So with all the disposal of the sewage and solid waste, what are the opportunities? What opportunities are there for us to look at managing these? I think Dr. Deans has an answer.
Yes, so Mr. Spence touched on it a while ago. When you look at all the Caribbean ports, whether they're cruise ports or cargo ports, the majority of them are being operated by foreigners. When you look at most of the shipping serving the Caribbean, they're owned and operated by foreigners, right? When persons don't have a commitment to the region, to their home, they're going to dump waste, they're going to dump sewage, they're not going to treat it the way somebody who owns their house is going to treat it. An institution like the Caribbean Maritime University has to be turning out persons who are going to be the owners of our ports, the operators of our ports, the operators of our shipping. When we become the ones to manage what we own, we will then become to treat the environment, give it the proper respect it deserves.
Thank you, but certainly as international operators, they are bound by certain regulations and, as I said, for their reputation. They cannot afford reputational damage because that is going to affect their share prices. So since we have a wonderful Ms. Campbell who works with an international company, can you give us some insight as to how you can balance the need for clean operations, reliable logistics through port operations? If your company, for instance, has these standards and these core values, certainly, how does your company treat with shipping lines that operate like that? And to protect our sensitive coastal and marine ecosystems, can you give us any insight as to how Campari treats with such matters?
So sustainability, ESG, though we're a private entity, are things that are very important to us and very dear to us and a part of the organization strategy. So as I mentioned before, we do not do business with organizations that have a record or that we're aware of that doesn't conform with good sustainability or ESG practices. So that is included in our sourcing and procurement strategies, that we ensure that these I's are dotted and those T's are crossed. And there's also a second component where there is an quarterly evaluation that is done, during the year when we are reviewing, how are you performing versus how you indicate that you would perform, and where there are anomalies that are identified, there are clauses that we would have that would treat with those situations?
Are there any examples or quick wins that you could cite for us?
There are no examples I'm willing to cite
Okay.
practically in this forum.
All right, thank you very much. That's reasonable. So we have heard from other discussants on other panels the opportunities that exist for clean, renewable energy. Dr. Deans, how can vessels harness renewable energy like biofuels? We heard from one tugboat operator that they're using biofuels. Wind, solar, and what are the specific hurdles from supply chains to technology readiness? What is standing in the way of widespread adoption?
Yes. So I was very proud this morning listening to one of my former students, Natolo, talking about the biofuels that they were implementing in their tugboat service. So when we look at renewable fuels, you know, we talk about wind, we talk about solar, we talk about biofuels. All of these technologies create certain practical implications for the operations of vessels. In terms of wind, you have various technologies. You know, you have the fixed wind turbines, you have sails, you have a range of things. But the practical implication of that is that it occupies space on the vessel. It requires different operating practices. It impacts the economics of the operation of the vessel. In terms of solar panels, they have to find an area for those panels. The panels that are used on board ships are much more expensive because they have to adapt to that environment. So, you know, the cost of using these things are very high. When you go on to biofuels now, there are the issues of, I mean, some things that you don't consider. They have a potential for the invasion of microbial agents into those types of fuels. You know, what impacts those are going to have down the road. But the biggest hurdle when it comes to implementing these, what we're calling renewable fuels, is the elephant in the room again, right? The US has come out, you know, on August 12th, the State Department issued a memo, you know, just before the IMO voted on net zero, to basically threaten other countries to say, you know, don't adopt this because it's not in the interest of the United States. So I go back to my point. The US, when you look at the statistics, you know, they probably control about 2% of global shipping. But the real impact that they have, so I'm talking about what's the impediment of bringing in these renewable fuels. The US, on paper, controls 2%. But when you look at the beneficial ownership in these flags of convenience, that figure goes up to more like 10%. But when you also add the fact that most of the open registries, whether they be Panama, whether they be Liberia, whether they be Marshall Islands, they are controlled by US interests, so they can exert a range of pressure in preventing the flags on those registries from implementing these renewable solutions. So the biggest impediment, I would still say, is the elephant in the room.
Mr. Spence, yes.
Okay, following up on what Dr. Deans was saying there, in that 16 countries voted against that, although it was just a procedural. 20 abstained, yes. Another 108, 106, yeah, but the real votes are going to take place next month. Now, what we have found out is that Jamaica usually sign on to every convention. We bring it into our local laws, but implementation is always a challenge, yes? Some of that new technologies and fuels that we're looking at, we're gonna have challenges because the ship owners, we're gonna have to look at our training here at the Maritime Institute, how we equip our sailors, whether deck or engine, yes, to serve with these vessels, taking safety issues and so forth into consideration. So we're gonna need financing to get simulators for training, for the labs and so on. So these policies, implementations of these conventions and the policies that flow from it, we're gonna require resources that we're gonna need at the Maritime University.
Thank you. Our panel is to focus on opportunities for sustainable shipping. This is open to any of our discussants. How do you see us in the Caribbean forging ahead with these opportunities that we have heard the discussion since yesterday? Whether it's training, maybe I should just ask Dr. Maraj to jump off with this. Decarbonization is reshaping jobs. So from your organization's viewpoint, how can industry ensure a just transition? Because I think embedded in our discussion so far is the theme of what a just transition is, whether it is we are engaging external partners without the necessary obligations for a cleaner environment. You know, what are we looking at? How can we ensure a just transition for seafarers and dock workers? And what new green jobs will be created?
When you're talking about a just transition, it will require proactive upskilling, reskilling programs that will prioritize the affected workers through a targeted training program, work subsidies, and partnership with employees, employers, industry associations, so that we could address that issue of transition that is required. We have in Canada a wage subsidy program that's facilitated by the government, so Caribbean governments could also probably explore something like that for affected individuals in the transition process. In particular, we have the Canada Sustainable Jobs Act, which addresses that kind of just transition and emphasizes worker support. And we could focus on shifting into low carbon jobs. New green jobs emerging, such as sustainability managers, environmental technicians, which will specialize in emissions and so on. These roles could be further supported by a program we have called Environmental Professional, which is a certification offered by Eco-Canada. Right? It'll replace the lost positions, and it'll create a high quality caliber of worker that replace those that are outgoing.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Spence?
Yes, thank you. One of the things we look at is what is in it for the Caribbean. The Caribbean could be looking at the GGH levy, from which we expect that a lot of money will flow from that. Some of this money will no doubt flow into the SIDs and also the LCDs, and these could help to treat with environmental challenges, mitigation factors, and of course, new skill development and so forth for a more resilient Caribbean. So we have a stake in the matter, and we need a seat at the table. But a more collective approach, yes, under one umbrella like CARICOM, should be able to give us a better say, rather than divided and splintered as we are. Granted, in the last convention, they both Bahamas, Belize, Jamaica, Barbuda, Antigua, Barbuda, we are all on board with this convention. Yes? However, we're still not speaking with one voice.
It's important for us to begin to speak. And who is going to be the leader in this? The CMU has this great opportunity. Your master trainers, and we need a voice. The voice needs to be stronger. We have heard a lot about green corridors. How feasible is it for short shipping to adopt green corridors in the Caribbean region?
The Caribbean is ideally suited to create green corridors. When you look on a map of the Caribbean Sea, you see these islands which are very close. You know, we're more akin to an archipelago than anything else. It creates opportunity for, you know, electric ships that can be fueled by shore power and things like that. But is it really green when we talk about these alternative fuels that we've been hearing about? We've been hearing about ammonia. We've been hearing about, you know, hydrogen, methanol. Now, my first degree is in chemistry, so, and you know, I've specialized in supply chain mapping. So when I looked at the issue, I said, what are the opportunities are there? Let us unpack. How do we make these fuels? How do we transport them? What's the supply chain? And you know what comes out? I mean, a lot of the things we're calling green fuels, they're not green at all. When you look at the ammonia, you know, ammonia is made from nitrogen and hydrogen. Where does the hydrogen that makes most of the ammonia come from? Natural gas, right? The hydrogen itself, as I said, most of it is made from natural gas. So is it really green? You know, when you break down the supply chain. When you get into methanol, you buck up on the same thing. You know, how is methanol made? The feedstock comes from natural gas. So when we speak about green corridors and the opportunities, the first challenge is to ensure that what we're making is green. But we buck up on the other challenge. The cost of making really green alternative fuels is very high. Green ammonia can be made, but it is much more expensive than making ammonia from natural gas, and similar methanol. So it comes down to economics and everything. So when we talk about the questions of creating green corridors and creating opportunities, can the Caribbean really make green fuels that can make these corridors operate? And that's the crux of the matter.
Thank you. There's a lot of talk and plans for green hydrogen. You know, Trinidad, our neighbors, has been operating in hydrogen, gray hydrogen, for a number of years, and now the plan is to go to green hydrogen using solar to convert water, and that's an opportunity as well. I'd like to ask Ms. Campbell, how does a company like yours balance the need for reliable and efficient logistics through port expansion with the corporate responsibility to protect sensitive coastal and marine ecosystems?
Right, so port expansion is really essential for us to continue to expand and for us to continue to grow, especially for islands such as the those in the Caribbean. So that is really important to us. And as I mentioned, though we're Campari Group, we are also Jerry and Nephew. That is really a local entity. So we are also interested in, we're very Jamaican, Mr. Spence, and we're also interested in ensuring that we preserve the environment here, and we're all about sustainability for the Caribbean. So what we think, though, is that we have to be more collaborative in the approaches that we're taking to sustainability. The public-private partnerships, in my view, are really critically essential. We import a lot, export a lot, and I think that there's a lot of delays that are encountered with congestion at the port, and that again means that vessels are alongside for a longer period of time, and ultimately that is not good for the environment and for sustainability. So all the various stakeholders that are involved in the process really do need to come together, both private and public entities, and to ensure that we can improve efficiency, the efficient operations of the ports and terminals.
Thank you. I'm going to ask each of my discussants to give your strongest or number one priority for expanding an opportunity for sustainable shipping in the Caribbean.
Okay, thank you for that question. The fact is that Jamaica has people who want to invest because this country's laws set up for, make return on investments, and people will invest. So the opportunities are there for the private sector to work within the policy framework. Yes, open business, expand current business. For example, currently in the Port of Kingston, you have bunkering firms operating who are servicing ships with conventional fuel, but there's also supply now of LNG to ships within the Port of Kingston. That opportunity created there for cleaner energy. Down in Port Esquivel, you have a depot, a gas station there, with supply ships that goes out to meet vessels that are bypassing Jamaica who need fuel, need not come inside to incur port costs and harbor dues and whatever. They can be serviced out there. So opportunities are again created. Now we would also like to service cruise ships that come into our ports on the North Coast with similar arrangement. But do they buy anything from us? They don't. So there we go. As Mr. Telemack mentioned yesterday, they need to sit at the table with those powers that be and negotiate for they to buy stuff from us that we can make a better dollar from the cruise ship business that we are not currently doing.
Thank you.
My number one priority when it comes to sustainability is economic sustainability. When most people think about sustainability, they focus on the environmental side. But sustainability is three parts, environmental, social, and economic. When we become economically self-sufficient, when we break the shackles of colonialism, when we start to think about things like entrepreneurship and owning the economic assets of our economy, and that is when we will truly be sustainable. So in terms of my practice, my priority is on economic sustainability.
Thank you.
Great. From my perspective, I'm viewing that the private-public partnership is going to be critical, and for us to not just from the government or public perspective, not just to sign on to conventions, but to make sure that we work hard to implement them and ensure that the private entities comply, and where they don't comply, that there are consequences.
Thank you.
I think the opportunity will arise when we realize we could be the masters of our own destiny in this space, rather than, to disagree with my friend on the side, rather than encourage more cruise ships to dump more fecal matter in our seas and more garbage in our seas, we should be charging a blue tax for all these ships that are coming in here. A blue tax. And we take that fund as a CARICOM fund, not individual islands. Because if it goes to an individual island, it'll go to a consolidated fund that will fix a road or a house or a school or something like that. Have a blue tax that CARICOM uses it to protect our area when necessary.
Thank you. So we have a lot of action here. So looking ahead, strengthening Caribbean shipping means not only securing our trade and connectivity, but also embracing innovation and sustainability, innovative ideas that have come out of this discussion, like your blue tax and other recommendations for alternative energy hubs, digitalization, and improving efficiencies actually in our ports, and how we can create new jobs for these to meet the new requirements and the new era of shipping. We have just a few minutes left, and I'm going to open up the floor for questions. So.
Hello? Hello?
There are two questions. Yes.
Yes. Well received. My question is for Dr. Deans. This is against the backdrop of competition. Are you hearing me?
Don't blow.
Are you hearing me now? Okay, good. Thanks. All right, so this is for Dr. Deans against the backdrop of competition. The Caribbean region, as we know, has a lot of port competition. Ports such as Balboa, Caucedo, Barranquilla. And we know now the Port of Kingston, moreover, KFTL, is currently about to receive a new shipment of cranes come Monday. Again, they've also been investing heavily, right, in strad carriers. Beyond infrastructure, what can the Port of Kingston do to assert themselves as the dominant port in the region?
Yes, excellent question. My background at the Special Economic Zone Authority was one way in which we tried to assert that dominance. You see, shipping is a derived demand. Ports are derived demand. That means they only exist because they are supporting somebody else's desire to move cargo. That cargo is not generated by the shipping line. That cargo is not generated by the port. It is generated by companies like Campari. It is generated by the companies that we're trying to attract within our special economic zones. It is those companies that will generate the jobs, the activity that will support shipping or trucking or airlines or whatever, the logistics and so on. So when you look at how do we assert our dominance, we don't look in isolation at port development or airport development. We have to look at industrial development. How do we create the factories, the warehouses, the manufacturing? How do we move away from exporting raw materials and producing higher value goods? Do not look in isolation at port development. So when we give away our port to a foreign company, to a company that is affiliated with a shipping line, their interest isn't going to be in making profits for that shipping line, right? In order to assert our dominance, we have to look at reclaiming our economic assets and operating them in an integrated manner with the industries that they support. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Dr. Deans. There's another question. Sure. Oh, there are 3 questions.
Sorry, I just wanted to add to what Dr. Dean said. Denise Linfat, Freight Handlers Limited, Shipping Association of Jamaica. I think also we have to create the atmosphere here for people, meaning in the country, for people to want to come here. So there are certain things, for example, our customs and other areas that really will bring people here. People who want to invest and do business. We have to create that sort of environment where persons will want to come to do business. If we have things that are roadblocks, even as locals here, who wants to come here? You know, I think I'm surprised I've not really seen anybody from customs, etc. here. And I'm sure maybe the Ministry of Industry may be here, and so on. But the environment has to be created for people to want to come, right? To do business and create businesses here. The other thing I just want to mention, I noticed, not just for this panel alone, which all the panels have been great, we have to still look before the end of the day at the MPEC situation with the IMO and what is happening with our neighbor up north, who says that they're going to be taxing vessels, etc. And also they want to take away visas from persons or countries who are going to go with the zero emissions that the IMO wants to pass, because I think the IMO has the MPEC meeting in October right here. It's like the 14th to the 17th. That has to be an area that we're going to look at, because we can talk all we want about creating green corridors, etc., which is very important, and I agree. But then when you have a trading partner who is now going to issue or put taxes and also visa restrictions on our government, people, etc., it becomes a serious issue. So we need to look at that.
Thank you for that intervention, and that's a very serious matter as well. So it goes beyond the discussions and beyond the policy persons in this room to the highest leadership in the country, because these are matters that affect us. The maritime industry here is big and promising, and we are a large ocean state and will remain that. We can't create any more land, as far as I am aware. Thank you. There's another question. Oh, 2 more questions.
Yes.
Could you, go ahead, and then lady from the other side.
My question is to Dr. Deans. And you mentioned during your presentation earlier about the circular economy and sustainable waste. Now, for my company, which is Ocean J Towing, we operate the tugboats, and we operate, of course, in Kingston Harbor, and Kingston Harbor is very nutrient-rich, I would say. So in terms of your research that you have done, because we have been incurring a lot of cost with cleaning the vessels because, of course, the barnacles that get stuck to the hull of the tugs and also get into the lines. So I just wanted to find out whether there is anything that you came across in your research that could at least assist us to mitigate against some of those challenges and, of course, help us to reduce our cost? Thank you.
Yes, thanks for that question. Years ago, I was involved in a project to introduce a waste reception facility in Jamaica. I'm not sure if it has been implemented to date. There are things that we need to do that we're not doing that can help to solve these problems. I know the Shipping Association and the Caribbean Shipping Association has been looking at, things like how do we deal with these waste from cruise shipping and other cargo ships that are being dumped in our waters every day, that are affecting commercial operations, that are affecting our tourism. But we are our worst enemies. We don't implement the measures that protect our environment. So there are a range of things that we can do in terms of the circular economy that are within our control that can benefit the entire maritime economy.
Thank you. Well, what a great lead-in. From elephant to elephant. The elephant in this room is the lack of implementation and enforcement of MARPOL. MARPOL was introduced by the IMO 73-78. Even if you go with the 78, that's 50 years ago. Instead of, yes, we can blame the ships for emitting, but if we're not implementing and even more importantly, enforcing, then it's going to continue until the political, regulatory, and enforcement will is there. I started CARIMEPA 10 years ago when I heard that while 86% of the wider Caribbean region nations had ratified MARPOL, everybody put their name on it. To this day, only 25% have implemented, to this day. So you want support on protecting the marine environment, you want support on getting a blue tax. The blue tax can fund the MARPOL implementation, the waste reception facilities. You can coordinate hubs of one region does this waste, another region does another. But we've been having these conversations, in my experience, is only 10 years. I'm sure they've gone on for longer. But that's the other elephant in the room. And if anybody can figure out the manufacturing, the home-based manufacturing, let your northern neighbor know. We're still looking into it.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you very much. We have one more. I think that will be our last one for the afternoon.
Thank you. My question is to Dr. Deans and also to Dr. Patapshin. My concern about the waste issue that's been a major topic here is, I have two questions, but the waste first. Why can't we use the waste that these ships dump into our seas and use biomethane as a way of getting rid of that waste and also generating energy so they don't have to have as much of the diesel output that ends up in our air? So that is what I don't see why that could not be implemented. It is beneficial in two senses: lowers the pollution issue and also gives the shipping companies a source of energy for use. So that is one. And the other is there is a company called Farwind. And Farwind has technology that's based on the Magnus effect. That is one thing that we should probably try to get implemented that could, again, save energy and cut the pollution, both from the air pollution standpoint and water pollution. Thanks very much.
Go ahead.
Yes, thanks for that intervention. Yeah, there is certain technologies and procedures that deal with waste energy from ships. But there are also some practical considerations that are impacted in the various conventions. You know, like on a cruise ship, you can't keep the waste with 4,000 persons on board. You can't store that waste forever. And I think the convention allows for it to be, you know, once you're a certain distance away from shore, for it to be discharged and so on. But like everything else, you know, if you consider it a resource, you can turn that resource, whether into energy or recycle it for some other use, you know, whether it's the garbage or, you know, the sewage or so on. So there are technologies and there are conventions for treating with shipborne waste.
Thank you. And I will just conclude by saying that international dialogue is important. And when we have the opportunity, because we have a voice as a nation and as a region as well, when we have those opportunities, we should make them known because we are being impacted. And the ones who are most greatly negatively impacted have the most to lose, and therefore our voices have to be stronger. So in terms of energy, yes, there are the technologies, and I think we have to come up with innovative ways of how we can use our energy resources or natural energy resources, whether it's a ship to shore, it might not be actually implementing renewable energy activities or devices on the ship itself, but once they're in shore, I think there are great opportunities for us. I would like to encourage all the students who are studying in maritime affairs to recognize that there are so many opportunities for you out there, and that you, with all the discussions that you're hearing, some of it you may understand now, but there are so many opportunities for you to venture into even the area of green financing and understanding what that means and how green financing can be leveraged to implement a number of the things that we're talking about, whether it's in the environmental cleanup, whether it's in clean energy, clean fuels, energy efficiency, or just in the digitization area. There are so many opportunities. So your world, your future holds a lot. It's a large space there. It's as large as the ocean itself. So in closing, I would just say the key takeaway here, collaboration, cooperation. Sustainability is a long-term goal, but it starts today and it starts with each of us. Thank you very much to our panelists and to you, our audience, very much.
Thank you very much, panelists. I think we come to the end of this session here. Thank you very much, Dr. Potopsin, Mr. Spence, Vary, Devant, and Dr. Deans. You may exit. So we are at lunch. Amen. Like I said earlier on, the most exciting part of this afternoon. Yesterday, lunch is being served now, please. Huh? It's going to be our working lunch. While you're having your lunch, we still continue with other activities. Yesterday, the Minister of Labor, Social Security, Jamaica Productivity Center announced a competition. And before the close of our session yesterday, they got 3 submissions. And they're going to be inviting the students to make their presentations. We give the students 3 minutes maximum. And I'm going to invite Michaela to please come forward to handle this. Thereafter, I will invite Mr. Noel Colding, who has some gift items, or should I call it giveaway? So prepare for some questions if you want to win something at the end. Michaela, please, you can come for me.
Good afternoon. Are you ready for the excitement? We have the pitch competition, and I've been told by the CMU students that they're very competitive, which I think is a pretty good characteristics to have if we're trying to make our economy more competitive. So we're excited to see what they have. I'm going to invite all of the potential winners, those who have entered the pitch competition and been selected to give their pitch, just to come and stand by the stage.
We have charted a course of excellence, transforming challenges into opportunities.
We're going to allow each student or each team, I think we have at least one team, to present for a maximum of 3 minutes. The contestants are well, you're going to be judged. Audience, you do have the opportunity to ask some questions, but because we don't have a lot of time, we're going to ask for one question for each pitch. Understood? Any questions from me before you begin? You have a timer on the screen. There's a timer here that will show 3 minutes once you've started your presentation. So be sure that you do not go over time. I'm going to invite first for Tiana. Tiana is a student of cruise shipping and marine tourism. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Miss. Okay. Yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tiana de Montana, and I'm from a Year 4 student, and I'm from cruise shipping and marine tourism. Okay, so everyone, I've been here for like 3.5 years now, and I've been learning a lot about all the courses. I found something very interesting because I study both logistics, as I said, and cruise shipping. And I've thought about a waste collector vessel for cruise ships. This idea came to me when I read an article about the cruise ships being dumped, like they're dumping waste in the waters of the environment. I'm more of an environmentalist person, so I gravitated to that. So I was like, let me come up with a plan. My plan is to implement this in order for the cruise vessels to operate and to be able to drop off the waste in the cruise ports. However, in Jamaica, we don't have the opportunity to have the proper infrastructure. So my cruise vessel idea is that I would use a bulk carrier that can accommodate the amount of waste that they drop off at each cruise port in order to transport it to a landfill area in order to make renewable energy. Or I can use biofuel for the cruise ships instead of using all the amount of money that I would spend to buy fuel for the vessel. This idea is because I think we can use it to promote jobs for our maritime students that are coming out, our graduates. Finally, next year is me. Yes, guys. And also to help with other locals, because our environment is like our life. It's a supply chain, it's a cycle for us, and this is what we live off. So, yes, that's my...
Job well done, Tiana. Thank you. And for those of you who are interested, the participants are going to be judged based on clarity, the relevance of their idea to improving productivity within the blue economy, the potential reach and impact of their idea, the sustainability aspect of their idea, and the ability to implement and replicate their idea. Next up, we have Ms. Holton, Naela Holton.
Hello, everyone.
The title of my pitch today is Eco-Style, Modernizing Blue Economy Productivity Through Resource Optimization. As a logistics student passionate about sustainable development, I'm excited to present Eco-Style, a solution that tackles the pressing issue of resource inefficiency in the blue economy. The blue economy is a vital component of our planet's sustainable development, providing livelihoods for millions and contributing significantly not only to the Jamaican economy. However, it faces a significant challenge: resource inefficiency. The value proposition is simple. Eco-Style optimizes resource use in the blue economy, reducing waste and promoting sustainability by leveraging artificial intelligence-driven analytics, IoT sensors, and blockchain technology. Our platform provides real-time insights, predictive analytics, and AI-driven recommendations. This enables businesses to make informed decisions, reduce costs, and improve productivity. Let us take into consideration a seafood processing company that will use Eco-Style's AI to analyze production data and predict demand. This enables them to adjust their production schedule, reducing food waste and excess inventory. Now, what is IoT in action? Since I've moved to Kingston, the pollution has captured my attention, especially on the beaches. Eco-Style's IoT-enabled smart bins are installed at coastal town beaches, monitoring waste levels and composition. The data is sent to Eco-Style's platform, enabling SWMA's team to optimize their collection routes and reduce marine pollution. As mentioned before, I am a student studying logistics and supply chain management at CMU, and right now we are focusing on supply and demand in microeconomics. As suppliers, it is our duty to provide our consumers with the best of the best. Say a restaurant located on the shore uses Eco-Style's blockchain platform to track the origin, movement, and ownership of their products. This ensures that consumers can trust the sustainability and authenticity of the seafood, and the company can demonstrate its commitment to responsible sourcing. As President Andrew Spencer said yesterday during his speech at the panel discussion, come and see what we can do with the little that we have. At Eco-Style, we're doing just that and making the most of the resources available to us while minimizing waste and environmental impact. Our platform is designed to be scalable and adaptable, making it suitable for various industries within the blue economy. What sets Eco-Style apart is its integrated approach, combining AI, IoT, and blockchain technologies to provide, can I finish? Two more sentences. What? One sentence, hold on. Wait, with this idea, businesses can thrive while contributing to the long-term health of our planet's marine ecosystems. Thank you. All
right, thank you to Naela. She corrected me on that one. Long A, not the short A. But I'm going to invite any questions for the first presentation. Were there any questions for Tiana? Were there any questions for Naela? At this time, then, I'll invite Kamal and his teammate to come and present.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kamal, and this is my classmate, Onajeng. Today, we would like to talk about turning Jamaica into a circular economy. So, our island of Jamaica is blessed with a vibrant oceans and fertile lands. However, it is struggling with a waste crisis, particularly plastic. This threatens our coast, our fisheries, and our future. But within this channel lies a remarkable opportunity. We propose a national policy for the management of plastic packaging, built on the principles of a blue circular economy. Our vision is to use the process of bioresource valorization to design out waste, capture value, and protect our seas while building new industries and jobs for Jamaicans. Here's how. We will phase out the single-use plastics and drive innovation in reusable and refillable systems. Secondly, we will capture the value from waste, where plastic is not just trash, it's also a resource. We intend to build a national market for recycled materials where we will transform waste into revenue, powering new businesses, and ensuring Jamaica becomes a regional leader in this recycling innovation. We'll move on to Anuj.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So we'd also like to clean our coast. We would like to, like, whenever fishermen go in the water, we like to let them carry any garbage that they see, and they'll get an incentive, right? Because we know we need to clean our waters as well. To fund this project, we'll go through multiple environmental companies in Jamaica, such as Environmental Foundation of Jamaica, Environmental Health Foundation, and Jamaica Fishermen Cooperative Union. We also like to do environmental taxations that would allow us to get back to when organizations pollute the environment. Also, I would like to invest in our youth. Currently in Jamaica, I feel like the maritime industry doesn't fully invest in our youngsters, like even when they're in prep school. I believe that we can have an organization that sets up competitions similar to the 4-H, where we can have public speech competitions and different tactics, they can make models of different ways that they can consider the blue economy. This will allow us to invest in our future, create more people that when they grow up, they can have more critical thinking towards the blue economy, allowing us to prosper. Because if we only put in what we can do now and not invest into the future, what will happen when we retire and people that are growing up now take over? They won't have anything to go off. They won't have anything to have a structure based off. Thank you.
Thank you to Kamal, Wright, and Anjay. And we have another logistics and supply chain management student coming to us. And I'd like to welcome Katie and Johnson to present her idea.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Whenever I talk about sustainability, the first question I'm almost always asked is, how will we fund this? Today, I'm excited to share an idea where funding isn't a problem because the system funds itself. Now, I want to talk about an innovation to boost productivity in the blue economy through the integration of a smart ocean resource monitoring system with an incentive-based regulatory framework that uses Peruvian taxes and subsidies. The platform would employ IoT sensors, satellite imaging, and AI-driven analytics to provide real-time data on fish stocks, water quality, vessel movements, and waste discharge. By streamlining data collection and analysis, the system minimizes inefficiencies and provides accurate insights for fisheries, aquaculture, and shipping operations. What makes this innovation transformative is its link to economic incentives. Through Peruvian taxes, firms that overexploit marine resources or discharge pollutants would incur additional costs, reflecting the environmental damage they impose. Conversely, businesses that adopt sustainable practices such as efficient fuel use, reduced bycatch, or eco-friendly aquaculture could receive tax breaks or subsidies. I'm always hearing the question, how do we incentivize businesses? But at the end of the day, we have to look at the 4 pillars of sustainability. You have environmental, economical, political, and social. Which pillar do we give priority, and which pillar do we neglect? We need to look through a different lens and realize that a culture has to be fostered towards sustainability. Earlier, I heard Dr. Spence say that at the ports, it's not even in the contract for sustainability. So the result is a measurable reduction in wasted inputs, such as fuel, time, raw product, alongside improved long-term yields and healthier ecosystems. For example, fisheries could optimize catch zones to avoid overfishing, while ports and shipping operators could reduce idle vessel time through predictive scheduling. Transparent, shareable data also strengthens governance and investor confidence, further incentivizing businesses to align with sustainability goals. By coupling smart monitoring technology with the Peruvian economic incentives, this innovation streamlines processes, optimizes resource use, and creates a productivity-driven blue economy that is both profitable and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katie and Johnson. Did we have any questions for Kamal and Anjay? Any questions for Katie Ann? I guess you guys did a very good job of explaining. So thank you for your attention. The judges are going to tally their scores, and towards the end of lunchtime, we will let you know who is the winner of the Galaxy tab.
Thank you very much, Michaela and the participants. While we wait on the judges to tally their points, I would like to invite our sponsor, Guardian Group, Mr. Noel Codlin, and Ms. Raquel Pusey to come and make their presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's always a risky thing to make a presentation during lunch because most persons are more attentive to what's in front of them than rather what's up here. Yeah. So I will just be rather brief this afternoon and tell you that my name is Noel Codling, as I said, veteran life insurance for 27 years. And I'm happy to report that we at Guardian Life, along with my colleague Raquel here, we at Guardian Life have been offering solutions to persons from age 0 to 100 and beyond for life insurance products, whether it is investment, critical illness, or life insurance on a whole, and education purposes. We have over the years been a part of the Jamaican landscape. Guardian has been with us for 25 years. And we are happy today to be a part of this wonderful presentation here today. Now, we want to say that thank you to all those who have been agents or clients, rather, of our company, and we look forward to sharing the experience with others, whether or not you think that you need insurance or you want insurance. But the fact is, each person here today represents a demography that needs some sort of life insurance and protection coverage. And we are here to offer it because we say, live secure, live easy. Today, we'd like to make a quick presentation to anyone who can answer a simple question. And you all ready? Here is it. If the first person to stand, and I acknowledge you, to name 5 things 5 benefits of having life insurance, you get a fantastic gift that we have here today. 5 benefits of having life insurance coverage.
You just said them. Okay, come. Yes. Oh, sorry.
Well, I think you can leave money back for the persons that you'd will the money to, or your beneficiaries. I would be one. I think 2, you can use it as, like equity to buy something against it. You can do that, right?
You tell me.
Yeah, like a house, you can use it. That would be the next other thing about life insurance. There's only 2 coming to mind. Another benefit would be, I don't think it, not only 2 coming to mind.
You can't think anymore?
Okay. Good try. We appreciate your try. Anyone else willing to give it a shot? 5 benefits of having an insurance. Insurance, life. Let us be specific, not general, life insurance.
Life insurance.
3. Okay, I see a hand down there.
Mr.
Mexico.
No.
Well, no, man, Mexico.
She's going to do.
It's all right, Mexico.
All right, so.
No,
she pointed at somebody. Let's go. You stand up. Really, nobody knows why we should have life insurance?
Okay, there.
Yes, go ahead.
Expense. It can cover your expenses, like funerals and so on. The investment portion can be used for wealth planning.
Yes.
I know sometimes you can use it for part of it can be used to like debt repayments.
Yes.
It can also be used to cover your monthly expenses or replace your monthly expenses, because I know you can take off some of your shares at times. That is what, 4? 4, one more. And of course, health benefits.
Okay, thank you very much. Come forward and collect your gift.
So just name them. Health, life, pension, critical illness.
Health, life, pension, disability, critical illness, education purposes, and collateral. Thank you. Very good. With Guardian Life? What's your name?
Yes, Katie.
Congratulations to Katie. Give her a round of applause. Thank you very much, and we look forward to sharing with CMU in other ventures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coldlin and Ms. Raquel Pusey. I feel comfortable, President, that we have people to run to for our next conference. And I believe next conference, we'll be getting 2 or 3 times of what we got for this conference from our sponsors. Thank you very much, all. Lunch is served. We are 20 minutes behind time, if I should say. We take another 15 minutes to do our lunch, and our next panel will come on. I will take this opportunity to grab something myself as well. Thank you all. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, media persons. We're going to take this opportunity while you are still having your meal to have our virtual presentation. We already have online with us Mr. Vincent Tabunekam, who is the founder of his own consultancy, leveraging 21 years of experience with global executives and leading experts to guide organizations through digital transformation, smart factory implementation, and Industry 4.0, 5.0 strategies. Based in Lyon, France, he holds a mechanical engineering and production degree honors and an MSc in artificial intelligence first class. And he is a certified Scrum coach and trainer, recognized as a Microsoft Azure IoT MVP and one of the only 200 Microsoft regional directors worldwide. Vincent collaborates under the NDA with Microsoft executives while also volunteering as a coach for startups globally. Thank you very much for joining with us, Vincent. We know it's approximately 8 p.m. now, your time, but you had promised that you will join us at 10 p.m.
Yes.
Thank you very much. You had promised that you will join us whenever we call. So you have 15 to 20 minutes to go through your presentation. There may be no opportunity for questions, but I believe people will assimilate your presentation. Okay. You did a wonderful job the last time we met, and that is why we brought you to speak to us at the Caribbean Maritime University. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Thanks very much. I'm checking the microphone. Can you hear me properly? I guess, yeah. So, yeah, good. It's an honor for me to be here. Thanks very much for the invitation. So today I'm going to present you how we are going to be connecting the businesses within the Caribbean, especially focusing on technical aspects using what we call Industry 4.0. Vincent Tabanekam, again, CEO of Factovia. And Caribbean, it's really special because it's at a strategic crossroad. It's massive, it's 2.7 million kilometers square, which means it's 5 times as big as France. And it's at the central place because we can find trades, tourism, fisheries, energies, and so on. And for that, we need to do properly the business. We need to do real-time monitoring, real-time billing. For example, at the very beginning, when we had our server on-premise in your home or in your work, we decided to move the servers to the cloud. So those resources are now part of a big service in the cloud. And it's that way that we can speak together as a service. So it's streaming as a service from the other side of the planet. And for that, to monitor real time, to do billing real time, we have got in our box, in our toolbox, Industry 4.0 elements. And those elements that we will see in a few minutes will be able to do the following things: to manage the ports, the pollution, the fishing, the shipping, and it will ensure the sustainability and also boost the competitiveness. This will ease what we call the blue economy. So similarly to our server that used to be resources, now we've got the ocean as an asset. An asset, it's something that you can take benefits from and you can kind of monetize in a sustainable way. So yes, after saying that, we can say what slows us down. What slows us down is the fragmented and siloed business. So I put some examples here. We've got a kind of business, we've got shipping, we've got air transport, we've got manufacturing, healthcare, education, and so on and so forth. It's a lot of businesses, all in silos. And within each, for example, healthcare, we can find other silos. It's complex. Let me just do some analogy with the old time when I didn't have gray hair, with USB-C that we all know now. But before that time, we used to have many kind of ports to connect computers. I want to connect the monitor, so I use VGA, super VGA. I want to connect the old mouse with a very heavy mouse. So I used to have such and such other ports, very complex. And nowadays, of course, everyone knows what is USB-C, the plug. We've got many sizes and shapes of USB-C, but it was invented in 1994. It took USB the approximately 20 years to become perfect and to widespread. We don't have that luxury in the industry. In the industry, it's slow because it's a lot more complex than just plugs and just wires. Just let us consider those two gentlemen in a lab. In this lab, where you've got sophisticated and high-tech, really high-tech technology devices, those gentlemen are still sometimes doing manual operations. And because it is needed, sometimes even in the airspace industry, you have to do very special manual things where you have skilled people. So it means at some point we will be stuck. Either we're stuck with the manual elements or some partially fill-in Excel files, or we're stuck because here we can see we've got many devices, many apparatus that are coming from various ages, sometimes 20 years ago, sometimes it's recent, many brands. So again, the data is stuck. It's a massive problem. We will see the percentage. It means that we cannot interoperate. So we cannot change and plug and unplug easily. Again, if we zoom out a little bit, if we take a broader vision, we will see some cargo here. To manufacture a cargo, it's a lot more complex than just a lab. So the problem with data silo, it's even bigger. It's exponential. So now if we take even a bigger, broader vision, it's even worse. Now we've got various islands, for example, Jamaica, and how are we gonna do some commerce with other rest of the world or within the Caribbean zone? So although it exists some European Free Trade Association standards to exchange, for example, in France, in Paris, I said to myself, if I want to purchase some banana, some rum, let's do some purchase. I will need to wait a little bit, and then to spread this information of purchasing to my partners and colleagues, it takes some time because again, the silo. We've got technology for that, but we reached the maximum velocity of the technology. We have to find other kind of technology. We will come and see what kind of technology we will use. In the middle of this corridor of a business, in the middle of that, it's important to consider all the local and global laws and regulation. We have to consider that, especially to have one single source of truth. If you want, many people are talking about single source of truth. SAP, ERP are single source of truth. Other kind of software are single source of truth. It means that we have got many sources of a single source of truth. That's a problem. We need a massive single source of truth, if you like. So this one exists. We got the technology for that, and we will see how could that work to do the exchange globally from one island to another island, or from one continent to other continents, including in Africa, for example. Those technology, it's important. It was born in 1999 by IBM in Africa and suburbs when we didn't have a lot of connectivity. So those technology are robust. It's been designed for industry, factories, and complex situation, including cybersecurity. So the solution is called unified namespace. It's very specific. I can encourage you to Google unified namespace, or if you have got some businesses, you can ask ChatGPT or equivalent to do, okay, what is unified namespace? How does that help in my business? So now you know the word to use, unified namespace. Without unified namespace, again, we've got the facts and figures here. in Europe, we're quite behind. We've got 89% of factories and industry that are stuck because of the data in silos, the thing that I explained earlier on. It's really bizarre. It sounds bizarre what I'm saying, but that's a fact. That's what I feel in when I visit the factories, and that's what the banking who evaluate the businesses of various industries, that's what they've got. In the US, it's a little bit better, but not huge amounts. It's not massively better. So what does unified namespace help us to do? It allows us to connect, like as if you had a USB-C plug and connect hospitals with airplane, with fishing, with education. You can connect them all and have real-time information circulating, flowing seamlessly around all those businesses. It's as if we invented a kind of internet with nodes, internet across all your business in Caribbean and across the planet. It's very special kind of technology. It's quite easy technology to understand. It's technology solution. So when I talk to experts, they will understand. But from a high level point of view, it's a shift in the mindset. It's complex, it's bizarre, what I'm saying. And it is important to understand the background of this technology. Unified namespace is part of Industry 4.0 toolbox, and it helps to be resilient to shocks, to climate changes, to hurricane, because again, with the nodes that you've got, that you spread out across the island, if one node is down, other nodes will be alive. So especially in geopolitics. Geopolitics, we can change parameters, and the system will be able to inform you in real time on what's going on, thanks to single source of truth. Because it is complex to understand, so here I'm just here to give you a glimpse of what it is. Of course, you will not become a unified namespace within 15 minutes. In France, for example, in Paris, we launched last week, it's really recent, we launched a VIP club called Data Ops Unified Namespace. Data, of course, the data, and ops, it means operational. We want it to be truly operational and useful, and UNS is Unified Namespace. This group, this club is led by major companies, managed to gather RATP, for example, Saint-Gobain, massive company, Alstom, and many other ones that are confidential. They don't want to be here in public. And what are we doing in this kind of VIP club? We are talking about a massive road blocker. It's the change in the change management, it's the mindset that we have to unlock. We have to unlock because we've got the syndrome of the ivory tower. So this syndrome, it's a bias. Everyone has got this syndrome. The best way to combat it is to travel. That's the first hint. You travel a lot. If you are stuck somewhere, you will be in your ivory tower. Second thing is that in this ivory tower, even us in this ivory tower in the top, we say, okay, we have to put in place unified namespace. But how does that impact the rest of the other steps of the tower? Particularly the shop floor. At the bottom, we call that at the bottom of the ladder, the shop floor, it's where all the value resides. All the goods are manufactured over there. Well, we have to, it's an approach, it's a technique to be successful. We have to start the change management from the bottom. It's where the knowledge and all the people are. And we start from that using the sponsorship and the money of the executive. So it's easy secret. It's easy secret, but the thing is that you have got many islands. Even within one island, even within Jamaica, for example, you will have many ivory tower because you've got education, that's an ivory tower. Even within education, you've got many ivory tower. So the most difficult thing is, again, change management. We have to talk the same language. For that, we've got a methodology that we perfected over the years. So the first level of maturity to help people understand is to discover. discover, like today, I'm glad to be here again, thanks very much, to be the element and to promote and to share what is unified namespace. So that's the pedagogy, sharing, it's important. Second point is that don't believe me, don't believe Vincent. You have to believe on what you see and what you touch. So the second thing is to build your own self-conviction. You go in the field and manipulate like this gentleman. He will touch the wood. It's Montessori-based material, so it's totally designed with the Montessori state of mind. 11,000 euros spent, or dollars spent on that research and development. It's been developed over 5 years ago. We are sure about our methodology. We touched a huge amount of people over the years. The third element is to practice. After having built your self-own conviction, you have to practice. You cannot run the marathon if you are not prepared to the semi-marathon. If you want to do the semi-marathon, you have to be prepared too. So you practice again and again and again. So for Saint-Gobain, for example, I'm allowed to quote, luckily, they allow me to quote this project. So we created something that is sometimes called a twin factory. So we take the real factory and we bring that to a secure environment where the Saint-Gobain employee and ourselves, we will practice. We'll practice what are we practicing? We practice AI, for example. Is the AI trained enough and fit for purpose? So after sometimes, secret times, it is fit for purpose, and then we deploy into production. It sounds easy like this. Those comes from best practices that we gather over the last 25 years or so. But usually we don't find those best practices in the industry. That's unfortunate. And then after the step 3, we have to deploy into production. Still Saint-Gobain, the same. After that, you take the AI, you take your skills, human skills, not only technology. So the human skills, his brain, we go to Saint-Gobain and we deploy. Whatever we practice, we now put into production. We will find some gaps, of course, between the practice, like a golf. When you play golf, in your practice, you practice and practice. It will be totally different from the hilly golf and challenges. Of course, you have to adjust. But it is best to that way rather than knowing nothing and just jump into the real golf court and try your best. So trying your best is not good enough. We have to be excellent. So for that, we have got a framework. It's we call that 5+1 framework, 5 steps, and then the +1, it's to scale, to deploy at scale. So now let's talk about some practical use cases. Use cases, the first one that comes to me in mind is with a CMA CGM, with a shipping and port logistics. What the good thing about technology, and if especially we put unified namespace, is that we will be able to find all the cargoes real time. And you are going to say, yeah, but it exists, Vincent. I've been working luckily on CMA CGM, so it exists to a certain extent. We could improve by putting and adding more unified namespace. It is a procedure that improves, that you could improve over the months. So UNS, it's nearly an endless improvement, like marathon. You improve for this marathon, and next one you'll be even better. For energy and sustainability, you will be able to monitor in real time. I know you've got a wind, you've got tornado over there, and it is important to predict. So you have to cross and remove all the data silos between weather forecast and then data coming from the wind turbine or other sites, and then gather them all instantaneously. Unified namespace is there to help. Otherwise, we will come back to the roughly 80% of the factories and industrial systems that are stuck and locked by the kind of former previous technologies. Although this is 4.0 technology, again, if everyone was using unified namespace, we wouldn't have that problem. In manufacturing, after applying here for the robots, for example, assembling cars, it's public facts and figures, so I can quote my customer. We're saving $300,000, so $300,000 a year, putting in place those kind of unified namespace for many reasons. Obvious reasons, it's improvements of knowledge. We can take some skills on the other side. Here we've got education and students. So you can take a new student and tell him, okay, now within 15 minutes, you will be onboarded into this new project because the data flows rapidly. In the past, it's not 15 minutes, it's hours, days, sometimes months. Sometimes for some reason, it's bizarre, but it's years. After years, 3 years sometimes, it's till the data are still locked because of the data silos, especially with the regulation concerning the security. Cybersecurity, it's in Europe, it's really important. So if you're manufacturing electrical goods and send that to Europe, now with the very heavy duty constraints of EU certification, you will have to comply. It's hell, to be honest. It's really complex. So you have to have all those information flowing back to you to a dashboard in real time. So it is time to change. To sum up, so we can say that we've got the framework, we, not us, Factovia, but we in general, worldwide, we've got a framework to success. It is known. So unified namespace extends and enhances Industry 4.0. It doesn't replace, it is part of Industry 4.0. It is usually unknown because if I never tell you about unified namespace, you will not Google about what is unified namespace. Now you will see that, that it is widespread. Firstly, unified namespace is free. It's as if I talk to you about education, mathematics, it's free. It's free. And then when you want to apply mathematics, of course, you will buy some tools, but mathematics, it's a principle, it's a concept. Unified namespace is a concept. It is free of charge, totally open source. Everyone could use it. However, it is free, but it is the foundation of data quality. Without that, we will be stuck in data silo like in the past. So we need to grow in terms of maturity and again, to grow and come to the semi-marathon level or even better to the marathon level. Because without good quality data, you will not have any AI. AI will be stuck. AI, you will ask the AI, give me this and that. It will say, okay, either I cheat and I answer random things like AI does when it is stuck, or I'll be honest and say, okay, I cannot access the weathercast because it is so protected, or I cannot access the information of that silo in the robot size, in the robot cell. So unified namespace has been designed to unlock all this on purpose for many years. So it's ready to be used. As a result, you will not even have predictive maintenance. Everyone in the world talks about predictive maintenance. And myself, I teach the module predictive maintenance. But without quality data, it's a failure. We did some testimonials with large manufacturers on that. Second element, unified namespace is not about technology. Oftentimes, even myself at the beginning, I thought that was a technology. And no, it's not limited to that. It's about change management. It's about trusting people. You have to remember the ivory tower. You have to make those ivory tower talk to each other. And even within the same ivory tower, you have to unlock all the levels. So it is a question of trusting people, collaboration, and use the collective intelligence to move forward. So we are talking about governance, teamwork, and so on. Unified namespace is not limited to factories. That was my mistake. At the beginning, I thought, because we call that Industry 4.0, I thought that it was limited to factories. And I used to be an expert, IoT expert, sending the data to the cloud. So I was myself in a silo. Thanks to unified namespace, I opened myself broadly, and it is a massive, you have to have the systemic vision, the systemic view. and to have a better business impact and increase competitiveness. So the need now for Caribbean, we need investors, we need courage, we need people saying, okay, now, of course, I will investigate on what is unified namespace, and to ease the business of all the Caribbean with impact worldwide, let's invest, let's do the job, and let's deploy the robust method. So I call, we put example of the method here, we call that Factovia Arrow. And finally, we will break some data silos. We will be training the next generation workforce, because we, as a Factovia, we can train the students, but we have to change the entire pedagogy, the entire educational systems, so that we know about a unified namespace. It is revolution, as big as AI, except that AI, it has got the buzzword and no one else exists in the world, but unified namespace does exist. It is the basics. Without the basics, you cannot create the foundation of your buildings, and you cannot put the ceiling. It is a question of trusting the network, and unified namespace is totally based on open architecture with bricks. Before, in the past, as a developer, we used to code a lot. Now it's based on bricks. So you take the bricks, we call that citizen developer. So now you bring the power to the people, knowing the use cases in the shop floor with the quality people who knows perfectly the processes. They will be able to drag and drop those open architecture bricks. And this is now the backbone for proper AI. Thank you very much. And that was the presentation. Again, I hope to see you. I know many people in the audience, like Olivier Remis here, knows about unified namespace. So please grab him and ask him a lot of questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Vincent.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I think that was a powerful presentation. Our life will not be in existential without technology, and this is what is shaping our life today. Vincent, what I'm going to put to the audience is if you do have any question, please email your question to info@cmu.edu.jm.
Sure.
We will pass it to Vincent, and the responses will be shared with all the participants today.
That's wonderful.
Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Tabernacle.
You're welcome, and thanks very much for the invitation. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Bye. Quickly, I'm going to invite Michaela to please come and announce the result of the competition done earlier, the pitch competition. Present your gifts to the winners, and then we'll move into our next session. Thank you very much.
Hello again. So I have some bad news and I have some good news. The bad news is that it was a very difficult decision to make by our judges for the pitch competition. The good news is that they did finally come to a conclusion on who the winner should be. I'm asking all of the contestants to please join me on stage. Kamal, Anjay, Naila, and Kadian. And Tiana. You want? All right, welcome them as they come. As I said before, the judges indicated to me that they had a very hard time making the selection and giving the scores to the students for us to choose the answer. They thought that everyone did an excellent job. We must commend these students. They took on this challenge in, we can call it less than 24 hours, and for some of them, probably less than probably 4 hours to be able to prepare themselves to come and present to you ideas that are going to enhance productivity within their respective fields of study. And that alone deserves an award. Unfortunately, we did not come prepared to give everybody an award today, but we would like to recognize the efforts of all those who participated. So I'll start first with Tiana, and I'll invite our Chief Technical Director of the Jamaica Productivity Center to help me hand out these awards. So we have some gifts. You want to come on? So first, I invite Tiana de Montana to please accept our appreciation for participating in this competition. Katie and Johnson, thank you for your excellent presentation. And Kamal Wright and Anjay, please accept our thanks for your participation. And I'd also like to thank All right, I'd also like to thank Nyala Holton for her participation in this competition, and also announce that she is the winner of the competition. So I will give a little bit of background information. Yesterday, after we found out that Nyala entered the competition, she said to one of our coworkers that she's going to win. And we're like, if you win, fine. And she's like, no, I'm going to win. And she had her friend in the audience, and her friend was like, yes, she is going to win. So you need to have a cheerleader like Nyala's friend. So congratulations. And I want to thank our judges for this competition. We had our Chief Technical Director of the JPC, Tamar Nelson. We also had Yvette Smith-Johnson, the Director of Research at CMU, and we also had Andre Molyneux, the Technical Resource Officer at the Jamaica Productivity Center. And I'd also like to thank CMU for giving us this opportunity to showcase ideas that improve productivity. At the JPC, we do our best to work with schools and with young people to try and help them understand the importance of being productivity focused. And this is just one way we do that, through competitions. And if you would like us to come to your institutions or to your units and to have a customized session with your institution so that we can help you understand how your institution or how the members of your institution can be more productive, we are available to do that. We also offer services in research, productivity benchmarking. We also do productivity audits and assessments and consultations. So reach out to us, you know where to find us. Thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you very much, Michaela and Ms. Nelson. We are already a partner. The university is open to you anytime. All you need to do is send us a message. You will be coming on a particular date, and our doors will be opened. Welcome back from lunch. This is usually the most difficult part of any conference. We have our panel ready now to take on this afternoon. The role of interagency support in the promotion and sustainability of the blue economy. And we have our own Dr. Aaron McLean, who is the moderator of this session. He's an experienced executive at the Caribbean Maritime University. He holds a Doctor of Education in Adult Education and an MBA and a Bachelor of Arts degree. He's a trained teacher and has completed several professional courses. Dr. McLean served the CMU as Director of Corporate Planning and Administration, Vice President of Planning and Development, and is currently the Vice President, Office of Physical Planning and Facilities. Dr. McLean is a change agent, having served the Jamaica Customs Department as manager, training and development during a critical organizational restructuring period. Welcome, Dr. McLean. To join Dr. McLean is Dr. Chukwuemeka Shiana, Counselor, Peace Spring Consultancy, Jamaica. Please join us here. Mr. Stefan Rampier, Director of Projects at Kankara Development Limited. Please join us. Nicholas Desramont, Senior Environmental Engineer with the World Bank. Jamie Robinson, representing the CEO Universal Service Fund, Jamaica, one of our big partners. And finally, we have Mr. Ethan James, who is joining with us online from Antigua and Barbuda. Ladies and gentlemen, please let them feel welcome. You can sit down. Okay, stay here. I'll get one.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Everybody is well fed. Yeah? Don't go to sleep on us, right? All right, so it's that session, and I've been asked to, go through as quickly as possible. You know who you're going to be interacting with, just to let you know that the objectives for this session is to, one, analyze interagency barriers among blue economy agencies and suggest governance solutions to enhance alignment and collaboration. Two, discuss a roadmap for shared data systems, funding mechanisms, and accountability frameworks that drive sustainable marine resource management. And thirdly, propose targeted interventions, legal, financial, technological, and social, that leverage agency partnership to maximize environmental, economic, and community barriers. So because you know who we are talking with already, we just dive right in. So, Dr. Chiana, the first one for you. From a governance perspectives, what roles do international, national, and local agencies each play in crafting a cohesive strategy, and how can their often competing mandates be better aligned to avoid duplication?
That's a great question, because governance really comes down to alignment. International, national, and local agencies, they're like the three legs of a stool. And without the three, the stool cannot stand strong. International agencies often bring the big framework, like funding, providing technical expertise, alongside global standards, best practices. The national agencies, on the other hand, adopt those frameworks into policies, regulations, as well as national coordinations that reflect local realities. More so, local agencies such as the municipal councils, schools, and other local groups. Then bring all of those into practical realities because they know the communities, they know the culture, as well as the immediate realities. However, the challenge does occur when these three agencies work in silos. So to mitigate that, it boils down to alignment, where all three agencies sit at a round table, share information together, build on each other's strength, and by so doing, the community will be impacted from a positive standpoint.
So,
thank you.
As a follow-up to that, then, who is going to build the cat?
The three agencies, like I said, need to sit together, come together, pull on each other's strength. Don't forget, like I said earlier, that like the three legs, without the three coming together, the stool won't be able to function effectively and serve its purpose.
Thank you. Anybody else want to dive in on that? Anybody else? Okay. Mr. Rampier, please? No? Okay. So we move to Mr. Rampier. Thank you very much, Mr. China, Doc. Which structural, political, or resource-related barriers most impede effective interagency cooperation, and what are the practical steps to dismantle them?
All right, well, thank you for that question. It's probably been repeated many times at this conference, but the low-hanging fruit here is data sharing, right? What we find is, again, we operate in silos, and we tend to repeat the information in various countries, even in the same territories. It is likely, for example, in Jamaica, that there are several agencies working on the risk vulnerability of the port. So, if we had that data in a shared space where we could understand what data is available and what research we can carry out separately to enhance the ports, we can certainly be working on different aspects rather than perhaps working on the same aspects. I've seen this happen in my industry is the water utility industry, and due to bureaucracy and the lack of data sharing, recently during the drought, my company Kankara, where I work, as a utility company, we have available water for sharing resources with other utility companies. But it really took a long time for that cooperation to come about. And now today, we are helping to alleviate maybe 20% of the water deficit for Kingston. But we have to agree that we're going to share data, we're going to cooperate, and that requires management and leadership at the top.
So what is established so far, and it has been an ongoing theme throughout this 2 days, is collaboration. There has to be collaboration among agencies. So we then go to Mr. Desmond.
No, that's French. We put a lot of letters and we don't use them. It's Desrameaux. Desrameaux. Desrameaux.
Okay. Okay. So my question to you then is, how can agencies jointly build shared data platforms and funding mechanisms that are bankable and can accelerate large-scale blue economy projects financing?
Thank you for the question. Good afternoon, everyone. And yeah, that's a pleasure to be here today. So thank you for the invitation. I think data, as has been kind of discussed already over the past yesterday and this morning, it's really key. But data will be only kind of useful if they inform kind of intervention and action. So on that, really, if we want to kind of to support unlocking the full potential of the blue economy, we need to work on accessible data, but data in order to inform kind of investment and to be able kind of to bring the financing. So to build the foundation for informed investment, we need reliable, accessible, and interoperable data. And as discussed, a lot of data is produced every day. So everybody, government, private sector, academia, and even each kind of citizen, we produce data. But the issue is really how we use it, how we share it, and whenever we try kind of to look for data, most of the time we don't find the right one. So how can we really kind of work to bring all kind of this data together? And that there are kind of several options. One, it's really kind of to continue working, just kind of to echo what was said just before on data harmonization, to develop kind of protocol for harmonization of data collection and processing. To continue, the second aspect is making them accessible, so really kind of promoting open access platforms so that everybody could kind of input their data sets, either kind of the government, kind of the academia, and different institutions like the World Bank. We can provide them in open accessible hub. But also what is kind of also needed, it's really to kind of to build the capacity for operators to make good use of this data. So in order kind of for them really to be part of a joint effort, we need kind of to have a local institution with the support of structure like the universities, really to make operators able not only kind of to maintain, but also to manage and to be critical on the use of the data to build long-term sustainability, ownership, and also collaboration. But so that for the data on the kind of financing part, here also we need kind of to work together. We know that neither the public sector nor the private sector will be able to finance all the activity by itself. So we need to develop blended finance model. So combining concessional financing, grants, and private capital to really kind of to reduce the risk, to improve the returns, and also really kind of to have a long-lasting strategy for financing. What we see also really kind of to enable that, it's most of the time there is a need kind of to help the first phase of investments, especially on the blue economy. So agencies should work together to develop some kind of project preparation facilities to support the feasibility studies, the environmental assessment, and all kind of the financial structure, really to help all kind of investor, public, private, to really kind of to gain conscience of to be comfortable in investing. So that's something we need to work together on really kind of bringing what each kind of agency could bring as their support to the financing solution. Because we need good data and definitely financing for the blue economy in the region.
Thank you very much for that very comprehensive response. My next question is, how can agencies leverage universal access funds to support the digital infrastructure, such as community connectivity, sensors required for IoT, and data platform in the blue economy? And for us, the best person to answer that question is the man himself from Universal Service Fund, Jamie.
Thank you for that question. Good afternoon, everybody. So that is quite pertinent to the rollout of the blue economy. The Universal Service Fund, our role is actually to facilitate connectivity and broadband access for all facilities. You know, for the blue economy, we would have done similar, well, the USF does similar rollouts. Currently, we are actually partnering with the Agro Invest to equip the agro parks with Wi-Fi connectivity. So I can harken back to one of the presentations from one of the students, or two of the students in the competition earlier, where they mentioned IoT devices and use of smart technology to monitor monitor water quality and water temperature, pollution levels, etc. USF would be able to provide data connectivity to facilitate the data sharing, and also funding to look at smart things like smart buoys, devices such as a smart buoy, for example, to test water temperature, pollution quality, or pollution levels, sorry, and facilitate the data sharing. I think Stefan would have mentioned earlier about the importance of data sharing or an interconnected space so that the information is not siloed. And this is something that the USF is also a major funding partner in that effort through our funding of the National Broadband Initiative and other interconnected facilities for government spaces and public spaces. So it is easy to conceive that the USF is a relevant entity in this effort, and we are so tasked. It's in our mandate to provide this type of connectivity, and our goal is to create a knowledge-based society, and there's no other way but to provide the facilities to enable these endeavors. So.
I'm sure with that intervention, for anyone who is here who didn't know before, might be coming to you for better support for their communities and projects and so on. So thank you for that explanation, Mr. Robinson. Now on screen is Mr. Ethan James. Welcome, Mr. James, to our session this afternoon. So a short question for you. How can interagency initiatives deliver quick wins? Example, solar-powered or cold storage facilities.
Okay, thank you, Dr. McLean, and thank you to have me as a part of the panel. We appreciate the invitation from Dr. Ijagwana, and hopefully we will do this panel justice. So when we think of interagency initiatives and quick wins for long-term sustainability, what comes to mind, obviously, are energy resilience and security, and to some extent, energy independence. Food resilience and security comes to mind as well, and once again, independence to an extent, right? And of course, we have education, another significant part that forms our overall critical infrastructures or support them. The quick wins, as you have indicated, would be things such as renewable energy, solar PV, wind, waste to energy, geothermal. All of these things are very much available to us here in the Caribbean. Quick wins also include, as you have just mentioned, cold storage. I add to that, as we go along the lines of food security, things of that nature, vertical or soil-less farming. I would note that the Netherlands, being the 71st largest country in the world, is responsible for about the second largest exporter of agricultural products. That's pretty impressive, and this is because they were able to capitalize on maximally the use of technical vertical farming in soilless environments. So it takes a village. And so when it comes to interagency collaboration, we're looking at, again, this whole thing of silos coming into play again, or the breaking down of silos to ensure that we have the solutions that we need. Solar or renewable energy, for example, which is huge, that underpins so much of what we do, and what, as countries, as sovereign nations within the Caribbean, we need the collaboration with between the Ministry of Energy, the Ministry of Land, and of course the Ministry of the Environment, right? Cold storage definitely calls for collaboration between the Ministry of Energy and Agriculture. One of the biggest reasons why we don't have cold storage is because of the cost of energy in the Caribbean. And this is partly because we're not utilizing what we have naturally in terms of natural resources of energy. we are importing, and that we understand that base loads are important to have. But at the same time, it also exposes us to fuel variation charges that are impacted by global affairs. And so we have energy underpinning that as well. We also have another part of it, again, supporting getting into the circular economy is waste to energy or waste to product. We are small island states, and so we have a lot of waste relative to land capacity for landfills and what have you. And this calls to the attention of two ministries, the Ministry of Energy once again, and the Ministry of the Environment. So these three areas I've just touched upon that are absolutely powerful wins for long-term sustainability must call for the interagency collaboration between these ministries.
Thank you very much, Mr. James. And,
You're very well.
We see the recurring theme of silos and collaboration coming out, and perhaps that may be a resolution coming out of this conference as to how to reduce some of the silos and to bring about greater levels of collaboration across agencies and entities. So we return to Dr. Chiana. In what ways can health, education, and environmental agencies collaborate at the community level to strengthen both ocean health and community well-being in coastal regions?
Thank you for that question. And when we talk about ocean health, I want us to know that we are talking about our own health. Our health, our schools, as well as the ocean, they're all connected. You cannot do without any of each other. So they all have their connectivity. So in order to bring resolution to preservation of the ocean health as well as our own wellness, becomes very important that health clinics, schools, and environmental groups, we start early to teach our children about the seas, about what it takes to ensure that our coastal lines are always kept clean. I think it was the previous panelist talked about, one of the panelists talked about that 795 tons of sewage on a daily basis is dumped in our seas. Just think about that. And we all will agree here today that if not 99% of human interaction with this, it's like an ongoing transaction. So earlier education, where, like I said, where our children are taught about the importance of the sea, we're able to provide ongoing coastal cleanup alongside protecting even the mangrove. Because when we safeguard the health of the ocean, we in turn strengthen our own well-being. And when all of this is done, definitely the community alongside the ocean will continue to celebrate. Thank you so very much.
Wonderful. At the CMU, we call it the maritime conscience. Mr. Rampier, how might salvage law and coastal zone management regulations evolve from a policy standpoint to incentivize environmental protection and rapid response in sensitive marine ecosystems?
Well, let me start from my industry, which is the utility industry, where the principle is, the polluter pays, right? And, it's easy to do when you are a utility company in one area. We have one of the largest private sewage treatment plants in Jamaica. But when you look at the blue economy, the solutions are not so simple, right? Because if we take, for example, the Tobago oil spill, where I'm not even sure today we know who the polluter was. You know, what happened there is that very, very quickly, a lot of barriers were created because jurisdiction issues started to come in. We didn't know, you know, how to move at first. So, but there was a rapid response team in that case, and there was within 24 hours, and containment within 48 hours. Started within 48 hours. Nonetheless, the pollution levels, you know, the plumes stretched for many kilometers. And you know, because one of the buzzwords is to, you know, have your, you know, have the salvers on standby, pre-contracts and that sort of thing. I don't know if that will solve the problem. The point is you need to, on a rapid basis, deploy. I would not like to think what would happen if that same barge capsized maybe a few hundred kilometers north. You know, many economies would have been wiped out because the resources wouldn't have been close at hand to deploy. So, you know, we have a lot to think about and a lot to do in that area to make sure that works. With regards to, and that relates to the rapid response part of the question. With regards to salvage, you know, the only way to do that is to incentivize the environmental protection in salvage, and that's not done right now. And without the incentive, you know, business will not respond. So we have to find ways to incentivize environmental protection within the salvage space.
How about incentivizing prevention?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and well, and we also talk about, you know, and so, you know, if you think about what happens, you know, with this spill, and, you know, everybody is affected, right?
Yes.
So, you know, so conceptually, the problem really is when you talk about something like a blue tax, right? You're talking about taxing the group that is cooperating, because correct. You know, this in this case you would almost call the barge a pirate, right? You know, and so we really have to think about how we impose, call it a penalty, on the people who are conforming. Yes. So, you know, it's a lot to think about.
Right. Thank you very much there. Nicholas, what is the realistic potential of digital twin technology and the IoT-driven marine spatial planning in small island developing states? And over this conference, we have been talking also about large ocean states, same place. And how can international and national agencies co-invest to harness these tools?
Okay. Thank you for the question on this kind of virtual, digital twin, so the virtual replica and the Internet of Things of different kind of captures. They have really kind of the opportunity to bring kind of significant change on the ocean and coastal management, especially in large ocean states. So for different reasons, really, they help kind of providing real-time monitoring on different kind of elements to help decision-making and response, including on fish stock, in kind of coastal and marine ecosystem environment and all the activity. They help also decision-maker and different kind of stakeholders really to test different scenarios and see how the built infrastructure, but also the more natural environment will react to different scenarios of climate change, disasters, but also different kind of socioeconomic development. And all that is really kind of key to be able really to interact with all stakeholders and to develop well understood coastal and marine spatial planning. So you will need that, and definitely there are kind of tools which are really kind of could have a lot of potential in a large ocean scale, but we need to be mindful also some of the kind of constraints, and that's kind of part of your, that's part of the second question. That's the second part of your question. We need to consider infrastructure limitation, data gaps, and also kind of the technical capacity. So we really need to look for kind of fit for purpose, kind of which are relatively which are scalable, cost effective, and locally managed. So that's really important that it's kind of led to that. And for that, our agency, we can invest. We need to invest in what we already discussed in digital infrastructure, helping kind of connectivity, so that decision maker could get access also to these different tools. We need to improve the sensor network, the sharing, and the interoperability of the data collection and the cloud-based platform, something we already discussed. Also, on that, what we should continue to do at the international and national agency level, it's really kind of to continue on the capacity building, which was also kind of part of the elements we discussed across all the different sessions during this conference. It's to have not only people building this tool, but people also using these tools. We need to be able to understand and to have critical thinking on how to use that. And that's really kind of, I think, yeah, so definitely they are kind of key to provide coordinated investment and share governance, but we need kind of really to work together to help different actors to develop and to use them.
Thank you very much for that. Jamie, how can interagency partnerships, particularly those focused on technology transfer, drive innovation in digital tools for aquaculture, coastal tourism, and marine biotech?
Well, as I was mentioning earlier, and I think Stefan did point that out again, that the siloed approach that is prevalent now is something that we need to improve on. I gave an example where the USF is partnering with the Agro-Invest to outfit the agro parks. A similar partnership could be envisioned where we are focused on the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries to do more like smart aquaponics, smart ecotourism to facilitate interconnectivity between the fisher folks and the necessary agencies the enabling agencies that would facilitate their activities. The USF could act as a bridge to facilitate the connectivity between end users, as in the farmers, the fisher farmers, the tourist entities or tourism practitioners, and the government entities behind it to act as a central, to facilitate a central platform for communication. It's not just USF. It wouldn't just provide. Well, if you're envisioning it, we wouldn't just be a funding partner, meaning just pumping money, but we'd provide technical assistance in the rollout and also act as a data repository.
Very well. So your support is not always funding, it could be other forms of support to enable. So your organization is not only a funding, but is an enabling entity for
that's
others
correct.
to achieve their goal. Thank
That's
you very
correct.
much there. Mr. James, we have not forgotten you, so we come right back to you. So, how can Caribbean neighbors forge green shipping corridors through joint agency agreements that standardize protocols for alternative fuel bunkering and shore power?
Okay. Thank you for the question. This is a very good one. In the Caribbean, we are responsible for about 40 to 44% of the world cruise market. We're not the biggest in many things, but we are the biggest in this one. So we have a fair amount of tourist cruise vessels coming through the region on an annual basis. I think last 2023, we had around 32 million visitors coming by way of cruise. Because we're also small islands, typically, we import 80 to 90% of the goods that we consume. So the market in terms of what can be done regarding a green corridor for shipping is very important. It's a very important one for us, especially where shore power is concerned. What you may not know is that one of these cruise vessels by itself, on average, consumes about 10 megawatts when docked. And for the larger ones, you're looking at maybe 14 to 15 megawatts of power consumption. So the idea of bunkering, especially when it comes to where we're going with the IMO for fuel standards, and of course where shore power is concerned, is a big one for us. The theme here continues to be regional integration. So it starts with talking, right? We all know the benefits of economies of scale. That's the first thing. Let's make the commitment to do something together to make this region into a green corridor. Next thing, we need to select leaders. Who's going to sketch out what this might look like? We know what the cruise ships and the different paths look like for the various vessels that come to the region. Let's start there. Next, that is the next step. The next step would be to put a task force together from each participating country. This way we know that there is a champion in each country, perhaps at each port in this case, who is going to further that country's contribution to the overall team that is trying to put something together. We have to be honest with ourselves in doing the assessments. Some ports are large, some ports are small. Some ports can offer waste to energy services to the boats when they come in, some ports can't. Some ports can offer bunkering, some ports can't, etc. So we have to be taking an honest assessment of what we can do within the region and decide where the hubs are going to be, who's going to offer the various services to ensure that everyone gets a piece of the pie as the industry continues. From there, once we have taken that very clean, that very insightful, honest assessment of where we are, including our individual ports' capacity to take on shore-to-ship power, which in many cases can't be done right away. Ports have to be developed and brought to a certain level to be able to do that. Then we can start forging the relationships and the agreements that we need to ensure that we can bring in a true Caribbean green corridor and set the pathway for the agencies to work jointly to make this a reality.
Okay, thank you. Now, Prof did ask me for 10 minutes. We have 14 minutes left. So for this bank of questions, I'm going to narrow it down to two. One on the panel and one on the screen. So we're going to take 4 minutes max to cover this grounds, could be less. So Mr. Rampier, what strategies can ensure the equitable distribution of benefits to small-scale fishers, women, and youth through targeted interagency policies designed from the ground up?
All right. Thanks for that question. But I just want to start somewhere a little different, which is the mindset, right? Because that's very important. And Marcus Garvey said, if you have no confidence in yourself, you are twice defeated in the race of life. So what that means is, we have to change the mindset of our people and let them know they can participate in any program that we have. The other thing is access. I think, you know, it makes no sense to ask people to apply for a grant online if they're not internet savvy. So we have to go to where our people are and get and get their buy-in, understanding of what we are doing on the ground. So we have a lot of work to do in that area, you know. So, you know, I also want to say that in Jamaica, I don't think we have the same limitation on our ladies as happens worldwide. I mean, Jamaica has some of the most industrious women in the world, and I think they're
clap.
And you know, the sky's the limit. You know, except in certain scenarios where I think you know those barriers need to be broken. But overall, I think it's a mindset issue that we need to change the culture of our people. That you know, it doesn't matter where you start, you can be anything.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. James. The final question goes to you. In what ways can agencies embed circular economy principles such as waste to energy, water reuse into national planning to create tangible business opportunities?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. McLean. So,
Ethan.
Yes, can you hear me? Can you guys
Yes.
hear me? Great. I'll try and make this very swift, given the time constraint. Well, just to review the core principles of the circular economy, to eliminate waste and pollution, keep products and materials in use to their highest value, and of course to regenerate natural systems. In terms of what we can do, the things we can actually take care of, waste to energy obviously is one solution. We've discussed that briefly just a short while ago. Recycling obviously is a pathway, and reuse. I know when I was a kid growing up, we used to reuse the bottles that soft drinks came in, and I find nowadays that we buy them in cans or what have you, or even in bottles, and then they're discarded. The usability of that receptacle is as good as the day when it was made. So why are we putting them in landfills and creating more issues? Sewage treatment, something we lack tremendously in the Caribbean. From that, we can recover water, we can recover energy, and the health benefits are just incalculable. Now, we don't do these types of things. We pay at some point. Either we pay now, when there are concessional funding available to make it cheap. We pay later when we try to repair our environment. So cost savings can come through when we convert waste into energy, obviously. We can take, again, full advantage of concessional financing. I think there are many private investors right now who are looking for safe havens to put money in light of what's going on around the world. We see what's happening with the dominance of the US dollar, given the rise of other funding, money mechanics mechanisms around the world. And certainly we can do things, something I heard one of the students spoke of earlier on this evening, when she spoke of turning plastic into a resource. There are ways right now of turning plastic and other types of carbon-based waste into energy through pyrolysis or gasification, with the use of solar power, which we have almost an unlimited amount of in terms of how much we can scale with that. These types of things can be put into place to help generate the tenants and maintain the circular economy, and use those savings and put to other parts of the economy where they're needed.
Thank you. Well, they said the best way to eat an elephant is to eat one bite at a time. And each of these gentlemen have bitten bit by bit, and so the elephant is now eaten. So thank you, gentlemen, for your full participation. We could have gone on and on, but time is a constraint. I'd like to thank you for your very insightful participation, and to the audience for your attention. Thank you very much. And unfortunately, Unfortunately, time will not allow us to take any question from the audience, but please do understand. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And give yourselves a big round of applause, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. McLean. I think we're moving into our last two segments. And I must say the President, the Vice Chancellors set the tone yesterday, and that has been the quality that has guided us from that time up to this very moment. So we're moving into the segment, Innovative Technology for Sustainable Maritime Operations. And to moderate that session is one of our own, Professor Deroy Chevers. Professor Chevers is the Dean of the Faculty of Shipping and Logistics at the Caribbean Maritime University and a Professor of Information Systems and Operations Management. He holds a PhD in Information Systems from the University of the West Indies and brings over 26 years of experience in academia, industry, and research. He has published in top international journals and presented at global conferences. Professor Chevers teaches courses in operations management, project management, supply chain management, and information systems. His research interests include operations sustainability, software processes, improvement, and information system quality and success. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Professor Deroy Chevers. And to join Professor Chevers, I have Tasai Morgan, Communication and Marketing Executive at Advantum. Stephen Roden, Senior Lecturer at the Caribbean Maritime University. Mr. Wayne Michael from Antigua and Barbuda Department of Marine Services and Merchant Shipping. Gosia Umiska, CEO, Genoa, Florida, USA. And Carlin Linden Walker, co-founder, CEO, North America Marine Environment and Protection Association. I think this is going to be a very powerful session. And I want to advise, you don't want to miss the last section because that is going to be very, very controversial. Prof, your turn. Thank you. You can sit down.
Thank you, Prof. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I think our students are still here. Oh, good afternoon, all. As Prof mentioned, the topic is innovative technologies for sustainable maritime operation. I'm going to repeat what was said earlier, but I think it is fundamental. The maritime industry plays a pivotal role in facilitating global trade with over 80%, and I'm repeating that figure, 80% of international goods being transported by the sea. And that's a contribution. But there have been a lot of pressure with respect to emissions, et cetera, so our panel will be looking at some practices to somewhat alleviate and address some of the challenges that we're having in this particular industry. With me, we have 5 panelists, and at this point, I'm going to start asking the questions of my panelists, beginning with Mrs. Morgan. Thank you. Good. So, Mrs. Morgan, your question is, what strategies work best to build trust among regional stakeholders when introducing disruptive technologies, and in particular logistic technologies, especially in the context where adoption depends as much on people and processes? Can you respond?
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to thank the CMU for having me on the panel, and thank you, Prof, for that question. As you have said, a lot of the times the technology success depends as much on the people as it is the technology itself. And therefore, any strategy that we have in terms of building trust has to start with building trust among the people who the technology will reach or touch in any which way. And so it's all about communication. And so even at Advantum, which is where I work, where we are the leading technology developers in the logistics space in Jamaica and the Caribbean, we realize that a very important part of what we do has to be how we communicate about what the technology does, and not just on a technical level, but the impact it will have on each person who has to interact with it. And that means that we have to speak at the CEO management level. We have to speak to the finance person. How does this affect my bottom line? We have to speak to the operations managers. How does this affect my workers, my employees? We have to speak to the end user of the technology, who a lot of times, once we hear the word disruptive technology, one of the things that comes across in a worker's mind is this here to take my job? Or is this here to make my job more difficult in some way, shape, or form? What if I cannot understand what to do? I'm so used to my current process. I've been doing this for years this way, and it's fine. That's usually the mindset. So why do I have to change what I'm doing? And thus, we have to break down that communication on a very base level, that everyone understands that, number one, a lot of the time the technology is not there to take your job, but to help enhance what it is that you're doing, speed up your processing time, make you more accurate in terms of what is happening. And so we have to also ensure that in our strategy there is the training of the people who are already there on the ground. I know CMU is doing a fabulous job of training the future workforce, but we have to also think about training the current workforce who is already employed, who are already doing the things year upon year, but upskilling those workers to ensure that as technology comes in and intermingles, because that is where we're going. I believe yesterday, Prof. Spencer said it, that technology is here to coexist with people, and therefore we have to now train each person. How can I navigate in coexisting with this technology? And that is really the crux of it, that communication and breaking it down to each level to ensure a successful adoption.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Morgan. Stephen, your question. How can ports practically integrate AI-driven predictive maintenance, knowing that we have now Internet of Things, that kind of technology, we have a number of sensors, and how can you explain that from an engineering standpoint, and what are the key technical hurdles?
Okay, that's a very loaded question. Good evening, everyone. It's been an outstanding day, outstanding panels. Big up to the conference planning committee as well. Really, really love this format, and I think, thank you, please give them a round of applause. It has grown significantly since the first time. But a little bit of housekeeping. The last conference we had, I think it was in 2023 at the Jamaica Conference Center. A young lady, or a young woman, I should say, Ms. Harona Thompson from the Environmental Solutions Limited, had posed a question to me. And let me just be very specific in it. Okay. So she had asked a question regarding a paper that myself and Ms. Marsha Lee Foster had written in 2020 regarding the integration of automation and artificial intelligence into the shipping and logistics sector. So her question was, what is the cost of energy or energy penalty And is it a limitation for the implementation of robotics and automation overtaking over our process? So this stuck with me. Reason being, I'm a chemist by study, but at the same time, I am a devoted person to energy. And I look around the room and I see some of my colleagues, for example, Mr. Junior Lincoln, Mr. Stefan Rampier from Kankara. How we utilize energy is very important. In their business, what they do, they're a private water company, which is very rare. So now you're thinking about pumping water or providing a utility. This has to be provided consistently to persons who are going to be using it. So the maintenance of these systems is of utmost importance. The fact that if a pump is turned on, a significant amount of energy is utilized to actually get that pump going, which most persons don't think about. You turn on a pipe and the water comes in. But I was privileged enough back in about 2015 to do an energy audit of Kankara Environment and Development, which has built maybe thousands of homes in St. Catherine, as well as they do have a gravity feed plant in St. Catherine, and they also have an activated sludge plant that I had at the time, the luck and the wherewithal, because at the same point in time, I really loved understanding energy and how energy is being moved. But these systems, we can't allow them to go down, Prof. These systems have to be smart. They have to be able to operate efficiently, because the cost of energy, when I really became privy to how much it costs to run one of these pumps, and in their cadre of equipment, they had almost 20 to 40 different types of pumps, going all the way from 10 horsepower all the way up to 75 horsepower. So when you see how much kilowatt hours one of those systems utilizes, you get a good idea of what it takes for development, right? So having these systems a little bit smarter is very important and sustainable, right? Because what you have is that now, if we are to integrate a solar system, for example, these systems are able to determine how the power is being used, when it's being used, and also to even study things like the weather at the same time. So, the system can actually tell when it is about to rain, and, the solar system now, would cut off providing the power, switch it back over to. So we have to create these systems that are smarter. And, I heard Ms. Morgan, you mentioned about what Professor Spencer had said, because now this AI is becoming agentic, where now we actually giving them tasks to do and perform for us, not necessarily on behalf of us, but as an extension of us, almost. But I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple days ago, I was talking to Wayne, and Wayne educated me about 4 degrees of autonomy, right? So, Wayne, your question is, from a regulatory and safety perspective, how could autonomous vessels transform operation on intra-island routes, and what new frameworks are needed to govern them?
Okay, thank you very much for that question, and thanks for not bowling too much of a bouncer this late in the afternoon. First of all, let me use a generic term that covers the full spectrum of autonomy, whether it's depending on the amount of human involvement. So the generic term is MAS, Maritime Autonomous Surface Ships. So I'll use that in my answer. First and foremost, I totally agree that there is a lot of potential for MAS to transform intra-island routes, making it safer, more efficient, and ultimately more sustainable, all right? And I do not say that lightly because I have objective evidence. The objective evidence is that there are tests that have been done over the last couple of years, I think almost 5 years now, 4 to 5 years in Norway, where the Norwegians have advanced, fully automated container ships, medium-sized vessels that are operating on the Norwegian coast from one port to another. And they're at the stage now, and this is called short sea shipping, as we know. So if you take that as a sort of validation, you can see if we bring that technology in any shape or form along the full spectrum of autonomy, you can see where you can bring that similar safety, resilience, and what shall I say, productivity in terms of things. Now, that would be an easy answer. And in this forum, I guess I have to pull back the curtain just a little bit more with all these bright people inside here. So as far as the transformation is concerned, the first thing that you would see is an improvement in safety. And with that, you can tell from the perspective that majority of incidents and accidents are human error related. So if you bring a level of autonomy in it, therefore the likelihood of human error is going to diminish. So you're going to have safer shipping. Obviously, Stephen did mention the whole issue of increased efficiency. That speaks for itself. Predictability, you can predict maintenance, so therefore you can plan ahead of time. Increased capacity. One of the things that we don't think about is the increased capacity for carrying cargo. If you take out the accommodation space and all the auxiliary equipment for having humans on board or personnel on board, the science is saying that you can increase efficiency by about 7% of the ship, as well as increasing additional carrying capacity of the ship. Obviously, it's going to lead to new roles and functions ashore. And with that added safety, obviously, you're going to do a little bit of environmental protection. On the regulatory side, these are going to pose significant challenges, all right? And the first one that comes to mind is the whole issue of how we regulate now. We regulate shipping now with a master being at the helm and being ultimately responsible. So we're going to have to think about how we do the regulation when there's an operator who doesn't necessarily have the necessary similar training. We have to now look at the training challenges for how we train the operators to man these vessels. The other part of it, the equation, is how do we deal with emergency? We have an obligation now for search and rescue. We have an obligation for and the whole issue of liability. Who is ultimately responsible? Is it going to be the equipment manufacturer, the software manufacturer, the operator, the owner? So all those are going to create regulatory challenges that we're going to have to look at. And then the whole issue of cybersecurity, I'm sure we'll go into that a little bit later on. But what is fundamental in all of this is that the navigation rules as they exist now have been so entrenched that we need to preserve it. Collision regulation, rules of the road, who has right of way, sail giving way to power, and that sort of thing. And the whole issue of these ships operating in a mixed environment. We're going to have other autonomous vessels, plus vessels that are manned by human beings. Now, in closing, let me just close with a little anecdote, because I was talking to a colleague of mine, Captain Balls, from Cayman Island, and there's a reality check. We think this might be a couple of years away, but he told me that in Cayman Islands, they have 2 autonomous vessels being operated now doing hydrographic survey. And they're, 20 meters, and they're being operated from the United States in Cayman Islands. And he had the enviable task of carrying out port state control, which is making sure that they are following regulations. He literally had to make up the regulations and the checklist on the fly. So the reality check is autonomous shipping is here and now.
Thank you, Wayne. Ms. Gosser, in what ways can digital twin simulations especially inform greener port supervision and operation? What data inputs are most critical for their accuracy?
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. It's an honor to be here with such an esteemed panel and a fellow elephant. So thank you for having us. Before I answer, digital twin, it's quite personal to me. I've started learning about Internet of Things a number of years ago, and that was really the first topic we've analyzed in detail with regards to how to operate a washing machine, not necessarily part of the maritime industry as such. But I'm bringing this up because the technology exists, has existed for a number of years, and it's proven across different industries. So in terms of how digital twin works in a very simplistic way, it's basically a parallel representation. It's a model of a real environment. And for that model to work, we need to collect data. So we've talked about different sensors. I think the previous panelist also mentioned that as well. So collecting data is extremely important. And then manipulating data, understanding, and the real-time analysis also very critical. So from my perspective, there are two ways of how digital twins can be used to improve greener operations. You can do it prior to a project going live. So you can implement a digital twin as a test bed for ports. So you can play and you can actually understand the impact of your decisions before really you spend a single dollar. So I think that's quite powerful. Hand in hand with that is after you implement a project, you might also want to use a digital twin for parallel analysis and for continuous improvements. So there is definitely a lot of use. And in terms of data, going back to your question, which data source, it can be anything from environmental information, pollution, decarbonization, but also ship routes, information with regards to dredging. So really, it really depends on what kind of project you are trying to evaluate to collect the right data. And I really want to stress it because we've had some discussions over lunch about, okay, so what are the first steps? What are the practical actions? And I think even if you're not implementing a digital twin today, you can really get prepared. You can start collecting the data because we all know, unfortunately, rubbish in, rubbish out. So if you don't have reliable, structured data, you cannot successfully use some of the technology. And the second layer is the connectivity. We do take it for granted. It has been mentioned a few times on different panels as well. But the reliable, redundant connectivity is really paramount because you need to be able to transform the data and analyze it real time. Thank you.
Thank you. Carleen, your question. While the world debates on how to get to net zero by 2050, what efforts could be taken now that will reduce maritime impact and move us towards this goal?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you to the CMU for inviting me. Thank you to the team that put this great event together. You've been wonderful. Before I answer the question, I'm going to ask all of you to stand up. Come on, the elephant is asking you to stand up. Okay, I don't know about you, but I feel much better, a little more invigorated because you've been sitting for a long time. Yeah, stretch, okay. Right, thank you. I think we know many of the answers to the question about what can we do today. We don't know what's going to happen in 2 weeks. We know what the net zero framework that's been proposed looks like, what's going to come out at the other end. It's going to be like making sausage. I'm not sure we want to see it. But in the meantime, there's so much else we could be doing, and we need to start as soon as possible. First off, we have digitalization tools that are extremely important, extremely effective, and things we could be doing today. Voyage optimization, weather routing, the digital twins, testing theories today so that we can take advantage of the savings in fuel economy and in emissions. Another is condition monitoring. Every engine now has sensors. Every element of every operation on a ship has sensors. We've got dashboards. Let's monitor the conditions of our operating features, make them more efficient, make them more effective. Something that isn't talked about a great deal are fuel additives. One of them is a fuel additive called Purify Fuel that can reduce carbon emissions by 20%, increase fuel efficiency, which means decrease fuel consumption, by about 7%. These are things we can do today. Another technology that's coming forward and getting more traction are carbon capture systems. We're still working on what do we do with the waste, but there's an outfit out on the West Coast that is putting the waste back into the seawater because when it interacts with seawater, it neutralizes. Stay tuned. Another technology that fulfills the mandate of everything old is new again, wind assist, sails. They are helpful, and if you listen to Gavin, who's the head of the International Wind Ship Association, he said they get a 20% reduction in fuel consumption using sails. I think 20% sounds pretty good. There are also the alternative fuels that we've talked about today. We've got the methanol. We've got the hydrogen. We've got, I'm not a fan of ammonia, mostly because of the toxicity. We've got the e-fuels that we'd love to see, the biofuels that we'd love to see come to fruition. And there's one word that I haven't heard much at this conference. It's the N word, nuclear. Yeah, nuclear. ABS recently said there will be no net zero without nuclear. And I've been actively engaged in the Maritime Application Nuclear Group. And this is not your grandfather's nuclear. This is not the mushroom cloud. This is not even Chernobyl. We're talking about small nuclear reactors. We're talking about highly efficient, small footprint nuclear power that it can be, it's expensive now, but if you offset the fuel, if you offset the potential tax, and if you consider the residual value of that nuclear fuel, you can make an economic argument for it. Now, I think the first application that we're all going to see is one that answers the questions and the issues that have been brought up yesterday and today. Green shipping corridors, shore power. Where are we going to get that fuel? Well, floating power generation can do it. These SNRs can do it. We're going to need the training at our maritime institutions, but we've got the technology available, and certainly power gen first, and then move into floating and nuclear ships. Now, I know that Jamaica has a project called Slowpoke that you've been working on, and congratulations on that. I have to tell you a quick story, though. My mother passed 1.5 years ago. She'd been on life support for a week. And when we finally took her off life support, and after, she had 1 week of pent-up demand. And after she finished saying, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, she said, I'm ready to die now. And we said, okay. And after half an hour, she said, come on, can't you do something? I said, Mom, it's the Lord's will. And she said, I know it's the Lord's will, but the Lord is a slowpoke. Let's make sure that nuclear isn't a slowpoke, and let's consider nuclear as part of our energy options as we work to decrease our emissions, improve our environment. And I also have to say, it is such a relief to be able to say decarbonization and climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Morgan, your question. How can logistics technology providers effectively communicate the return on investment of sustainable innovations and to stakeholders who may be focused primarily on short-term costs?
Thank you so much, Prof. How can logistics providers effectively communicate the return on investment? When we are communicating with anyone, we have to speak their language. And if their language is short-term gains, we have to speak that language first before going into the long-term gains. And it may sound like an obvious answer, but when we are speaking with a port or when we are speaking with a warehouse or a freight forwarder, the first thing that they are looking at is, how will this affect my bottom line? Their first thought isn't necessarily, how does this save the planet? How does this help me go green? How does this help me with whatever particular convention, especially in a space where there may not be penalties for not being compliant with whatever green initiatives or whatever sustainable initiatives that we have. And therefore, the fact is the technology itself has many advantages beyond just the sustainability aspects of it, and therefore we have to communicate those first and foremost. I'm a marketer at heart, and therefore in everything I do, you have to think about what will get the interest first. Even as a mother, and we have many mothers in the room, and from a woman's perspective, we know that eating your vegetables is good, but when you're dealing with a 4-year-old, you can't tell them about minerals and vitamins. You say, hey, look at the pretty colors. Yes. You say, oh, it may taste great, you put it in a particular shape. It may seem very simplistic, but it is how you market what it is. And so we often, when we are marketing sustainability, it seems like a burden, or it seems like, oh, just one more thing to be compliant with. But there are gains that we will attract at the end of it. So the technology is, as it is, as Carleen mentioned, there's a lot of data that you now have access to that you wouldn't before technology is implemented. When we are paper-based, when we are manual, it is harder to harness all that data, and data is what is king right now in terms of monetary gains and technology. When we interact with an Amazon, or when we interact with a Shein, or whichever other big platform that we interact with, the technology that runs behind it is not just the e-commerce and what you are purchasing, but they can now predict your next move before you predict your next move because of the data that they have harnessed on you. And in shipping, we have such rich data sources on everything in society because it's moved back and forth. And thus, we have to now start to shift our mindset as to not just the processes in the moment that the technology is facilitating, but what else can it facilitate, especially in the area of predictive analysis. And thus, I mentioned earlier, the first thing that someone thinks about is, how will this affect my job, or how will this affect, will I still have a job? But no, it's about upskilling persons. Maybe we need more maritime data analysts, right? So they can now tap into that rich data source that is now available, know that there are interconnected systems, know that the systems are speaking with each other. We need more AI prompters. We need more persons who are able to fashion themselves in that space. And therefore, we have to start thinking as the ports, predicting, all right, 5 years from now or 4 years from now, based on the trends, what else will I need? And we have that data source in, and that is hitting your bottom line as well. So that's one thing I would say, that there is much more monetary gain, even now, because of the data that we now have at hand, even beyond just the day-to-day thing that it will do in terms of sustainability. And we probably have to look at that as well.
Thank you, Mrs. Morgan. Stephen, your question. What specific digital skill set must the maritime workforce develop to manage these advanced technologies, and how can engineering curricula in SIDS be adopted accordingly?
Excellent question, Prof. This question brings me back to 2023. I'm wondering if I should say, just hold on and then I'll come back and answer you in a year. So, excellent question, as I mentioned. I think even coming from the university's standpoint, Professor Ajaguna had asked me once if I think I know logistics. And then as a chemist, I'm always thinking about matter and energy and the movement of it. So regardless of what it is, I think what we're always aiming for is our efficiencies in whatever aspect we're working on, right? I think electromobility, kind of the overarching topic, because it's not necessarily just maritime shipping. We're talking about UUVs underwater. We're talking about UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles as well, because there's going to be a significant shift. It's an amazing time to be alive, right? When we're seeing all of these things that we dreamed about when we, growing up almost. I mean, I know I don't claim to know that much. However, watching some of these technologies and how the students especially interact with them, this logistics engineering particularly, which is, my dean is at the back. If I didn't big up the Faculty of Engineering and Applied Technology, but how are we meeting the needs of the shipping and logistics sector using engineering? How are we getting our students ready? We're in an era of artificial intelligence and automation. And as I mentioned, the question by Ms. Thompson regarding, what is the energy penalty for a robot or something to be automated? What is the cost there? The cost, obviously, is with respect to some kilowatt hour BTU, whatever the case may be. However, when the student actually looks at some of these problems, for example, I do teach a research methodology class, and I tell my students, look, you're going to present anything to the entire class, because really and truly you want persons what they're passionate about. And you want it from their perspective. So we want inclusion. We don't want to necessarily look at any idea as a bad idea, right? It's just maybe not for its time. Yeah. So it's kind of, growing that in the student now. And so from a fundamental standpoint, this student now can actually take the technology to the next level as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Wayne. How can AI-driven voyage optimization software be effectively regulated to ensure a balance between fuel savings as against safety and navigation rules?
Excellent question. Well, firstly, this sort of technology is going to require a sort of multifaceted approach that covers both the technology and the human element. So therefore, any sort of regulatory framework that is put in place needs to have a sort of maritime safety mandate to it. It needs to be hard-coded in such a way where collision avoidance, ship stability, the ship integrity is given priority over a route optimization. You don't want the ship turning into a squall, fully laden, because that's a route optimization. It needs to be hardwired, and where it gives a priority to the ship safety. Not just the safety of the crew, but the safety of the ship, because some of them will have crew on board. But overall, because you want to protect the environment ultimately as well. You don't want the ship ending up in the bottom of the ocean. The other aspect of it is you need to have a human in the loop, so to speak. You need to have somebody at some point with their intuition to be able to override the system. No matter the level of autonomy, whether it's fully autonomous being operated elsewhere, you need to have that human in the loop, so to speak. The other aspect of it has to do now with the software. We're talking about data transparency, and I'm sure there are others here who are more adept at speaking to that. But there needs to be a certain level of integrity, communication, systems talking to systems. You don't have one set of systems speaking one language and other, because you have to integrate all the system, right, Stephen? I see you shaking there. So there need to be some level of data integrity and a level of communication that is standardized. So it has to be regulated from that perspective. And of course, I did mention cybersecurity, which speaks for itself. But I think the most important, one of the most important regulatory component that is necessary, because accidents will happen or might happen, but that's just Murphy's Law. And you need to have some semblance of continuous monitoring. Something similar to a black box on an aircraft. Right now, I think they have voyage data recorder, but that only does it for a couple of hours and then it's overwritten. But you need to have something that is continuous, because you need to see where AI is making a decision versus a human that is making a decision and who made what decision, because ultimately, you need to hold somebody accountable for any sort of incident or accident, especially if it involves damaging the environment where the polluter pay principle applies.
Thank you, Wayne. Ms. Gosea? Yeah. How can machine learning algorithms be designed to optimize birth scheduling, and what are the tangible benefits in reduced emission and congestion?
Thank you so much, and really, really good points, my previous panelists as well. In terms of birth scheduling, to me, often seems like a bit of a puzzle. It might not be entirely predictable. There might be delays. There might be weather impacts that are also impacting the schedules. And as we know, the end effect is congestion. And this is where many ports are struggling with. And a lot of the systems that are being implemented are also implemented to eliminate, reduce the congestion at ports. So from machine learning and from algorithms that can be defined, this is really, again, where the data comes into play, where gathering correct information can help model and really help maybe demystify the routes and the scheduling of arrival, whether it's a cargo vessel or a passenger cruise vessel. So it really is of huge help to be able to automate and make connections, intelligently make connections between which vessels should go to which berths at which time. So there are a lot of existing systems already, but has been mentioned on the panel, it's all about sharing the information. And with that comes a lot of digital trust. And this is again, a critical element, because without the digital trust, you cannot be interoperable. Like, you have to integrate with other systems, you have to integrate with other players in the ecosystem. So I will probably, as you expect, lead with that to cybersecurity, which is extremely, it's a foundational layer of any systems. And I want to maybe advertise a little bit PMAC here. I know we have Mr. Telemac, we have Tashai, we all work and support PMAC on the digitalization committee. And what we do, we also do surveys and questionnaires to help gather local data. I know it has been mentioned before, maybe we don't have the local data for the Caribbean region. We are working on that. We are gathering a lot of insights that are quite powerful. And as coming out of those insights is that cybersecurity is now recognized by the port authorities as #1 priority. So this is not just in the future. The port authorities are recognizing that as a priority. And what we're also doing with PMAC is where we are introducing a lot of different partnerships that can help the region with understanding and managing cybersecurity. So for example, we're looking at collaboration with MTS ISAC, which is a Maritime Transportation System Information Sharing Center. And with that, we'll be able to provide the different port authorities with a lot of information about what are the relevant attacks, what are the relevant risks in the maritime sector, and then it's not the flag itself, but also what are the recommended actions. So you can look at regionally, globally, what is happening in the maritime space and use it for your own benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gosia. Caroline, your question. What role do you see being played by nuclear in maritime?
By what?
In maritime.
By nuclear?
You want me to read it again?
I already answered that. Let's go on to the next one.
The next question? Okay. How can open data platform and shared GIS tools be leveraged by environmental groups to improve maritime planning? Yes.
Maritime spatial planning. Before I get into that, I know you're ready for me. I go rogue. I'm fascinated by hearing the conversations about AI and all the other impacts that go on to data gathering, et cetera. One of the hats that I wear, and I think you figured out by now I wear many hats, is I'm CEO of a company called C-Train Technology. We are a remotely operated, submersible cargo vessel suitable for commercial and defense applications. So take a look at C-Train Technology, because that is certainly going to be the wave of the future, and we're going to need you to protect our data. Thank you. And speaking of data, yes, I will get back to the topic at hand. Years ago, I was invited by the Ocean Conservancy to help them begin the Marine Spatial Planning Project in the Northeast of the United States. And I also helped them with the Mid-Atlantic. Now, to give you an anecdote, because I'm full of stories, you know that. In the Mid-Atlantic off of Norfolk, they were going to site a wind farm right in the middle of the shipping lane. Had they not done that marine spatial planning exercise, they would have been bad. But also, because of marine spatial planning, the Northeast is where you saw the first offshore wind farms being constructed, maybe stopped, and started again. Revolution Wind has gotten the green light again. But it was because of marine spatial planning, because you had to identify what are the shipping uses, what are the defense uses, what are the fishing uses. And one of the biggest challenges in the entire exercise was obtaining data. Probably not a big surprise, but some of this data is required by our regulations. AIS, for instance. Why do you think they call it the dark fleet? Because there are oil tankers out there that are turning off their AIS. We need to make sure that we've got the regulations, which we have not just for shipping, but for fishing, and that we're reporting our positions with AIS, we're reporting our fishing catches, because we need that sort of framework in order to move forward. Well, having the regulations is one thing. What about enforcement? That's the other key. We've got to have the regulations implemented. We need to get them integrally involved in our legislation, and we need to enforce them. And you heard me rant about MARPOL earlier. I don't think you need me to do it again. But those are the biggest impediments to getting those regulations here in the Caribbean to protect our seas.
Thank you very much, Caroline. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid we are out of time. We won't be able to entertain any question from the audience. But what I know for sure is that I must say thanks for your attendance, thanks to the panelists, and I'm certain that we have stimulated your thought processes with respect to innovative technology in the maritime industry. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor Shevers. And thank you very much, panelists. Now we're moving into the last segment of the evening. It seems as if I'm now seeing double. I don't know. Couldn't find Yvette again. Where is Yvette? Thank you very much, panelists. Please help me put your hands together again for them for that excellent delivery. So we're moving into the last segment for the evening. And like I said earlier on, this may be a little bit controversial, but we are very, very time conscious. Shipping decarbonization, social and economic implications for the Caribbean. And people who are on this panel have been to IMO and other forums to present and to have discussion on shipping decarbonization. To lead that thought is Dr. Yvette Smith-Johnson, who is the director of the School of Graduate Studies and Research at the Caribbean Maritime University. She's a senior maritime educator, curriculum and instruction specialist, and ISO 9001 lead auditor. She serves as president of Women and Development on the Governing Council of the Women in Maritime Association of the Caribbean, WIMAC, driving its mission to transform the maritime industry through women's development and participation. She holds an MSc in Curriculum and Instruction from Florida International University and a PhD in Education from Northern Caribbean University. Her president was here yesterday. A veteran educator and maritime training expert, she advances quality assurance in maritime education and training through research, industry collaboration, and curriculum innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Yvette Smith-Johnson. And to join on this panel is Felix Gorrington, CCO Far Wind Energy Guadeloupe. Somebody mentioned earlier on Far Wind, and he is a partner with the Caribbean Maritime University looking at technologies to address the issue of maritime decarbonization, or shipping decarbonization rather. And we also have Darwin Telemark, who is the CEO, Antigua Port Authority. And Darwin is a lover of CMU. Over the last few years, CMU has been able to train over 20 Antiguan. We have next our own Dean, Faculty of Engineering and Applied Technology, Dr. Kauna Miller. As I said earlier on, this is our last segment, and immediately after this segment, our own Dr. Evan Dawkins, Vice President, Academics and Accreditation, will come forward and give the vote of thanks. And immediately after that, my president will come and give the closing remarks in that order. Please help me welcome once more. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the hour is late, and the message is here. You've heard who we have with us. We have an energy expert. The entire bio is in the program. We have a port manager and a people manager, and we have an engineer who is also intricately trained in the logistical part of things, and they're all thought leaders, so you know what we have here. Before I get to speaking to the gentlemen, I want to tell you that the entire conference has been a call to action. And Prof. Spencer has seen this song and dance already, so don't, Prof. But one of my favorite Jamaican philosophers, Dr. Deans, as you are becoming one of those philosophers whose favorite, has his call to action put this way. I don't know if you've heard this person, this philosopher is Mr. Miguel Collins, and we're just going to hear how he gives us the call to action. No, you just need to listen to the call to action.
Rise to the occasion, look at yourself and say you're strong. No one can stop you, oh yeah. Rise to the occasion, go ahead, you know you're strong. No one can stop you.
All right, don't give them no more, don't give them no more. Sorry, in English, do not, let's go no further with that. Truly, that's what the conference has been about. And just for Caroline, when we are going out before the president comes up, you'll hear rise to the occasion again. We must rise to the occasion. And so the gentlemen here are going to take us through their thoughts on decarbonization. So decarbonization is a call to action. But what are some of the real things that needs to be in place for decarbonization to happen? How long can we continue to talk without acting? And so I'm going to splice the questions my way. And so I'm going to ask Felix, being the energy entrepreneur and ideator and lead, what are some of the things that need to be in place in the region for decarbonization to happen, Mr. Gurentin?
Thank you. So I'm super glad to be here. Thanks for the invitation of CMU, and we're also super glad to be a partner of CMU with high fidelity as we much. So Caribbean, for me, we have a super good chance. So I'm based in Guadeloupe, and on a day-to-day basis, I can assure you that we have an excellent green resource, and I believe that's part of my job, but also part of where we could head with regard to decarbonization. So we have very strong challenges, relatively old fleet, but also we have edges that we should leverage. So I deeply believe that wind's going to be part of those. But yeah, we're going to come to that.
So we have to upscale that old fleet. I think people think that buying a ship is not so expensive, eh? So we can just do all the things we need. But Darwin, please talk to us about the fact that our region relies on shipping, and help us understand what kind of cost is behind what we're looking at, and some of the policy levers that port authorities have to use to help mitigate against the shock of decarbonization as the demand is on us.
Good evening, everyone. I think that the subject of decarbonization is a vexing issue for lots of ports, primarily ports that are ill-prepared for the very basics of their existence. They are not really equipped to do the fundamentals of ports. They are not container terminals. They are built for 1965.
Oh, wow.
And so when you introduce a very modern topical discussion, it's like giving someone a microwave who doesn't have power in their house. It's a nice thing to give them, but they use it as a cupboard. So I still think that the discussion of decarbonized shipping has a twin that's not really being spoken to the way that it should. And in the Caribbean, where many of the ports are outdated, that issue becomes a question. Now, I wish to say that the discussion on decarbonization in the shipping industry is unique to shipping, because it is the only sector that is being told and mandated to decarbonize.
Okay.
There is a discussion that goes on in the world where nations create their adaptation plans. They can implement things at a pace that they are comfortable with, But with shipping, there is a deadline, a timeline that says you're going to be done by this time. And in the process, they have taken steps that are being done right now, leapfrogging the fundamental issues of port operations, tariffs, port costs, port inefficiencies, all the other challenges, saying decarbonization becomes a topic that is on the top of the agenda. I think we have other ones that needs to be there, and we can speak to that. However, we're going ahead. And so what do we do as ports? We struggle. And the first thing that we struggle with is the implementation of the CII. Well, they told the ships to slow down because you're burning too much carbon. So some ships can't get to us if they're cruise ships because some of us are too far. Some of us are losing business because of that. And some markets who would traditionally get more container ships are losing some of those ships. But the world has a mandate, which is also a vexing issue, that says everyone is going to decarbonize at the same time. Everyone gets the challenge in the same way, even when all things aren't equal. So if I sound as if I am challenged by it, indeed, if we were to speak to some ports, like the big ones in Singapore, Rotterdam, Antwerp, those guys have built their port up to levels. When you speak that language, they pivot. Some of the big carriers who have made huge investments in buying and building their own terminals, operating between themselves, they can create their own framework and exist, but there are some vulnerabilities that exist for us in our region regarding our ports. We don't own ships in the Caribbean. All the ships that come to us are foreign ships that require us to follow certain standards. The only thing we own are our ports. So we are at the IMO, and some of us are here pleading with the IMO to say, remember the ports here, because as you put the pressure on the ships, they bring that pressure home. And that pressure coming home means that you're going to have a harder time. So we are trying to push back to find ways to build the support components that are required to minimize the impact. And I'm sure as the discussion goes on, we might look to how some of those things can work out.
Thank you, Darwin, and thank you for telling us that, reminding us, if we didn't even think about it, that the only sector that has this pressure to decarbonize in a few years is shipping. And so I want to ask Dr. Kauna, as an educator and as a stakeholder, you're in one of the premier METIs, and if you don't know what that is, let me insult your intelligence, Maritime Education and Training Institutions. Do you think we have the data to help us understand what is happening when we talk about decarbonization against Darwin's underground look that we are not Rotterdam in the Caribbean, we are who we are? Do we have the data to measure and to say when and where we need to put in certain things to get this decarbonization going? And if we don't have the data, what?
Thank you for your question. Good question. And I would say that the Caribbean is lacking in data. And one of the big reasons is that we're not sharing available data. For example, it's hard to get data for some islands. I must say that Antigua has been quite open. But if we don't have the data, it's not going to assist us in giving the right evaluation. And so data is important. I strongly believe that the Caribbean region must start a framework which is monitoring, reporting, and verification. This is important for many reasons, because it gives the region access to data. Because one of the reasons why, even as it relates to the IMO...
Who should lead that, though, Doc? Sorry, the question is in my mind, so it comes through. Who should lead it?
It should be led by academic institutions.
Excitement.
Like
okay.
CMU.
Oh, okay.
And other universities. Because the thing is, once you're able to use data, then you're able to get... IMO will be able to get a proper evaluation of the islands. We must say that most of the data...
we're nodding, so yes, yes.
I must say that most of the data are generalized.
Okay.
I must stress that for the Eastern Caribbean region, where there is a lack of data in many cases, based on our research, they would have the brunt of the IMO impact in terms of the cost of living and the decarbonization mechanism pricing. And so CMU would have to take on that, and we see where students can be geared towards applied research.
Excitement.
And with that being said, you want to continue?
No, sir, it's my panel. Don't do that. So, because I want
He
to
looks
bring
excited
in
about
you see, you go ask Darwin if he wants to continue. He will continue now. I want to ask Felix, Felix is here. Have you spoken to him about partnering with our students, etc.? Because I want to ask him, what would be a realistic technology and development roadmap, given what Darwin just highlighted as the great discrepancies among the discrete spaces and airports, when it comes to upscaling or retrofitting or whatever it is to meet the decarbonization date. And coming here where the honorable doctor is saying that we don't have the data, but we could go in there. You are business, Felix, you are the business side of doing this. Do you have, or how would you develop a realistic technology and development roadmap to help our ports? What services do you offer that you can jump onto, or you're willing to talk about now? Darwin's the man.
Yeah,
PMAC.
I first wanted to come back to Mr. Telemac to just stress that actually I believe that being in a globalized market, being shipping, is actually a positive aspect, and that, let's say, obligation, the mandatory, let's say, expectation of decarbonization is actually a chance we have, because that will mean we just don't fight within our own, let's say, lateral, let's say, government and so on. We need to commit to other countries. We need to commit to the IMO that we actually are acting, and this comes with, let's say, constraints, challenges, but also with funding and the opportunity to act. So I believe that's really a chance. So when you talk about decarbonization, and because you called me an energy expert, so I'll start expertizing, so to say. When we decarbonize an energy sector, there are three things we can do. The first thing is sufficiency. Sufficiency means less usage. So in shipping, that means, okay, you need to transport less goods. So that's a challenge, probably a bit out of scope. The second way to do it is to actually reduce the speed of ships. So that comes with challenges.
Ships.
Slow steaming, exactly. So that comes with challenges, because if you reduce the speed of ship by 2, for instance, you need twice as much ships to actually transport the same goods. Mm-hmm. So, and this won't happen overnight. So it's a long process, and you can just reduce. There's just a reduction here. So the first opportunity is sufficiency. The second one is energy efficiency. Mm-hmm. So you take the same amount of use, but for each use, you use less energy. So in that, let's say, solution have been named already. There is weather routing, which doesn't work super well for short sea shipping. We've got, of course, let's say, the operational efficiency measures that we can happen on the main engines. But also, wind propulsion is here with the opportunity to bring typically 20%. And the third level, so after sufficiency and energy efficiency, we have the renewable energy. And this comes with the new fuels that we can bring. Sufficiency, one, so less use. Mm-hmm. Second, energy efficiency. So we use less energy. Mm-hmm. And third, okay, we need to use energy, let's use a renewable energy.
Renewable energy.
Exactly. But this comes with a challenge.
Oh yeah, I don't see us having tacklings and sails blowing in the wind, so this is going to be different.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those alternative fuels, they will be scarce, they will be imported, and they will be super costly, at least until 2040. So before 2040, yeah, we're going to need to deal with something, and we're going to need to progress still. So we need to use the edges that we have on our territories. And So wind is not the solution, it's part of the solution. If we hear about what the International Wind Ship Association is mentioning, typically they say, okay, we have 100% to decarbonize. Wind is going to be typically 20% of that. There will be 20% on operational efficiencies, 20% on weather routing typically, and 20% on new fuels. So if you follow this, we miss 20%. The last 20% will probably be fuel as well, let's see. But we first need to add all those different percentage. And to answer you, so what will be a roadmap for wind propulsion in the Caribbean and what's credible? So first, there are two markets when you look at, let's say, there is retrofits and the new builds. So both will happen at the same time. But retrofit, you can typically retrofit, say, 25% of the ship existing. So that's going to be a significant amount of the initial market, and that's where you can start, actually. And the new builds, so typically you replenish your fleet once every 20 years. So it's a slow process. So that's why you need both retrofit and new build. So what's going to happen, and this is actually what we are heading, notably in the next 18 months, we're going to deploy with CMU a first wind propulsion system on board the ship in the Caribbean, in the Eastern Caribbean. And I'll be happy to speak more about that probably in 2 years for the next session.
Okay. And thank you for 2 dates. 2 years with CMU and 2040 with the regs. And Darwin, we neither have 2 years nor until 2040. What are your thoughts, Darwin, about how two spaces, shoreside stakeholders and port operators, what do we need to do in the next 3 months that close out 2025 and into 2026? What are some of the things that we must do in response to where we are now, the call for decarbonization?
It's your show, but I want to answer him a bit.
All right, it's go ahead.
Okay, so we have a crisis in the Caribbean. We have 5 main ships that serve us. It used to be 15, 16, 20. We are losing ships before decarbonization. There are no new vessels coming into the Caribbean space saying, yippee, here's a good place to do business. It isn't happening. We are high cost, we are inefficient, we have ports that do not meet the requirements of containerization. So the pressure is real now. It will be real for the next year, 2, 3, 4. It'll get worse to 2040. It has gotten worse for some markets because before the CII was implemented, the carbon intensity index measurement, the island of St. Kitts had 4 or 5 shipping lines that called it. Those that are now going there, which is 1, is the last one left. Tropical shipping. That ship is going in there under tremendous pressure because the island doesn't have a crane. It has to use the ship's gear to discharge the 100 boxes for that island at 7 to 8 moves an hour. And sometimes the crane breaks down. 7 to 8 moves. And sometimes the crane breaks down and it comes to our market to rest the goods there for the next week to take it back over. This is not a story that is unknown. This is a reality for an entire country. So when we speak of ideas such as coming up with new bills, wind propulsion, even nuclear, and all the things we're talking about, there are 50, 60,000, maybe 100,000 people on some islands that need that ship to come there every week to feed them. And to have a port that is able to handle that ship, I think is a greater crisis than decarbonizing the port itself. And so I am very interested in finding ways to do the decarbonization process, but we don't make fuels. We are going to get a fuel that someone makes maybe in a year, maybe in 2 or 3 or 4 years, that would help us. So let me say something here real quick. The USTR came up with the Chinese shipbuilding rule. They said we're going to charge every ship that comes to the United States built in China $1.5 million, and also, you know the story. The data you spoke about was presented to CARICOM heads. We put it together, PMAC and the CPSO and CSA and a few other players. We presented it to the heads, and it said 50 to 70% of all ships that served us from the 5 lines I spoke of were built in China. Oh, what a story. If those ships are charged $1.5 to $2 million each, we can't pay for the freight anymore. And so we went to Washington, D.C. to say, please save us from this reality. And the orange man, the mean guy, as they called him, said, we will take CARICOM and we will move CARICOM out of that pressure because you can't withstand it. I'm looking for the same thing, Wayne, from the IMO. We're trying to get the IMO to say, let's give the region a break. But it's not even possible because we're doing a global thing that includes everybody on the same level. Yes. So basically, it doesn't matter what data you show, because the data that's true is everybody gets treated the same. And that is a reality that whether you want to fix the climate or not, whether you want to do the right thing or not, it's just not true that I am 6'5". It isn't true. We are not all dealing with the same issues. And so in that space, we should find ways to do it. So UTT, Jamaica Maritime Association, the Antigua Maritime, a few others are lobbying the IMO with some very special requests for carve-outs that would say, give us some space to work with. We are going back there to see if some of that worked in a week and see how that works. But our reality is not to try to change the world. First of all, we're too small to change the world. But we can hope that the world would see our vulnerabilities and say, because your region have these very specific peculiarities, which creates a dynamic that can't be erased, we are going to try to consider easing the pressure. So we want, no place in the world requires a clean environment such as we. This is what we live off. We thrive off of that. But if that's going to create the pressures that we see coming, then I don't know how we are going to actually exist, because the pressure could be significant.
So it's another level of sustainability. Sustainability, Dr. Miller. You are preparing engineers who could be working, well, we are going to be working with Felix. What are some of the things that now must be on a changing curriculum, given all these dynamics, for the preparation of engineers coming out of the university?
First and foremost, as Darwin says, we must focus on applied research. We must focus our curriculum on problem solving, meaning that whatever problem exists, we should build curriculum to train our students to deal with these matters. Because we know, as it regards to port sustainability, environmental issues, these are trends that are affecting us. I must say we are in a storm, but most people don't know about it. A category 5. And when we look at it, the price of goods can increase, and it will cause the cost of living within the region and also our GDP to fall. Okay. So we must focus our curriculum on critical areas, problem solving. It means we must use artificial intelligence to improve on ports, build on data, using data from the region to help to solve problems. Because one of the main things is that if the Caribbean region don't work together to resolve these issues, then guess what? There will be lack of data, and once there is lack of data, we don't have true evidence of what is happening in the region.
Interesting. Felix, I like something that I saw Dr. Claire Nelson did in her presentation yesterday, though it was online. The headlines 10 years from now, after you've worked with CMU, what do the headlines say about energy and shipping, your company, and the CMU? Where do you see us?
So, good question. So I will try to answer as well my colleague, if that's okay, we can keep that discussion in parallel. But yeah, to answer your question first, so for me, my strong belief is that we need to use the edge we got. So the challenge we have is that we might be collaterals of the, let's say, decarbonization process. We need to switch, let's say, the mindset and probably try to use that. The tide is going to come anyhow. So we just need to take it and try to surf it as much as possible because it's going to happen anyhow. So there will be challenges, there will be penalties, there will be money on the other end. We need to be able to seize that opportunity. To answer your question, so I'm looking 10 years ahead. I believe that the solution that is a bit crazy that we're talking about, okay, wind propulsion, yeah, it won't save the world. It will be a tiny part of the solution. But for me, in the Caribbean, it makes sense really. Why? Because most of the trade that is happening roughly done north-south and south-north, and the wind is blowing east-west. So basically, the wind is perfect. We got the crosswind to take advantage of that. So, and the way I see that is that for now, it's just a market bubbling. So we're just seeing, let's say, the few, let's say, first 1% of ships that are being equipped with wind. But in 10 years, 15 years, it's going to become a baseline. Okay, not all type of ships, but typically all the tankers, all the dry bulk carriers, some passenger ships will be featured with wind propulsion systems. And this will become, let's say, a baseline for every new construction, and for the retrofits, we're going to have both that solution. And so I think now we need just to pave the way to make that happen. So it will happen with okay, we're going to do an event with the first port call with this or that ship with a rotor sail on board of it, and then it will become, let's say, something natural, and we'll just, let's say, get along with it. So it will change slightly the operation we have. Ships might let's say, do a port call on one side and not on the other. There will be slight change like that, but eventually this will be beneficial because that will save fuel, of course, and that will be able to help us to meet the targets. So for me, we just need to pave the way. That the paving the way comes with education. It comes with regulatory support. So the Maritime Authority of Jamaica, we're going to need to be able to feature wind propulsion assisted ships. It's not the case now, so we need to pave that way. But yeah, in 2 years, we're going to have the first ship, and then we're going to pave that. So the standards are there, but it needs to be implemented at the national level as well.
So the things I like, and I cream off the top, we use the energy we have. There's no way around that. We can't use what we don't have. And two, I like the fact that we're talking together. Because, you know, when we get to looking at the Caribbean, we have CARICOM, the CARICOM countries, let's say it that way, Darwin, not CARICOM, but the countries who sign on. Then we have overseas territories. But here is Felix from Guadeloupe, a French territory, saying we can work together at this level, even if the geographic borders are firmly in place. And that's a good thing. And so I want to ask Darwin a question. What keeps you hopeful? What keeps you in the game? What makes you come here? Because you know that we have to keep fighting. What's that thing? And how can the rest of us leverage that resilience to press?
It's a very good question. I am hopeful that we can work together. That is everywhere I go, that's basically what I'd like to see. I'd like to see leadership from Jamaica. I think, I'm going to be very honest, the Caribbean does not include Jamaica sufficiently in the mix of solving the transport problem in the Caribbean, but it's actually the mecca of that solution.
Yes.
This is where the solution actually lies. You are the only global entry into CARICOM. Therefore, you have the big pieces. You have the only 1.82 million TEU port in CARICOM. It makes sense because the volumes are here. If we could funnel traffic here from the other islands and move some of that traffic from here back down, we could ease the reliance north of us to create less vulnerability. And even as the geopolitical dynamics emerges, that's one of the areas where we could save ourselves from ourselves. But we have to have an honest discussion. The second thing is, and this is where I am most hopeful, and my friend there, I forgot her name, she was on the panel yesterday, right there, Carol.
Yes. Carol
Rose. She spoke very well yesterday about the cruise industry. Folks, this is our hope with this decarbonization. It is the only thing that we are globally competitive in. It's not marijuana, even if we think we have a good brand, but we are globally competitive in cruise shipping. Not as a country of Jamaica or even St. Martin or any one of the big port countries, but as a region, we represent close to 60% of global cruise. How do we leverage that? We can leverage that in many ways. We know that the cruise ships, when the decarbonization thought started happening, all pivoted to LNG as a solution. It caught up to everybody because, as those of us who are the IMO learned in April, well, LNG can be a transition fuel, but it won't be the one that is actually fully implemented because it's not green, it's not clean. I won't get too much into that, but now those ships need solutions. One of the solutions is shore power. Not every port can do shore power. So how do we as a region, knowing the vulnerability, decide to come together and say we will do 4 or 5 ports in the region where we concentrate the availability of connecting these ships to keep them going down the chain? That requires a conversation. As a matter of fact, I think the only way that works is if a group of Caribbean people creates a private company to do it, because we wait for the other group to do it, it probably ain't gonna happen because we don't seem to work together outside of the commercial space. But then there is the understanding of how we distribute that revenue and deliver it to ports on a proportional basis. If we could come up with a concept like that, we could actually save the chain, continue to have the ships ease the pressure because not many of them are going to be able to change back the engines from LNG kicking up. They will, the tax, the carbon tax kicks in shortly. They're all going to be paying it. They're going to be looking for ways out. We have a chance to sit with them and say, let's design within this CARICOM 2,700 nautical mile location, 5 or 6 areas where we can plug you up and give you power. What a conversation, because every port wants to plug up, every port wants to do everything. The truth is, not all of us can be all things to all people, so we have to try to get that. Now, I'm the head of PMAC, the chairman, and believe me, trying to tell ports that maybe you can't be one thing is a hard thing to say, very difficult to accept. But if we're going to save ourselves in this instance, that's the first thing we will do. The second thing I want to add here real quick is there are some islands that are possessed with the cheapest form of energy, geothermal power, pumping out of the ground, cheaper than any other fuel source. Well, those islands don't do very well with cruising. So they won't be able to take cruise ships. So why don't we go to those islands and design production systems to make green hydrogen, to create some of the high energy fuel production that their energy can use to make, deliver to them some of the benefits that will be derived from the other markets. So we have a conversation going on that says, we are going to match towards helping ourselves by taking it from Nevis, which is about to get a very large portion of geothermal out of the ground, Dominica, Grenada, I'm sure Jamaica has geothermal as well. If we get that sort of arrangement going, then we can begin to find a way when the fuels are decided, if it's green hydrogen, green ammonia, methanol, whichever one, we could possibly be in a position to manufacture those, and then maybe, just maybe if we do that, we could start the process of replacing some of these giants that bring us these carbon fuels, such as Shell, Exxon. And imagine if we could replace 40% of Shell or Exxon from the region, what amount of savings would that be on our foreign exchange drain? What amount of revenue that would create for us? And we have a captive audience, the cruise ships. So I'm hopeful that that could be an area for us to work with, but it cannot happen if my port believes that I don't need to share the data about cruise ships coming and what we pay and what we do. If we keep this sort of fragmented approach, it's going to hurt us.
So thank you, Darwin, and he's very hopeful, so he has a lot to, but you know, I keep hearing, you know, we either hang together or we'll be hanged separately. Let's talk about what's happening right, Dr. Miller. I scanned the room, and I am seeing Guyana, I'm seeing the Cayman Islands, I'm seeing Nigeria, and if there's any other country in Africa, please let me know. I see the United States, I see Canada, I know that Dominica in the room, Trinidad was here, India has been here, Canada is right here, big, you know, one president said bigly, you know, what is it that is happening right that we can harness with the kind of persons coming to the conversation table? Just bear in mind what Darwin said about finding solutions. What can we harness with this multiplicity with the big friendships that we have to move forward? As you train your students, get them in spaces, because I know that you've been trained out of Sweden and Japan. Why did you go there? What is it about, or here and now, with other people at the table that can move us forward?
That's a very good question, and I must say, education is the path to success. And education is the pathway to national development and also regional development. And so, in taking on this task, this is where academia comes in. Once academia has the data, we can do what we said, the MRV, which is the monitoring, the reporting, and the verification. Because universities will apply research. There are unique islands. We have several islands that have unique problems. And once we can use the data to identify these problems, then we can deal with unique situations, unique recommendations. And so I must stress that IMO, April 2025, in which we actually got the net zero was agreed on.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're moving from the proposal first for the high levy, which would have generated I think it's $500 billion US, and that could have been used to upgrade ports, but that is no longer the case. We only have access to $10 to $13 billion, and that is quite, that's a huge cut.
Okay.
And it probably not be sufficient to really upgrade some of these ports that needs to be more efficient. So I'm saying that we must have a united approach. Darren has expressed himself, and it's a cry for all the region for us to unite using data and using our academic knowledge to create solutions.
Thank you. And because I want the audience in and we're running out of time, you know, I kept seeing Mrs. Linfat saying yes, and I saw the yeses around the room, so I figured that some thoughts are on the floor. I want to ask one question and ask all of you to take it in stride. I'm trying to word it the safe way. We tend to focus on the economic implications of the decarbonization call. And we know that they are the ones, those implications, the fallout there is what we feel first. But we went down the path of sustainability a little, and I want us to look back and ask you to give me your thoughts. If you were to say, if this were the IMO and you were given a chance to stand up and speak on shipping decarbonization, social and economic implications for this Caribbean region, in 3 sentences, what is the most impactful thing that you would say to the decision-making people at the IMO? Social and economic implication. I think Darwin is going to repeat himself, but that's fine. So let's come up the table, because Kauna just spoke. So Jerry, you're standing in the room, and you know this pitch could be a game changer. What is that thing that you would say?
trying to wrap up my mind, but you want to go first?
Well, I wouldn't speak to the IMO. I'd speak to you. I would say there is an opportunity.
Yes.
The opportunity is not to depend on the IMO.
All right.
The opportunity is to depend on us. The opportunity is to recognize
He's saying it for all of them.
Yes. The opportunity is for us to realize that this challenge connects us. This challenge can be overcome by us. And if the IMO, not if, the IMO has done it, that is actually, that's actually sort of a guarantee for us that if we invent the fixes for the ships, we have a captive market. So the difference here is if we do it piecemeal by islands, it fails.
Yes.
So Caribbean, if you're listening on YouTube, this decarbonization
And that's
process,
a serious listening, Darwin. We had 1,700 and odd people looking at yesterday. So,
wow. Okay,
yes.
well, maybe I hope they're not sleeping for now. But I'm hoping, folks, if there is one hope here, is that it's a threat, but there's a big opportunity. And the opportunity is if we can harness our creativity and the risk. God has been so great to us that not every island has all the things it needs, but it almost appears as if he's saying, use all the islands collectively to help us. So it's almost like a design that says, work together, people.
All right.
And so if we can get there, we can map our way out of this real serious challenge. And some of us will be in a better position than others. But because we are all one Caribbean and getting better at it as October
Except for
1
cricket.
shows, all right, we might have a better way out. So it's not doom and gloom only, but it requires us to make bold decisions to cooperate better. And finally, we need an engine of change, and it has to be where CMU follows us to the IMO this week. Has to be there, folks. We need someone outside of the commercial voices speaking to the people with academic intent, raw data, a level of trust and expertise that speaks loudly, that people can listen. Because I have a motive.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a port to run. At the academic level, you have the responsibility to deliver a particular type of information that can help guide people, different than mine.
All right, Darwin.
That doesn't exist at the IMO next week. We need it.
Yes.
Prof, if we can help to do that, I'm sure all of the various maritime groups would be happy to assist in making that happen. So the next week the next time we're discussing this, there is the experience at IMO to speak to us at a different level than mine.
Thank you, Darwin. And the gentlemen were nodding, so I'm not going to harass them on it. I want some questions. We will. I could have said, Dr. Deans, we're coming for your question. So, but I was just throwing it out. We have Dr. Deans. Anybody else that comments, kindly identify yourself so we can go. Well, it could be your question.
Yes, thank you again for another wonderful panel. I just want to throw out a quick question, starting with, I don't know if you have heard the saying, it's not countries who trade, it's companies, right? It's the companies who are involved in manufacturing these products, it's the companies who have these global production networks, it's the companies that are generating these greenhouse gas emissions from their processes and so on. So when you talk about getting action or going to IMO, you have to be bringing the corporate world with you, right? Who is mobilizing industry, manufacturers, traders to be part of the discussion for our region, the Caribbean region. Thank you.
I think Felix is going to take it.
Yeah, so actually it covers both the discussion before and the question. So there is actually a group that is starting, it's called a Regional Industry Alliance that just started. The terms of reference are out. The University of Trinidad and Tobago paved that way to actually gather around, okay, decarbonization in the CARICOM, how do we do it? What kind of players are there? So there are the ship owners, there are all the equipment manufacturers, there is the academia, there are the ports and so on. Everybody's around the table, and then we're gonna list first the specificity of the territories we live in, but also the edge we can use. And the idea is to pave a way, identify what action that could be implemented in the next few years, and then call for, let's say, a solution either to fund it or, let's say, a way to also empower every people in the region, every, let's say, structure in the region to actually find its own path to decarbonization. So something is happening actually, and it's not something from the outside, from nowhere, it's actually building up from directly the regional stakeholders.
Thank you.
I can just be real quick. The reason that we are not at the table at the IMO is because the IMO regulates international shipping. We don't own international ships. We don't have ships. Right. However, we have an environment that ship needs. So there is the need to have, first of all, bring the information to the right group of people. There are some people who are oblivious to everything that we're speaking of. And at a certain level, I mean, I was at the heads meeting the other day with the CPSO, and they were stunned when they heard some of the things that were happening. So there is a dearth of knowledge about the subject matter that needs to permeate throughout the corporate Caribbean space. And then with the guarantee that the IMO is given that these fuels, this thing is going to happen, it's almost like a blank check that they're providing that we can start getting ready to use. So there's a space for that. Get some of your friends. I mean,
just to add that we have the DMAR, and I remember at our last meeting in Curacao, St. Lucia, I don't remember, St. Lucia, thank you, when the DMAR said to the IMO, we are the IMO. There was a matter that was being put and the IMO was about to change its thought on it, but the meeting said, guys, we are the IMO, don't play with us. Well, they didn't say that, but the decision was treated differently, Dr. Deans, because the group affirmed their space. And so I'm also grateful to hear about the alliance. Anything you want to add, Kauna?
I think the IMO's decarbonization mechanism is actually, we are now reacting to it. We weren't being proactive.
You don't hold the pen.
And right now, I hope that everybody's taking it serious because, as we said, it's a quiet storm, but when it hits, it's going to hit us hard. And so that's what I want to say.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost out of time. If there is one hand, okay, yes.
So I am not an engineer, and I am not a sea guy. Somebody said we thought we'd have like $100 billion to fix our problems. We have 13 billion. Is that what you said, Professor?
So what I was saying earlier is that the Caribbean region, I think it was February, in February at IMO. Yeah. So in February, the region, the Caribbean region, and also SIDS, some other oceanic region, yeah, they were lobbying for a high levy, meaning that with that levy, they could charge the ships based on their emission.
Right.
And it could generate about 500 billion, I think. Now there is a, I would say,
They're not playing, and now we have a smaller amount.
Yes, and it's up within the range of 10 to 13 billion.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my sense is that if you're going to get anybody to participate, somebody needs a plan. For example, Darwin was talking about collaborating to use geothermal energy, etc., A, B, and C. Is this $13 billion a useful amount to get some of this done? Because if you go to the private sector and you say, listen, guys, we have the potential to have $13 billion to fix this problem, it's different from going to them and saying, guys, you know, we're in the middle of a Cat 5 storm, help us. You understand what I'm saying?
So Darwin is going to answer in 30 seconds because we're close.
Remember, that is a global number.
Yes.
Okay, it's a global number. Yes, it's a global number, and it's averaging about 15 billion per year in terms of carbon tax. And that carbon tax will be charged to the ship. The ship will recoup it from us, and then the IMO will take that money and distribute it to fuel manufacturing companies, ships for retrofitting and building new ships. So this gentleman here with his idea will get some of the, which is fine. He will get some of the support from the IMO to build out what he's doing. And the disadvantage for us is that we don't have the ships per se, except this guy here. But because the IMO has established that the ships must change their fuel, it now means that you could only fuel ships if you had black oil coming from the ground. Hydrogen is made from water. We have an abundance of it. Hydrogen needs energy to make water, and I'm saying if we take the geothermal, which is cheap power, we can create green hydrogen from that. That becomes a clean source of power. And now we can actually have something that we can give to those ships that are coming to our region, which we could never do before. We were never going to get into the petrol business unless you're Diana.
How are we going to pay for that?
The ships are happy to pay if you can deliver because they have to buy it.
Yeah, but you still have to go into the tiny countries and persuade their prime minister, who's in the name of his country has 15 syllables, and he's going to want to know what's in it for him.
Very good question. Let me just say this. If in the case of Dominica, my country, I'll answer you, Carol, we only produce about, say, 30 megawatts of power. It's the investment in building the geothermal wells. It almost made little sense to do it because the uptake was not sufficient. If you bring uptake, that could allow that to move from that to maybe 500 megawatts. You're giving him a gift. And that gift, because it's cheap, can turn out to build massive amounts of clean power, clean fuel that you can use. That's a hopeful prayer.
Position. Yeah. And because we hope to get out of here this evening, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank my awesome panel, thank them for staying awake and for staying on the ball. And I want to thank you for staying with us. And I know that you were stimulated by the discussion. And so I'm going to invite the order that Professor Jaguna said, that Dr. Dawkins is going to come to do her bit, and then Professor Spencer. Gentlemen, we thank you.
Good evening. Are we still here? Wasn't this worth waiting for? Such an appropriate way to end an amazing conference. And I want to thank you for staying with us. It is my privilege to ask you to help me to say thanks. Because as the great Coffee says, gratitude is a must. So we're going to say thanks. And I want you to help me because I know that this has been an amazing 2 days for you. I know the ideas are still buzzing in your head, and you want a break to kind of interrogate them and to decide how you're going to move on. But we really have to appreciate the people who made this possible. And so we start off by acknowledging those presidents and vice chancellors and representatives of various universities that joined us over the last 2 days. Northern Caribbean University, University of Technology, University of Guyana, help me now, Olusegun, Prof? Olusegun Agagud University, Nigeria. Let's say thanks. We want to thank the Planning Committee. If you're in this room or if you're just outside, I'd like you to stand if you have been part of the Planning Committee, the Marketing and Communication team, the IT infrastructure team. These were the people that did the weeks of work, the people who stayed here until midnight and 2 a.m., the people who stayed awake last night when you were sleeping because they were wondering if they missed anything, and the ones who have been walking and making sure that we've had such an excellent conference. Thank you. And I need to name the committee co-chairs. You know them. Dr. Yvette Smith-Johnson, Professor Ajaguna. Special guests. So those were the backstage people, and now the front stage people. Our keynote speaker, Mr. Jose Miguel Rovira. Are you still here? Thank you for setting the stage for us, for creating the foundation on which we're able to build this stimulating conference. Our representatives from ECO Canada, the president and team. Are you still here, guys? Thank you, thank you. And our many overseas participants from as far as Nigeria to Canada to USA, to our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, South America, Central America. We're happy that you are able to make it. We know that you love being in Jamaica, and you're going to be here again for the next conference. So the minute the date is available, it will be in your diary. Thank you. The panelists, do you know that we had over 50 panelists? The moderators, over 60? I cannot count. The moderators, the level of preparation, the insight, the dedication, the stimulation. When was the last time you went to a conference that created so much, what's the word? Not disturbance. There's a better word. Positive disruption. We really want to thank the moderators and the many panelists. We appreciate you, and we have been stimulated by your sharing. Thank you. Allow me to name the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, our special partner, and the Jamaica Productivity Center. And now the sponsors, because it is quite literally true that if someone doesn't pay for it, it won't happen. So we do need to name the sponsors. Sagicor Bank, Guardian Group, Freight Handlers Limited, the Shipping Association of Jamaica, Tropical Shipping, Jamaica Tourist Board, Maritime Authority of Jamaica, Universal Service Fund, Dr. Malin Smith, you're doing well, Integrated Chemicals Limited, Mona Graphics Printers, the Rotary Club of Ligani Plains, and the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel. Our students. Our students have been helping the background. They've been supporting the team outside. They've been entertaining us. They have been listening, paying attention, asking questions. This is about you, and this is also about you aspiring to be more than who you are now, because you are in the room with such greatness. We thank you for being here, students. And to the participants, so look at the people who are left in the room. You are the reason for this conference, and you are the ones that will take the message from here to your various spaces. So I was thinking about the high points of the conference, and I will just give you 1 second to think of your high point. It might have been a panel discussion. It might have been the cadets and the flag ceremony. Do you remember that? It might have been the mingling last night with the music and the cocktails. But there were so many high points, and I believe that you know that this was time well spent. These last 2 days are days that you are meant to be here with us at the Pegasus in Jamaica, because there is a message that you will take from here. I'm thinking about those buzzwords. Do you remember them? Collaboration, Industry 4.0, sustainability, collaboration, policy and legal frameworks, reducing silos, collaboration, blue economy, green economy, collaboration, political will, collaboration. That word that kept resonating through our conversation, that word that means partnership and cooperation, but it also means alliance and joint effort. So even as I thank you for sharing this time with us, I challenge you to begin to think of the action that you will take, to begin to think about how the networks you have begun here can be leveraged for the joint effort that we need to do together. And we know we will not change the world in a moment, but we know that each of us can change our space. So take this moment to think about the many things that we spoke about, and ask yourself how, as you go from here, you will make some changes for the collaboration that we've been speaking about. So, thank you for coming. Thank you for what you've shared. Thank you for what you will do. God bless you. And as we say in Jamaica, walk good. Please welcome our president, Professor Spencer.
Thank you, Dr. Dawkins. I tell people all the time that they should do the things that I don't need to do so that I can do the things that only I can do. And I am sure you agree with me that I didn't need to come up here just now after what Dr. Dawkins just did, but the conference chair has summoned me and has given the instruction I am here. Dr. Yvette Smith-Johnson said something earlier about a president saying bigly. I'll tell you, I'm not the president who said bigly. But I assure you that he would not be upset if I borrowed that word to say we have done it bigly at this conference. Caribbean people are known for sprinting, right? Yes, we have dominated the sprinting scene for a long time. We tend to fade in our dominance as the distance gets a little longer. And so you'll find that Jamaica has a few 800-meter runners who make the finals but who don't medal, but we're proud of them. But we always medal in the sprints, because that's who we are. The longest sprint, they say, is a 400-meter. But what we did today was a 5,000-kilo sprint, and we didn't lose steam. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to understand what that means, that we blazed out of the blocks yesterday at a particular frenetic pace which no one thought we could maintain. And yet here we are today. The buzz is still alive. The people are still tuned into YouTube. The room is still almost partially, somewhat, kind of full. And all of that has to do with the exceptional quality of the production that happened here today, and I think we should give a round of applause because not only was it a, did I say 5,000 kilo? It was a 5,000 meter sprint, and it was a steeplechase. We had things to jump through and over and to go under, but we did it anyway. I asked you, ladies and gentlemen, to aim high in my opening. And aim high we did. The moderators were phenomenal, well-informed. The panelists were all uniquely robust and impactful in their own way. We saw the colors coming through. We were lucky enough to have the dynamism of Darwin. Lucky enough to have the forthrightness of our good friend from Namepa. Anybody remember who that was? Who is that? Who? Oh, I will not call anyone elephant. I don't think I can get away with that. But we were lucky enough to benefit from that forthrightness. We were lucky enough to benefit from the dry, glib, yet substantive approach of Carol Rose Brown in the room and on the platform. And so it all came together with all the tones, all the shades, all the colors, all the expressions. And what we had was a situation where we were able to fellowship. But listen, I asked you to collide, and collide we did. Because we did have a few collisions, but those collisions were necessary to move you from being comfortable and to enable you to become comfortable with your discomforts. Some of the things we had to embrace as ideas were things we never thought we would. So we aimed high and we hit. We chose the high road and we connected. We refused to go low because of fear. The conference, ladies and gentlemen, however, needs to be microcosmic of our futures. It must be. So all of the things we were able to accomplish with rich discourse and conversation over the last 2 days, we must now take that fervor and that vim and that vitality forward in our everyday spaces and spheres. And as Dr. Dawkins said, collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. Just as we did so for the last 2 days, let's do so for the next 2 decades and beyond. Let's do it together. Darwin will tell you 100 times, we are stronger together. And the beauty is that we streamed live on YouTube, as you would have heard before. Which means what? It means that that exists in perpetuity. So, if there was a moment, I saw some of you tripping over yourselves to take out your phones to catch a video of something, don't worry, it's there. You can screen record from your phone. There's no moment which was lost. All of the rich discourse has been captured. And if you don't think that in being the messenger and the ambassador, you can say something as profoundly as someone else did, all you have to do is find the timestamp and direct somebody to the message. I will say this because it excited me that in the last 24 hours we've got some media hits. Last evening on prime time on TVJ News, they ran a story about something that was said on one of the panels. Who can guess what that was? You saw it? All right, well, that's not fair. So then I'm going to tell you. They ran a clip of Dr. Kevin Brown from UTEC saying, we need to finance our tertiary institutions so that we can lead the way. This morning, we were in the morning news, the early morning news. They ran a clip of Evan Thompson saying that the Caribbean, and certainly Jamaica, and all of us need to partner for real-time data so that we can have better predictive capabilities. That came out of the Caribbean Maritime University's Industry Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, give yourselves a round of applause. I really wish to applaud everyone, but I want to say that, more than all, the CMU has partnerships on 5 continents. 4 of those continents are represented at this conference. I want that to sit for a little minute because partnerships work when we show up, first and foremost. And when your partners show up for you from long distances, it sends a signal that we are some way down the wicket to achieving our goals. I applaud the planning team led by PIA and DSJ, and no, those are not alternative fuels. though they could be, because they were the propellant that kept us going throughout this entire conference with the support of their planning teams. And PIA stands for Professor Ibrahim Ajagun, and DSJ is Dr. Smith Johnson. So as we close, ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you to know a few things. Know that the university that has convened this colloquium is the best place to have had this conversation. Why? Because we don't only talk about things, we do things. When I hear my good friend talking about nuclear energy, I smile because I was surprised nobody told her that the CMU is about to have the very best, as supported by the international agency, nuclear lab in the Caribbean. We're proud of our NDT and our radioactive testing lab that's emerging and will be done by early next year. We're proud that the campus is about to be fully solarized by January of 2026. We don't only talk, we live it. We are very happy that we have the most cutting-edge simulations in the region and simulation spaces. We don't only talk it, we live it. So when I tell you that when we close, we need to think big. We need to dream big. But most of all, we need to act big. And so, Dr. Smith Johnson said something earlier. The hour is late. And the message is great. So don't hesitate. We cannot wait. We must determine our fate. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you. The song Rise to the Occasion was supposed to be started, but I didn't hear it, so we're just gonna, everybody stand up and sing it then. Rise to the occasion.
Home for students.
Rise to the occasion, go ahead, you know you're strong. No one can stop you. It's for you to know that you've got the chance. Get up and
As we look ahead, one thing is clear. The best of CMU is still to come.
Powerful.
Know that you've got the chance. Get up and step towards your goal. It's alright. Yeah, yeah.
In Jamaica, you can run in the sand or compete on the track. You can make friends or make fans.